Hello, hello, and welcome to another day of LPL. Today we've got a triple header, NIP versus Weibo, EDG versus WE, and then TT versus JDG. So Sam's going to join us shortly, as he said he was turning his mic on, so I'm going to assume that he's ready now. And we'll see if Sam is ready to join us on the stream. Welcome in, and I hope that you're all having a wonderful. Wait, what day is it today? A wonderful whatever day it is today. Now on Thursday, yeah. I think it's Thursday for most people. Probably a few people are still the back end of Wednesday, but that's probably very, very far west. Okay, NIP. Let's introduce them as a team. Hoya, Guon, Care, Photic, and Fungway. A little bit different from the roster that we saw last split, given that they... Oh, Sam's not turned his mic on just yet because he's not accepted the call. I guess he'll join us when he can. Okay, so just join us when he can. All good. Right, Weibo. On the other side, though, Zika, JJ, Xiaohu, Elk, and Dway. Now, in terms of expectations for today, because of course it's worth noting as well that Weibo also signed Moham. So Moham has also signed with Weibo. This is the rocket belt on the current patch, by the way, because oopsies, that's the wrong thing. I didn't want to click on that. I wanted to click on the other thing. Anyway, Nico, Vladimir, Silas, Annie, Ari, and Rise. Now, Rise, I don't mind building the Predator belt. Obviously, I have my issues with Ari building it. I think she needs more damage, really. But yes, oh, there we go, Sam's here now. Hello there.
Hello, hello.
I thought you were ready already.
1 second, my headphones haven't done the connecting thing.
Ah, okay, so clearly not all good. Pradabel Ari to 66% win rate. I am far too tired and I have a headache. I'm not going to be rage belted at 9 AM in the morning on this godforsaken day.
There we go.
Okay, cool. I thought you were ready a little earlier, my bad. Yeah, I assumed you were.
No, I had there was the whole garage trip thing. And I had to deheat the basement because there was a dehumidifier on.
You're going to take a little longer then, you know.
Well, that's why I supposed to turn the mic on. That's what I meant by that.
Yeah,
sorry, I thought that was clear enough.
So I thought it was...
Well, yeah, because it's whole rigmarole.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Have you got a video ninja link, Sam, for cameras?
I have. I literally just sending it now, I think.
You think that's the case?
That's theoretically the plan, yeah. So they tell me.
The theoretical camera link. That's the great power it holds. Okay, Sam. In terms of plans today, I've actually woken up with a headache today too. I'll do the first series and I'll just keep going for as long as I feel I can. However, I'm not going to lie, Sam. I might tap out after one series or one and a bit series. Obviously, I've still got to be around today. Oh, your video ninja link is actually exactly the same. That's really convenient.
I think that's because I've just like refreshed the page.
Oh, that's really good. So I don't even have to replace the link. Perfect. Well, welcome in everyone. Thank you for the Watch Streak bonuses as well. And I guess we're pretty close to getting to our first series, Sam. So we should probably start, you know, getting ready for NIP versus Weibo. Any particular thoughts?
Weibo have signed yet another support, so Elk is on his 5th support of the year, by the way.
Well, he's not playing today. It is Dre playing right now. But yes, okay. Moham has been signed. Yeah, I did just mention that just before he came on, actually.
Yeah, so that in and of itself is kind of wild. I still think I favor Weibo if NIP don't manage to hold the kind of form we saw towards the beginning of last split. Like, we saw some really good stuff out of the bot lane, but of course that's switched around a little bit here as well. And I think NIP kind of became a little too predictable as time went on. We'll have a listen to this interview first.
大家好，我是现在 NIP 的中单 Care。好，欢迎 Care。第二个问题也想给到之前拿下了首胜，而且我觉得让人眼前一亮的是你们的执行能力非常的棒。所以现在队内的一个指挥任务的分配是什么样？指挥的话就是我和枫叶吧。哎，中辅的配合。那第二个问题，之前有期节目叫做《这周我当家》的第1期新深圳队长，现在也是荣升为队长了，感觉节目效果非常的棒。所以现在队友们之间的相处氛围是什么样的？大家性格都很好的嘛，所以就是氛围也是挺好的。哎，也安利一下大家要看一下这期的节目哈。希望一会儿你在赛场上有一个好的发挥。 好，欢迎来到我们的前彩，我们同样也是请到了 WBG 的中单选手小虎来跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的中单选手小虎。
好，欢迎小虎。那第一个问题呢，想问到今天也是要面对深圳 LPL，他们其实也是一个擅长中野发力的队伍，有想好怎么去应对吗？
这个版本中野辅的对抗非常重要吧，然后我们也要做好这一点。
哎，要更加小心翼翼一下。那第二个问题，第3赛段的赛程啊，非常的紧密，也要经常奔赴各个主场去作战，所以作为老将，可能更多怎么去和队友们调整状态呢？
因为我们是捏盘组嘛，所以赛程可能没其他队友那么紧密，所以训练时间还是挺多的。然后现在比起调整好状态，我觉得我们在训练赛中和比赛中，慢慢的重新积累起自信是最重要的。
积累自信是最重要的。那也希望今天你们在赛场上有一个好的发挥。一会儿见。
Hey, cool to hear from players there. Always. Yeah, so I guess we were walking through this matchup a little bit right before we went into those interviews. Weibo obviously only played the single series, as have NIP. So we've only seen a single series from either of them. And both of these teams will only play 6 best-of-3s the entire split. So there'll be this matchup, and then there'll also be a return matchup as well for the same teams, which is, I don't know, inherently quite interesting, I suppose, because it means that you see so little of these teams, and only 2 of them can make Knights rivals, right? It's only the top 2 from this group. You have NIP, IG, Weibo, and LNG. If Weibo, having lost to IG, also lose to NIP today, or you know that they're already 0-2. That's a third of their games gone, and they're behind the curve very much at that point. Which is a problem. It is a problem for them. NIP, I don't think I would consider them favorites, and you mentioned why you thought that Weibo are probably favorites. I think you were saying. Sorry, who were you saying were favorites actually coming into this? I
think I gave Weibo favorites, but saying, look, unless NIP look like they did right at the beginning of Split 2, where we saw some really good stuff out of their bot lane, and they felt like they had a bit more to them. But yeah, I think as time went on, they just became a little bit too one-dimensional as a team. And I'm not sure that level of dominance from the bot lane is really something we can expect from this meta.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think that teams like, obviously, T1 has suffered from this. We've seen this, I think, with JDG as well. When we've gone to the mage meta, certain teams have just not done fantastic in terms of playing through lane pressure. Of course, I mean, I have a real sinking suspicion that Riot are going to do a major change to bot lane. I think it will still take another couple of weeks, and I think that the regular season will likely be done by that point, Sam, which does worry me, because I think we've got some very different teams in the LPL, some which are much better at playing through bot lane hyper carries, some which are much better at playing through kill lanes, some which are much better at playing through hyper carries or mages, right? So there's 2 or 3 different classes of teams, and I'm worried that the meta is going to flip towards the end of regular season / into playoffs, and I think that these teams are going to have to adapt very, very quickly. So, for instance, you know, NIP have already had to change because they were playing with Assume and Draw, who are actually very good at playing through kill lanes. They were actually they were pretty good at that. And the Enchanters, rather, not the kill lanes, but the Enchanters. They're fantastic at their Lucian, fantastic at the Unara lanes.
They were kill lanes to them, I suppose. They were getting nearly 2 kills a game, yeah.
True. For them, they absolutely were. Whereas other teams, you know, like Anyone's Legend, they kind of have to play around utility bot lanes, of which there are quite a few right now because of the mage pool. Yeah, and it does make me a little bit worried for like the future of this split and how that wraps around, I suppose. Weibo, I think from their games versus IG, I think the game 1 was actually very good draft. I think that games 2 and 3, I think they struggled in cross-map scenarios. However, I do really like what JDG does for this team. I think that guy is such a talented jungler. I think he's so good, and we've seen him be such a force in the LPL over the years. And I think Guon versus JDG has to be the key matchup for me. That is so critical to their teams. Guon is the heart and soul of NIP, really.
Yeah, he is. And when he's good, everything else is good as well. There's a bit of the monkey element there as well, where as I go, so the team follows. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're all good. I took that as a fairly standard follow, and that felt fairly good to me.
Ooh, this is LNG's opener for their arena. Very cool.
Ooh.
Or rather, no, I think I was a little bit wrong with that. LNG opened up that, but it's a little bit of a different trailer for this week.
You said Shenzhen on it.
Yeah, because they have their city location for their team.
They do.
Yeah. I guess now we're getting later into the split. They're changing the intros because don't need the full video every single time, especially on a longer day like today. Welcome in everyone to another day, another week of LPL. Split 3 2026, second week of our regular season, and we're in Invictus Gaming's arena. Every week, a different team hosts the entire LPL party. Every team will play at least once within each arena across China. Last week was Shenzhen for NIP, and now NIP are here in Shanghai against IG. In IG's home, rather.
Exactly that, and there's not a lot of room for mistake. Alex has already been talking about it, but you get 6 games. If you mess this up, it is done in many ways. You don't have a lot of room to recover, especially if you want to make playoffs. Top 2 is a requirement. NIP marching through the fans, led by team captain Care.
Doorbell rang just as I was doing that intro, which is very convenient.
Yeah, it's alright, I recovered. I actually heard it in the background. I went, that'll be the door coming then.
Yeah, well, I presume that chat heard that too then. Well, okay.
I might actually need you to go look for a package for me, thinking about it. I'll hit you up.
Sam, there's a package heading towards Shanghai right now. It's in the form of a Xiaohu, Sam. It's in form of a Weibo. They're here to play, Sam.
That they are, and Weibo are a team with very high highs and perplexing lows. There's some fantastic players on this roster, some of the very best who've ever graced the LPL. In a lot of ways, the argument for Xiaohu being the regional GOAT remain. Won so much on RNG, role swap top, there's still one there, won a number of MSIs, was an elite level mid laner for years, and now it feels like the spark is not necessarily died, but it's certainly flickered a little more, along with a number of other members on this roster. When it works, it works. But we've seen some occasional ints, shall we say, in the mid-game, over-forcing for place. And sometimes the team identity can get a little bit confused as they drag themselves into the mud. Should be heading towards draft fairly shortly. Player cams on screen. Xiaohu about to get his headphones on, I would assume. Gonna go for a bit of a sippy sip first. Hello, Varan, good to see you. Hello, Pentalus. Hello, Fairy Tale. And of course, Mecha and the rest of the crew as well, paying attention to you all, promise. Bit of love for NIP in the crowds. Sam, love me. Fine, Parky. Love you. There you go. How's that? Should be getting in draft fairly shortly as the first game of the day. Sometimes we have to wait a little bit on tech issues. Hello, Alex.
Welcome back. Tech issues?
I don't know, but we are waiting still to get in. So I was like, sometimes it's just a little bit slower at the start of the day.
Too bad here. It's too bad. Okay, apparently I'm a little bit... Oh my gosh, Angie, 315 stream streak. Crazy, Angie.
Lordy.
Hey, Sam, well, while we're waiting, Sam, I finished Campaign Evolved yesterday. I did finish it.
How did you find it?
Sam,
I saw the tweet.
Yeah. Dare I say it, Sam? The library is too easy.
Really? Because I heard a lot of people saying they really improved how scary it was. It's like, have they?
I would argue no, because the Flood are not...
Much more...
Well, the Flood are not very strong, is the problem. Anyway, we'll get ourselves into our draft, Sam. Weibo, NIP, first game of the day.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. You'll notice, of course, NIP.
I'm aware I need to up my volume. I've seen that like 4 times in chat. I'm fixing it now. Don't worry. Sam, let's get into draft.
Yep, and they... where were we going with this? Yes. No, of course, we've got, of course, NIP playing with Yue, as you'll note. Tway still on the roster right now for Weibo Gaming. Some bans coming on through. The Varus, of course, alongside the Vayne. Theoretically, Flex stop that. Jarvan alongside another couple of junglers by Weibo, and of course that Orianna being removed from the pool as something very, very potent. Thinking about a Cassiopeia is strictly a flex, and we'll get locked in nice and early here for NIP. The Cassiopeia to match, a consideration from Weibo.
Yeah, and I think that Syndra into Cassiopeia has been the accepted matchup that we've seen in Pro. I'm just going to turn sounds volume down, by the way, because I can't figure out how to, like, I don't know what's different in terms of tech on my end for that, so it'll just have to be how it is, chat. My bad, folks. I'll try and fix that at some point. Anyway, at some point, I'm going to have to dip out, and Sam will start casting anyway, so it's more important what his volume is compared to the game. Are we going to get an engage piece with any of these so far? We shall see. I mean, the Vire's out, Jarvan is out. You need an engage piece, really. Do you lock it in this early? Something like a Nocturne, kind of half engage. You lock that in. It needs something else to follow it, but hey, it's a good part of the combo.
Debating an Ezreal here at NIP, which would lock the Cassiopeia in mid lane, but maybe an assumption that Elk isn't going to want to play the Syndra, or rather that Photic isn't going to want to play the Cassiopeia bot, and he is always a caster AD carry player if he gets the choice. Still holding for a second or two, not locked yet, so there was always a world for a last minute switch, but it will be the Ezreal finalized.
Okay. Ezreal does lock the Cassiopeia into mid lane. The Ezreal not flexible. I mean, in the past it was at some points. He used to be able to play jungle, used to play occasionally mid. We even saw a top lane Ezreal at some point, actually. Don't know if we ever saw it realistically in support. Gnar locked in as well for NIP. Now, yeah, we did see that Froxon say that, well, basically they're trying to walk back some of the roaming support changes, because again, effectively Enchanters took over the metas. They buffed the roaming supports, but which they had nerfed at the start of the season, and that's led partially to the mage bot lane meta. I actually don't think that it has led to that. I think it's more a problem about mana sustain, and Bessa coming through and for Weibo. It's okay versus the Gnar, follows up on stuns, good at diving onto the backline. I think the problem is that mages can cast spells the entirety of laning phase and then teleport, get a tier or a lost chapter, and then just do the same thing against them. I think the prevalence of Home Guard, teleport, the mana flow bans, the early recalls for mana items that are really impactful, means that mages are basically playing earth levels of mana for most of the game, Sam. And I think that's such a problem when it means that they can just wave clear for free, out-trade you from longer range. Now, I played League Classic yesterday, Sam, and the thing is, if you cast like 3 abilities in League Classic, you're out of mana, so you need to use every single one of those well, whereas an AD carry can trade auto attack instead, and your auto attack means more. And it means that if you ever dodge the mage's ability, well, what does the mage do at that point? They've lost their mana. That's their big choice of power. I complained about this. I've complained about this a number of times over the years, actually, in terms of how, mana sustain being removed from the game feels like a fundamental part of League has been removed. I understand why. Thank you so much for the 6 community gift subs, by the Mecca. You're very, very kind. I really, really appreciate you. But yeah, I think that the mana sustain means that mages are just kind of trading for free the entirety of laning phase, and they can wave clear for forever. I think that's led to a lot of the situation we're in, albeit several years beyond actually the point where it could have been meta for the first time. I think that team's been lazy at trying to pick this up in Pro.
Yep, I completely agree, as I also agree that Mega Fanboy is the GATE. Thank you.
Oh, no contest on that.
Yeah, there you go. That's just it. That's it. That's the incontrovertible truth. Now, what are we doing as Weibo? You've got that kind of dive pairing. A Shen on top of a Nocturne or an Ambassador would sound pretty good to me. Especially interesting to see it picked, even though there is no Camille. They're clearly wanting this powerful combo, and Jway happy enough to run it here.
I think particularly when you have Ambassador versus Gnar, you've already got a fighting side lane matchup. Shen also works with the Nocturne too. So you have enough combos. I think people have just discovered that Shen is good. Shen is just good. It will give you a lot of value. Now, Trundle is one of the few champions in the game which actually beats Nocturne at the level 1 and in some of those early fights. Very good versus the Syndra. Can punish the Nocturne as they go in. NIP do have themselves 2 good backline carries, one of which outranges the entire field right now. Support left to lock in for NIP. Thinking about engage, thinking about some tank frontline. Either is fine, really. Of course, Weibo can still flex the Syndra bot lane or mid lane. You do it either way. I'd imagine they want to keep it into the Cassiopeia, which means it'll be mid lane, and that might inform their decision a little bit, that they might be blind picking towards bot lane, but lock the Alistar for a bit of engage and a bit of front line.
That'll do just fine. Of course, you've already got some engage there already between Miasmas and Meganars and Trundle Pillar, but having something a bit more consistent in the Alistar does make some sense. Elk is a massive Kaiser enjoyer. Remember back to the beginning of the year where he was dropping 15 kill games on the champion. Made the way to picking it up again and does so. Was always a good answer mid-game, at least into the Ezreal. We'll see whether he can do it again here.
Yeah, and we're not joking, by the way. He literally did drop 15 kill minimum games on Kaiser. He had like a 15 kill, 17 kill, and 18 kill game back in Split 1. It was crazy. We're going to go into an ad break so we don't get ads during the game. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for being here as always, and thanks for spending some of your Thursday. This is a Thursday. Thanks for spending your Thursday with us as well. Let's enjoy some LPL together. I think that Weibo have a great dive comp as long as they actually hit the initial CC from either the Syndra or the Shen Taunt, perhaps a free hitting Ambessa ult as well. On the other side, NIP, I mean, the Trundle and the Alistar, I actually feel like if the Trundle and the Alistar get ahead, it's more important than anyone else, because I think if they get tanky, then Weibo's composition becomes a lot harder to play, and then their carries of the Cassiopeia and the Ezreal go unbothered a lot longer.
If you were having to pilot one of these drafts, which do you think would be easier?
I don't like how Cassiopeia can just kind of get dove onto randomly, but Trundle as Ezreal's okay, because you just pillar people into skill shots. I think I like slightly prefer Weibo's draft because just the snap playmaking feels easy. You hit a random Syndra stun, something goes well. Shen gets a good angle, flash taunt, you've got a good angle there. Elk can carry on, follow up. Perhaps Cassio just outplays anyway, because I feel like diving into the Cassio ult in this game feels really dangerous. Anyway, onto the Rift, let's get started.
Few more Weibo Gaming fans in the house today. Long-standing organization here, NIP. A little bit fresher relative to the LPL. Has, of course, been a long-standing esports organization, but largely known, moreover, in Sweden and crew. Xiaohu eating a little bit of early damage there from Kez. Gone for that Deathfire touch as expected. Normally, you expect the Syndra to be a pretty good matchup for the Cassiopeia with that Virtue of the range doing well. The level 1 looking so far so good from Cassio.
Well, this is the thing, right? Hang on. Double taunt, not quite hit there. Dre will hit the 1. Flash forward for a knockup. Actually really wanted to put the damage onto Elk. Exhaust goes down. Photic stacks up the lethal tempo. And Elk, his Kaiser,
hang on,
famous though it is, goes down to under 100 HP. NIP slaughter in the level 1 trade. Fungyue, the outgoing support from top esports, he's still got class to him. Just because he had a bad MSI doesn't mean this guy's a bad support.
No, exactly that. Does a fantastic job there. I'm surprised Photic didn't consider throwing the flash in for that last auto. Couldn't quite do it. Does land that Mystic shot. Now might consider it with the level 2 available. See whether he can EQ into a flash. Xiao has to be a bit careful of Jue, of course, turning that around himself, and so will decide against it. Attempted look at a scatter, doesn't quite working. Okay, I can just run at Xiaohu. Noxious blast at the end of it all puts things into a very precarious position. Headbutt away onto Jue.
You know what? Kare's pretty close to be able to flash Miasma and kill, actually. This is really scary from Xiaohu. Again, the expected matchup is Syndra, because of the level 1 Q buffs and because of the slight outrange, Syndra wins the lane versus the Cassiopeia. I think clearly, though, we've seen, if you play hyper-aggressively on the Cassiopeia, we've seen this from Knights, we've seen this from a couple of other players across the world, you can win as the Cassio, and Cassio is one of the scary champions where if you just hit a random Q, you take most of someone's HP. Again, threatening the Flash Miasma, the stun is down from Xiaohu. The Flash Miasma, why it's so scary is that if you just don't react quickly enough while the Miasma's in flight, you can't flash away at that point. If then it's like a QE, you die probably at that point when the empowered Twin Fang. Xiaohu down a significant amount of CS, teleporting in early. Guwon is going to get the bot side scuttle as Nocturne is forced to go top side as well. NIP effectively have had 3 early winning lanes in terms of the push anyway. Top lane even in CS, but NIP giving Guwon a really good platform to use.
Wave in a slightly awkward spot here as NIP continue to have a really good time on this bot side of the map in general, and credit to him for making that happen in general, as you were noting. And hey, Care, one of those players that's making a big deal there. There is this trundle around, actually, so maybe chatting about Care as a player can wait as Elk steps forward, looking to get a W, and has to immediately flash the pillar. That's tough.
Yeah, he's going to lose the cannon. The wave's in an awful spot. The level 1 trade from Photic and Fungaway just did so much damage to this bot lane. Jway was back on the map now, but not before his AD carry blew that summon. At least Elk still has HP. Going to be able to walk up to the wave now because they confirm that Guwon is backed. GeoJet farming on top side, so he's not here to do much on the bot side of the map. Fungaway just keeping the pressure, Hex flashing forwards, making sure that this Kai'Sa can't get off the ground. Good dodge there from Care in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the one. Looking for a W on in. Can't quite find it. The headbutt back, but a taunt to follow and try and escape as Jway left a little low, but does well enough to get out. Elk supercharges in a Cathian range, and the chunk back is decent. JJ is going to run into Guwon. Out comes that frozen domain, but the Fear's already in alongside the Conqueror. This is going to get a bit spicy for Guwon, who maybe has to flash here, actually, and does. JJ doesn't flash to follow. I wonder whether a Q flash might have been possible, but with the turnaround of a Chomp, may have been a touch too far, so decides against it.
Yeah, it was close. I know the Nocturne's had a nerf or two, especially to his early game, where he's been very powerful. I didn't expect him to be winning a trade that heavily versus the Trundle. The Trundle's kind of the king of early game trading. I suppose it's level 4, so it's not level 1, right? Where Trundle is very, very strong. One of the strongest in the game, in fact. JJ walking up towards Gromp now. There is no smite from Guwon. Now, was he spotted taking the Gromp? I don't know if he was, actually. JJ's going to bypass him completely and go bot lane, though.
They know exactly where the Trundle is, so they've got a potentially great angle here. They thought they were safe because they had their Trundle in the jungle, but Fongyu gets flash taunted. Headbutt pulls onto Elk and gets the CC, but it'll be the last thing he does in this particular life.
But the reason that can happen is because of that jungle trade. The jungle trade means that Trundle is off the board. You can move where you want as the Nocturne until you think that the Trundle is back on the map with full HP. Or some kind of regen. Costream is passive or healing. He's going to go towards the dragon now, but that's a good series of kind of decisions made by JJ, and he's a player that we've seen be such a good jungler within LPL over time. You know, Weibo have not had the best results for a little while. Sam and JJ, of course, was on here for this year and for the back half of last year. Start of last year, he was on Invictus Gaming, where he individually didn't look bad. It's just that it was pretty clear, I think, that the team needed a different jungler, and that they went on to be better, so I think they made the right decision to bring in Wei over JJ. But I think that JJ is a player which has consistently put up great eye test results within LPL, despite his team's results.
Yeah, sometimes, of course, when it has gone wrong, it's been pretty unpleasant for him. The smite key's always been fantastic.
True.
But he's had a couple times now where some of those kind of mid-game clutch moments just haven't been there. And when he's fallen behind the curve of the game, it's often looked a bit problematic, I think it's fair to say. But right now, has managed to get himself to a point where the level 6 is very much available. Gets a good gank bot side. Can look for a potential Nocturne play at some point. The Unleashed Power is there looking for a potential shotgun. Debating coming forwards from Paranoia with JJ. You can see the zoom out there as well.
Sam, speaking of shotguns, one of the things which I disliked the most about Campaign Evolved, Sam, the shotgun feels worse to use. In very short range, it's fine. Anything beyond that, it's a pea shooter. I thought that actually the Halo CE shot was pretty good at mid-range in the original. And yeah, some of the things which annoyed me the most. In fact, I would argue almost every weapon in Halo Campaign Evolved feels either the same or worse than the original, which is really quite disappointing, Sam.
Yeah, that is a bit tragic. I heard the plasma pistols allegedly felt better, but I've not
they made it
played
overheat quicker and the sound is worse. So I don't care about the look of it so much, but it's set that the iconic sound is worse. Anyway, Sam, I could probably fill an entire stream with comments on that game because, Sam, they're using the Reach AI and they're using like the Reach animations and stuff. It's a mess, Sam. Guwon's gonna go topside. He'll, I don't know, cause another kind of terror up here. Took a blowing the flash.
Yeah, it does get out, but does have to blow the flash, especially with the Mega Gnar coming. Hoya debated going for a bit more. Of course, there were rumors that Hoya was going to be leaving NIP.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
for BLG, but that kind of fell through later on. I'm still going to talk about a Paranoia on this bot side as an attempt to keep the tether going with the flash. Will not work out to flash bot sides.
Good E-flash from Photic. Now, for those of you that don't know the mechanic, if you just hold your cursor way out of range, press E, then flash, you'll get a very quick extended range dash. Something that Gango in the LGL used to do all the time, actually. But that's a deep cut, folks.
That's a deep cut.
It's a deep cut, but Crest Gaming Act's AD Carry from 2020, a lesser-known team from Japanese League of Legends, which I forever loved because it was effectively a team without a jungler, which Arya, one of my favorite mid laners of all time, still managed to carry with
their
Gango,
jungler was genuinely awful.
It was... They had like 3, and none of them really. They kind of one-upped each other in terms of, because it was Grendel. Grendel was he was their support. That was different. He renamed.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a team of all time. Deep cut there, of course. Other side of the ocean from China, of course. I do miss those days casting the LGL. For those of you who knew us from back in our LGL days, it's been a long ride, folks. It's been a long ride. I think one of the most flattering moments was Sam and I were coming back from World's 24th finals or sometime around then. And we were sat on the train, and some bloke on the train was like, "Hey, I recognize you." And it turns out it wasn't from like LEC or anything like that. It was from Japanese League of Legends.
Yeah, it's great.
I have a special place in my heart for people who discovered us through that, because it was quite the niche, we shall say. Of course, we're doing the same thing here now for China and LPL as well. You know, just this little corner of the internet.
It's a very Chinese time of our lives.
We're in a very Chinese time of our lives, and it's been really enjoyable. You know, linking up about Chinese League of Legends, some of the best and most historic players in the world. And I think particularly in this current meta, we're seeing them in a different way with these mage bot lanes and a very, very aggressive roaming support meta.
Yeah, I can agree with that. JJ is sat on a ward right now, so I wonder whether Hoy's going to boulder toss him. No, won't. Was about to go down to mini now anyway, so I think if he did, that could have been a bit tricky. He's going to get paranoid here if he's not careful. There's the flash out. He had full idea that JJ was here. The hop breaks the tether, but there's a smite for a slow, and he goes down regardless. Guwon was around, but it goes a bit wrong, and now actually having spotted the Trundle, they can make the play bot side as well. Photic, nowhere to run. There's still a killer instinct even, and without a flash, Photic had no hope in hell of getting out there.
Sam, Elk's got 2 kills already. We've seen what he does on the champion. I think it's a real problem that Guwon is not able to contain JJ now. Losing flash in bot side, losing a kill in the top side. It feels like the game is starting to flip in favor of the Nocturne comp, and it's only going to get worse from here, Sam. We have Ultimate Hunter stack starting to get built up by JJ. He has a Hex plate as well. This is why I said, look, NIP, I favor the comp if the Trundle and the Alistair get ahead. Because at that point, I think it curtails the composition from NIP, and it gives them a good amount of disengage. They're not ahead now, Sam, and that means the opposite side of that coin is, if you play on a wider map, I don't think NIP have the tools to survive. They have one dragon. If they get a second, perhaps they can play through objectives through this game, but Weibo are in a very comfortable spot.
They are. Hoya's nearly at Mega now. That's a very nicely charged bar. Isn't here quite yet. Xiaohu looking for a shotgun there, but won't quite land it. This should likely mean dragon to NIP, and a second dragon at that.
No flash, no ult from JJ, and a real point engaging there. Xiao, does he go for the stun? He does. Shen is around the corner. I don't think there's a real threat there. I think he's just trying to annoy him and stop him from getting back to lane so Zuka can push in. Zuka, do we want to have a chat about him? Because, not great versus IG in their first series. He's actually just been stunned under turret. That's nasty.
Good God.
Just about survives.
Okay. Yeah, there's a bit of an issue. It's actually also JJ does kind of bait Guwon here a little bit as the Scuttle Crab is spawned. Are we fighting for this? We absolutely are. There's a flash forward. In comes the Myers, but Shenel is coming. The flash taunt afterwards gets a lot of value. Look at Elk on the far end of this, getting some serious DPS down. Can supercharge it in. The power's unleashed. Guwon's left low. Killer instinct in. Doesn't quite get the kill though because of a decent runaway. The problem is Feng Yue is going to trade his life here as the paranoia is procced. JJ won't look to go further. Perhaps a little bit of a party press of the ultimate there from JJ.
I think that's the game. That might be the game in that play, Sam. Not to be too defeatist, but I think at that point when you're just throwing random ults and summoners into the play and walking away with, what did that end up being, like a 0 and 3 or something? Like they flashed. They're starting to like jump forwards, like flash. Trundle ult, rather he actually uses flash a little later, but just going forwards for the early aggressive Trundle ult and not being able to kill JJ, despite the fact that he didn't have ult. it just buys so much time and space for the Syndra and the Kai'Sa. You dump all your damage into an ultless, flashless jungler, can't even finish that kill, and then you can't deal with the carries after. It's a really bad decision by NAP to look for that fight. Clearly, they didn't have the damage in position. I think their range and their follow-up is a little bit of an issue, Sam. I think they kind of have to play a kind of absorbing and engage around the Cassiopeia. I don't think they can make aggressive plays like that, and I think that was showcased in the River.
Yeah, and you then start hitting this point where between Nocturne and Shen and Ambessa and Kai'Sa, you don't all have to press R at the same time. You very much can, because after you've burned all your flashes, then Kai'Sa comes in, then the Ambessa comes in, and it becomes very hard to keep running away once it's gone wrong. So if you've lost that initial member in particular, those extended fights get very precarious, to say the least of it all.
Xiaohu pushing in towards top lane, getting to the point now where Weibo can very early start towards shifting around their lanes and doing whatever they want. You see the Syndra top lane, the MS bot lane, and the Kai'Sa picking up mid. 3 kills now on Elk's Kai'Sa. Hasn't even finished his cull yet, Sam, and he's still 1.1k ahead. You warned about this from Champion Select. I'll call back to that. You know, Elk was getting quite... It sounds absurd. We are not actually exaggerating here. Elk, in wins on Kai'Sa earlier in the year, was averaging 15 kills a game, and he played, I want to say, three or four games of it between regular season and maybe playoffs. Yeah, maybe he had like one game which was a little bit less, but he had like a 15 kill, a 17 kill. It was genuinely absurd, to the point where I think in regular season, in Split 1, I think Elk was the best AD carry in the world. I think he was. Sadly, that didn't continue beyond regular season. I think playoffs, he hit a wall and things kind of were a downturn from there. But we know how damn good this guy is on the Kai'Sa. He's got such a history on it from BLG 23 and 24. And then, of course, coming into more recent days on Weibo. Zucker's going to get the teleport again. Let's see if they can finish the kill.
Yeah, he does have a flash and an ult and a dream, but there's just a lot of CC. And so what happens is Zucker goes, ow, my ankles.
Doesn't get to do much of anything there, Sam. Turret will go down first for Weibo on top side. NIP trying to race towards bot side. Even with the 3 grubs, a little bit late to it, though. Won't get that first turret. NIP will quite happily take a kill. They haven't got a single one of those just yet. And NIP walk away with a little bit of gold. And luckily, they don't give Zucker any counterplay.
Nice couple Mystic shots there from Photic. The problem is this mid turret still ends up losing a lot of its HP. Out tagged by the True Shot barrage. Makes things a little bit trickier. They'll pick up the cannon and W out that last minion. Should be able to walk away. Fengyue is behind here, but won't find anyone on the reset. So all well and
Sam,
good.
Yeah,
yes.
You know, that's great. I need to have an aside now, Sam.
Go on, sidebar.
Contract, I have to.
Okay.
No, that was so low counterplay. It reminds me of when I loaded into Halo Campaign Evolved, assuming that elites would behave in melee in the same way that they did in my beloved Halo Combat Evolved. Sadly, Sam, they behave in melee exactly the same way as Reach. So if you get anywhere close to them, they just have an instant 0-frame wind-up melee attack, which kills you for free, Sam. It's really annoying. They don't do the slower wind-up, which you can dance around and have really intricate bob and weaving melee paths, Sam. If you get close to them, they just do that straightforward punch, which the Ultras do on...
Yeah, it's very annoying.
It really annoys me, Sam. Dragon's alive now. That's sidebar complete. It's probably going to be a fight, Sam. Let's move on.
Fine. Well, I was quite enjoying talking about that. Why are we not casting that right now? There's the question. Guwon ends up taking tank very low. Does need to deal with the fact that he is going to be 2/3 of health bar gone. In comes the teleport from the Ambessa. Battle Herald as well. Now this is a bit spicier. Someone queue up a little bit of that Halo soundtrack, eh? 3,000 HP would be soul point. The Paranoia is proc. Smite fight available. Scatter across everyone. Public execution. Trundle wins the smite fight, so soul point secured. The problem is the health bars look dodgy. The petrifying gaze is decent, giving Photic a bit of free time to shoot, and that makes things a lot trickier. As actually Weibo come away pretty well. The unleashed power. Photic just about survives, looking to recall, and Weibo get nothing. NIP find themselves a kill. And the Dragon in a fight that looked very dubious indeed. Shout out to Care. That petrifying gaze ended up being very clutch.
That is the kind of team fight which NIP need. You need to absorb and engage with the Cassiopeia and then play around their DPS. Even with 1,000 gold down, the Cassio is really well situated in that fight, and Weibo can't finish the kill. You'll notice that Elk didn't ult into the fight that time. I think that's the reason why the DPS didn't check out in the way that Weibo wanted to. And NIP do not have Soul Point. They are 4,000 gold behind, but they have Soul Point and a Hextech Rift, and they got an Ezreal with that potential Hextech Soul in the future as well. So NIP, congratulations, they have themselves a win condition. Fantastic. Weibo, gonna see potential people running towards Xiao, who has flash on that top side. Fungui's flashed over the wall.
Well, looks for a scatter, doesn't really do any of that. The only person who's weak here is you, Xiao Hu. And he dies. That felt perhaps a little bit overly aggressive, but you know what? I just needed that.
It's weaker than... What's something I didn't like on the Halo campaign Evolve? It's weaker than the vehicle play now that they've added EMP into Halo Combat Evolve, because the EMP didn't exist until Halo 2 in the original trilogy. Because EMP is in the game.
I get why they've added that in.
I understand that, Sam.
I
do understand that, Sam. It does make the vehicle sections much less satisfying, which is a big issue. Elk, he's going to get comboed on under the turret.
Good dodge.
Takes aggro. Good alley-oop, though. Matador on for Elk.
Ole gets on out of there. Elk is still in a great spot. This game, though, being down that extra flash, not so great.
I mean, we could keep it in Halo's Bullshrew. That was the old medal for Halo 3. You shotgun
with
someone with a sword, and sword as they lunge at you. Yeah. Of course, swords being in Halo campaign Evolved, that was a decision to see. I don't mind that one. It doesn't change the gameplay too much. You have to put yourself at a lot of risk to use them, so I don't mind that one. That was a good addition. Beam rifles.
I will say, we're going to look at this replay here. This is towards the Dragon fight, because initially it looked pretty good for Weibo. They just couldn't keep it up.
Yeah, they ended up diving into Trondalos with a Cassia behind them. Even though Guwon's low, that is what the composition is designed to do. And Weibo don't manage to split the fight. They don't give Elka 1v1 on the backline. Funguai gets a good flash in. It's a really good frontline performance for him. So despite the fact that there's a stun coming through from Syndra, you notice that Nocturne can't keep melee range. Very good headbutt. Ow, yes, he can't really get to the prize targets. Photic is never reached. And you'll notice that Elk also gets stunned by the Petrifying Gaze. By Care, you notice that too, Sam. Xiaohu too. Both carry stunned up. The damage didn't follow.
Yeah, and Zucker went in, got exhausted, got pillared and bounced around. So only got like one ability cast off having landed, and it was an exhausted one of that anyway. So that didn't feel particularly great either. Worst fight we've seen from Weibo so far. There's that fabulous Durex. We'll see whether Hoyer is going to require a little bit of protection here, but won't have too many members jumping on top of him right now.
Yeah, you know, when you're When you're gonna play with 4 friends, you should probably bring protection.
Bring some. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's where we'll go with that, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All good. Right. Okay. Yeah,
Durex Tyrus, guys. Could you imagine the ad reads?
Yeah. Okay. So, where's I been going with this? Yeah, way more about dragon fights. They've not been a team which is good at objective fights. They've been good at cross-map plays, some early game fights, some random pickoffs. They're not great at objective fights, though. That's probably the weakest part of their game. I remember last split when they were playing against JDG, regular splits. They were winning a lot of fights, and then JDG would walk at a dragon, and JDG would win a fight because Weibo weren't very good at it. And JDG were just much better at saying, well, walking an objective, we'll do better at it. They just knew what to do around an objective. If they got into river, if they got into an objective, the area of an objective, they were probably better than the opposing team, because I don't think dragon setup is I just don't think it's a successful part of LPL play comparative to LCK and to what we expect of top teams. I think that anyone's Legend have had issues with it. I think BLG, they were notoriously poor at that for points. It's not been a specialty of our best team for a little while. That's annoying.
Steal away on the blue buff
really
because
annoying.
Syndra has a force of will. Potential look here into the mid lane. Teleports flying. Chue in the front line. Xiao's got to be a bit careful. We are playing around because remember, NIP will have soul, but that TP could well really suck. Does just about hop out the fear, tethered, the public execution just wide, and Elk got jumped on. Denies him a little bit of the DPS check, but now Elk's got a Channel on top of him, but not really in range to get value there. As the Kaisen want to go R-ing forward with that killer instinct, so a lot of ults down for no one to be dead. Pillar comes down in the neutral game, I think, will be stronger from NIP.
Yeah, Zuka missed his ult over the wall too. He's getting peppered with Ezreal Qs. JJ's in the back of the pit. He doesn't have a way back in. What's he going to do? He has to flash out, gets rid of the Mega Gnar. Zuka's still on the flank, but NIP, it just feels like they're walking at the objective and starting to bully Weibo around.
4,000 HP, the scatter comes on down, flash torn onto the backline. In comes the killer instinct from Elk to trust about trying life, but he's exhausted, so the damage isn't there, and Weibo around objectives, folks.
Sam, I just saw Jway taunt flash and miss. He taunt flash and miss. He didn't hit the CC. Xiaohu will go down, making what a 4th kill for the fight. NIP just walk at the objective and get something better out of it. They get to the objective and they get to activate their comp's win condition, Sam. Just play around absorbing the engage. Weibo have to fly into them. That's not just Sol, that'll be the Baron as well. NIP steal the game back into their favor. We'll watch this again. And sadly, you have to watch the Shen. He does go... Oh, credit to him. He does actually land the taunt there. Credit to him. He just doesn't get it onto Photic. That's the big thing. He doesn't get it onto Photic. Photic jumps out onto Elk. Great play by the Ezreal. The Ezreal gets to gun down the Kai'Sa. That's the big thing there. I think if the taunt lands onto the Ezreal, maybe it's a different fight. Maybe.
Yeah, and also, you know, Xiao doesn't really find as much as I think you were hoping for there, which is tough. There's some great backroom vibes, briefly, from the side of the NIP coaching staff, and now you got to call it out, like, hey, Xiaohu's 0-2-2, not been particularly effective. Zucker, a player we started talking about before action, overtook us as well, has been a little anemic, I think, this year in general, really struggled to get involved in this game. Elk's still trying, but again, if he's going to get exhausted every fight, your power point goes really far down, especially now you're into Hex deck, Sol, for a bloody Ezreal.
Yeah. NIP. Gonna push down that mid lane outer turret. JDG farming the wolves off to the side. Sadly for him, good early game, good initial plays, and then just the game lost its tempo for them. They could make those plays away from the objectives. The game has been decided by the objective fights. Not quite their tempo. Perhaps the Whiplash coming in for them now as now they look for a fight.
Trying to get on top, and they turn to another target there. The isolated member of the Cassiopeia now dead. Public execution again is wide. Azaka really struggling here to make those ults land. Has to start flashing away with the Drake Hound steps available. The Subjugate is down. Hexgate out for Feng Yue, but the rest of the team now in a tricky spot as they're split up. The Scat of the Week is wide, but Guwon and Photic being isolated from the squad. They can't go any further though, so they stop the Baron shove at the very least, but that is not a comeback really of any real kind for Weibo.
No, I mean, it'll stop a bit of the Baron push. They have to reset. They might get one last wave in after a reset, then coming back out onto the map. It means like maybe even the inner... No, I think you'll probably still lose an inner turret. I don't think you'll lose an inhibitor turret, though, because of that play now. So I suppose Weibo avert potential disaster. Also surprised that Elk on the Kai'Sa has not been able to really get online after the early kills, after the Cole cash-in. Looked like things were going really well for him. We talked up his Kai'Sa very, very effectively. I think that NIP have just been too able to deathball and stop the Kai'Sa getting an isolated pick-off on the side.
Agree with that. Elk ends up having a ghost there as he nearly dies to Photic stepping forwards with an arcane shift. That'll be another tier 2 as you called out.
Okay, so NIP really trying to, again, force some tools away from Weibo. It wasn't an easy early game. I think that Weibo, in another world where they don't slow down the tempo, where they don't allow the dragons to kind of take over the game, I think they would be much happier here. NIP, though, real credit to them. They've made the game about their comp's win condition, and that is a skill in itself. That is a huge skill in itself. Make the game about your team's strengths rather than the enemies. You know, you could have played on side lanes more, and you probably would have lost that way. The reason they're winning this game is because they managed to limit the amount of fights that they've taken up until the dragons where they are more favored. Good gamesmanship from NIP.
Okay, so at this point, Feng Yue gets to start roaming around a little bit more, and NIP find themselves having stabilized, well, 3 items on Ezreal. Sterak's and the like in for the Nara as well. We're starting to get towards the point where we really do see what NIP's composition was supposed to do, and that generally is survive the initial play and then win the extended DPS check.
Just tapping into the conversation in chat as well. So my team of week 1 did involve the Shy in top lane. I think that top lane is an interesting conversation, really, for LPL week 1. A lot of our top laners, even the ones which had good games, I think some of them had a handful of bad games at the same time. I don't think many top laners came out looking consistent. I think that the Shy on the whole, I think actually even the Ambessa game, I could see what he was doing even in the bad spots. I don't blame him for that loss. And the 2 games where after that point he either soaked pressure very well and then played within, you know, the envelope he was given very effectively, or of course in the Yorick game just became an outright win condition. So yeah, the Shy was my top laner of the week in week 1. I think my player of the week was Knight. I think that Knight was, well, I mean, it's Knight, right? And I think, spoiler, I think for week 2, I would imagine that Knight, even just a series in, will probably be similar because of certain Akali players and the like. Just the nature of the player right now. Dragon Elder variety spawning in a minute. Weibo, they have not won the Dragon fights. NIP, they should feel very confident heading in towards the biggest of damaging objectives.
I concur. Blue buff goes down. NIP in the river. What a surprise on that one. Kai'Sa is at 3 items, and Elk, if there was ever a man to try and carry from a challenging position, it would be him on that champion.
20 seconds now. So what do Weibo do? How can they pick someone off before the objective? That's what they'd really like to do. Just get like a random pick. They just don't have the information to really tell where they can do that. Now, Kair's got Fungyue next to him. You can't make a pick there. You can't ignore the Elder. It's the biggest objective in the game, really. It's even better than Baron in many ways. I mean, it'll stop you pushing a lot of ways. But Ezreal, good damage there onto Elk. And the heal comes through for a bit of sustain. But already, Elk not in a great position.
No, and they need him to be healthy here to have an opportunity. But the Hex Tech soldiers procking here and there. Elk trapped on the wrong side of the pillar, has to jump away. Here comes the teleport. In goes the Nocturne with that paranoia. Knocked up initially. The Shen ult is there, but not enough to keep them alive. Now Hoya on the flank, building towards the Mega Gnar. Trying to back away as Elk on the other side goes into the backside. But immediately Photic's over the wall. And the Cassiopeia gets to follow up on the Alistair. Headbutt pulverize. A triple to Kair as the Twin Fangs sink real deep. Photic with a Mystic shot and a chomp from Guwon finished the job.
It's a really good defensive phalanx from NIP who play around the objectives, group up, and stop Weibo from getting the pick. Initially, I thought this game was getting out of hand for NIP, but then they managed to turn it around in the group fights and will walk away with a Game 1 victory.
They do it with very good style and poise towards the later stages. Early on, it was looking tough. Down 4,000 gold, but they kept the Dragon stacking. The moment it came to those objective team fights, they just looked that bit more confident.
Hey, NIP, confidence in their team fights later on. A little bit worried about their early game, Sam. Again, we've highlighted that enough, and between talking about, well, to be honest, mainly talking about Halo Campaign Evolved, we,
Had some fun there.
We had some fun, and we still managed to cover those bases there. I have a lot of thoughts. I will be reviewing the game alongside a lot of the Last Free Nation folks as well. We'll be reviewing that. I think we're gonna get Zoa, Wolf, and Jamada on for that one. I think that's gonna be.
Yeah, obviously Jamada's a huge Halo.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And for me, Halo Combat Evolved is my favorite game of all time. So I was always gonna be hard to impress. I just walked away from it feeling that it didn't feel like a game that had inspiration being the big reason why it was made, you know? Like a lot of remakes, if you're going to remake it, have a clear identity, do something that was special that you couldn't do initially. And I don't feel like it was front and center of that kind of remake. And I don't even think it's a good replacement for the original game. I think that one of my big problems is it'll just look like every other Unreal Engine game in the next 5 years. That's, you know, you've abandoned a lot of your original design. Anyway, right, good game from Fungyue. I think his Alistair was really good. In terms of MVP, yeah, I think it is the Alistair, actually. Some really good team fights. His lane was good. Great defensive play in the team fights. I think he was great. Yeah, I think it's probably Fungyue. And justice for him for whatever happened at Top Esports. I don't think he deserves to get kicked from that roster. We don't know the internals, right? But based on play, it feels so bad that he gets second place in his first legitimate split of LPL because of the Nio situation in Split 1. And then things fall apart like that. It feels very unsatisfying to see.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the best way to put it, is like this poor player getting switched off after a tough time internationally. But hey, he was the rookie. If all the people you're putting the pressure on, it's going to be Fungyue, who I think on the whole did what was asked of him across Split, did more than was asked of him. Xiao, doing a decent amount of work here on the Syndra at the very least, that's nice and all, but I think Elk, despite the early lead, the multiple exhaust became problematic. And look, for all we have issues with Photic's effective champion pool, the Ezreal sits well within his wheelhouse and had a good game here in general.
Absolutely. Anything else about campaign? I do have like 2 pages worth of jotted down notes on a notepad. It's I don't think anything was a particular deal breaker. I just don't see what the positives were, Sam. I like stuff like even say, okay, so for instance, a lot of things like oh god, this was really bad fight in Bot River, wasn't it? I really didn't. So the cutscenes were bad, Sam. The cutscenes were bad. They were very slowly paced. So one thing which I found quite funny. So I did the Warthog run, and I had about 20 seconds left on the timer. The cutscene was about a minute long, and I'm like, wouldn't have it exploded by now? I'm sat there like, guys, the timer has run out. I know how much time I had, and it's been going on for a minute. Isn't this a problem? Gosh, I thought that was a bit egregious there, really. Gosh. Yeah. Anyway, Enos, like, I actually think the Shy looked really good in the series based on the micro that or rather like the decision making from the Shy. I was happy with him, and it is only the one series. That is the problem of judging people off of that one early series. We've only seen one series out of any of these Group Nirvana teams, right? So we don't get to see that much from them. However, I was happy with the Shy's week 1 performance. From that one series versus Weibo. I thought that, you know, stuff like his ward coverage, he wouldn't have done that in 2023 in terms of, you know, doing the double wards to protect on jungle angles in that Yorick game. And of course, he didn't die, ended up becoming a win condition, ended up winning that game. You know, it's nice to track that stuff. And you know, that might turn on a dime the next series we see them. Who's that next series against, actually? But, who is that next series against? Let me have a check. IGR versus LNG later in the week.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah, although LNG, they don't look particularly strong right now. They look really quite defeated mentally, actually, the last time, because they had that... No, Missing wasn't playing that first series. It was...
Yeah.
Was it YCX that subbed him? Yeah, that was a weird situation. The weird situation itself. Okay. I'm going to make a take after one series. I think Knight is the best player in the LPL. Whoa, let's not say anything crazy right now. Oh, Sam, I did realize as well, we've been talking so much about Campaign Evolved, we are currently on Opera GX 117 downloads as well. Now, that's wonderful. That's great. The Chief approves. That's fantastic. But, you know, it's Halo. Opera GX, it's over. No, I think we're just getting started. Yeah. You could also download and have yourself. Jimmy Rings has spoken. You too could join us in Opera GX Wonder. Kaga's player of the game. It was a really good Cassie game. In fairness, credit to him. He got that really good ultimate in the team fight. I would have given it to Fungyue. I think Fungyue had some really good, interesting plays and very good disengage as well in a number of these big plays. But Kara is also, you know, I understand that he has some big team fights there too. However, if you'd like to download Opera GX and help support us, put a little bit more cash in our pockets and help pay for our rent, it does make a difference. Sam, if you want to go for a break, now's probably a good time.
I will probably do that. Look, yeah, much like Cortana, the world is much better with you in it, and I don't know why on earth you would consider removing them over silly narrative reasons. So, you know, you two can just move into a better world by downloading Opera GX, where your browsing is just so much simpler.
Yeah. One of the other things about Campaign Evolved, Sam, I don't know what happened. I think the voice actors are great. They're great. The voice direction wasn't great, Sam. It felt like a lot. It felt a lot like a lot of the voice lines were trying to be too different from the original, and in that point, just ended up being not fantastic. And the facial animation in a lot of the cap scenes didn't match the emotions either. Do you guys have any hot take point made style hot takes? Yeah, I think that Bang on 2017 SKT is the most underrated and poorly treated player in context in like Worlds history. I think people dunk on Bang and his whole career for Worlds 2017 because he played with a top laner that would never teleport bot lane or bot lane teleport meta, and I think that it completely threw his reputation into the garbage. It really sucks. I don't think he's like greatest of all time AD carry, but I think he is one of the greats, and I think that his Worlds 2017 was completely trashed by Huni teleporting back, using his second teleport back to lane in a meta that everyone would teleport bot. And it really threw Bang & Wolf under the bus.
Now, I'll admit to being mildly inebriated at this point, but I did have a conversation with Huni about this a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really?
And he agrees, for the record.
Oh, really?
Serves, so, okay.
Oh, that's so interesting.
As far as I will know, both a little drunk at this point, but he's like, yeah, no, I sucked in 17.
Really? Wow,
yeah,
that's so interesting. Gosh.
Oh, there you go. It was very fun. Huni's a lovely guy.
Gosh.
Very, very self-deprecating. Very, very funny.
Cool.
But he is who you think he is, basically.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm gonna have a refill of the coffee.
We did run into Huni's family actually in 2015. He's a lovely guy, and I think he's been great on broadcast as well. Glad he's self-aware enough for that. That's so interesting. Maybe I'm glazing too much, but mine is that if Knight had been Korean, he'd be the best of all time and retire as the GOATs. I think there's a chance if he was on a Korean team playing the way that he did, that he would have walked away with like several international titles already. I mean, he already has several. He probably would have had a Worlds victory by now in a Korean team, I would imagine. Yeah, there's a good chance of that. Anyway, we're going to get ourselves a break and we'll get into the break. I need another Red Bull. I said earlier today, I kind of woke up with a headache, and already last week I kind of overdid it with the amount of games I was doing, so I might end up dipping away for the second and third series of today. We shall see. Oh, Spotify stopped. Chauvis is the best individual player to play the game in terms of his skill in the game. He definitely has peaked very, very high. I think 2024 Spring is just utterly absurd in terms of his peak of play. Do you guys want to see me play some League Classic after the stream? I could try that maybe. Might play some classic Ari. We'll see. I will be banning Kassadin. I do not want to play against broken Kassadin. Cheers, Parky. Nothing can top the legendary 11180 cannon. That was a particularly bad... Yeah. Oh, we're gonna find segments to show that on.
一起进入到今天的锻造小商店，谢谢大家。好，很简单，就是考大家记忆力的时候了。给大家出一道题目，然后呢，我给大家出的是一个装备大件的名字，给大家4个选项，选择出2个正确选项来合成这个装备的话，就算挑战成功。连续挑战对2次就可以获得我们给大家准备的精美礼品啦。谁先来？谁有信心？你来。好，准备好了，请听题。先问一下你谁的粉丝？哦，给 WBG 加油是不是？好，来，首先第一题，这件装备是当年所有物理输出位的必修课，专门用来对付那些护甲叠的高科的坦克。它的名字叫最后的青雨，上面有4个选项哈。然后提醒你一下，跟我们现在的记忆不太一样，要回到
Last Whisper
革命时代，就比较的复古的时代。你觉得哪2个是正确选项
？Pickaxe and longsword, right?
恭喜你回答正确。
You got longsword, pickaxe, dagger, and then there's hunter's machete.
Yeah, what does it build out of? I'd imagine is longsword and pickaxe, right?
第2题，我们看一下，这是
Oh, I'm with you. Ghostblade, brutalizer, and pickaxe.
它的名字听起来非常的神秘啊，叫做幽梦之灵，就是大家俗称的幽灵梦。你觉得哪2个是正确选项
？Dude, playing classic, maybe I'm overstating this. I enjoyed a single game of classic more than like a year worth of modern league. It's such a different game. And while there's a place in my heart for modern league too, it does feel like Earth to me now. Whereas classic league feels like actual league. Modern league is just so crazy. Yeah.
A 是红水晶 ，B 是锁子甲 ，C 是负极斗篷 ，D 是抗魔斗篷。
B 跟 C 吧，我记得。
大家说他答的对不对？对，恭喜你！那把我们的第1套奖品送给你。来，是奥峰给大家准备的水杯和鼠标垫1套。我们再找第3位吧，谁有信心？找个 NIP 的粉丝。
Okay, sorry. Oh, Montes, I did see the message you said about Blade earlier. Blade, whatever. I mean, like, again, we really appreciate Blade being around and any of the moderators, but if internet is big internet, we're not going to begrudge people that. Yeah.
别纠结，你可以猜啊，因为有4个选项。 恭喜你回答正确。
This is
That was sort of the round.
sort of average.
This
Slate
is
of
Zeke's.
that was
This
a
is
sort of-
Zeke's.
Oh,
This is Zeke's banner. This is the banner, isn't it? The Zeke.
That's Zeke's. That gave
And it's
AoE lifesteal, right?
Yeah,
Vamp-
so it was
Vamp
Kindle
Scepter,
Gem and
AoE.
Vamp Scepter, yeah.
yeah.
准备的礼物拿走了，那两位可以向我们的镜头展示一下。好，那我们的比赛马上就要开始了，我们一起给两支战队加油助威一下，好不好？我来喊队名，大家喊加油哈！准备好，深圳 IP WBG，
加油！
来我们把
Zeke's Herald. That was it. Zeke's Herald. Yeah.
That's the one. So used to Zeke's Convergence now.
I had one game of Classic so far and it went so poorly I might be put off for life. I wasn't expecting Jungle to fuck me up that hard. I played one game of Classic, immediately relived like the glory days and was so happy. Like I played a laning phase versus OG Nidalee Sam and I didn't get hit by a... I kid you not. I got a first kill in League Classic Sam. I did a corner flash around a minion to solo kill in Nidalee. I had that Anton ego kind of like the Ratatouille moment. Just put, in fact, I made an edit of it. Can I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can. So I can show you the video on my phone. I don't have a great way to show it on stream is the problem. But yeah, I had like let me show you this chat. Let me show you this chat. Hang on. Maybe not. Okay, well, I'm not sure I can show it for phone very well, but basically, like, I had some big plays on Ari, and it made me feel very happy, chat. Like, very happy. Oh, man. Just link it in chat. That's a fair point. I can just link it in chat. I'll do it in YouTube short variety, because it's probably more viewable that way than TikTok. TikTok's not great to watch if you don't have a TikTok account. It's not great at that.
It's true.
Yeah. But I really enjoyed that. You know what, Sam? After stream, I wonder if I then go on and play a bit of Classic. I'll see how much energy I have. But yeah, it was a good time, folks.
Joy was yours.
Oh, did you have any hot take point made style takes, by the way, Sam?
I was trying to think of this one. I did have something, and then it's kind of escaped me. If it comes to me, I shall let you know.
Yeah. Did I have a fancy belt? No, I didn't have a fancy belt because that was 2050. The thing is, though, folks, the thing is, if you're talking about, if it was a League Classic Proto belt, not Rocket belt, I would be the first person to build it every single time. Because I made, like, my career is based on a foundation of Season 6 Proto belt Ari, where Proto belt actually was a really good damage source, because if you got... The thing which I think was special about Proto Belt back then was effectively, if you hit multiple bolts on the same target, it would do a lot more damage. Whereas nowadays, it doesn't really feel like the Proto Belt active does damage. It's a bit whatever. But what you can do on Ari, which was really, really cool, was you could kill 2 people at once effectively by kind of ulting, proto-belting into 2 people and then getting a Q across both of them. You had enough damage to like one-shot 2 people at points if you were really, really fed. But you could kind of cancel your ult dash with a proto-belt to get a really quick amount of damage in. And also cancel a bit of the ult lockout time. A little, well, no, it was about the same. But basically, you overlapped animations, so it ended up getting out damage very, very quickly. I love Proto Belt Ari. It was also really good. It's a very, very cheap first item for a bunch of AP and flat pen and HP. It was a very good item for Ari. Really enjoyed that. Very good. The item I missed the most on Ari is Everfrost Get Out, Never Return. Everfrost, the worst item on Ari. Everfrost Ari was one of my least favorite builds of all time. It made the champion so rudimentary in terms of everyone just Everfrost into charm. So I don't need to hit skill shots
anymore.
And
Twin Souls to kind of have the Everfrost Twin Souls vibe. Twin Shadows, that's the one.
Well, that was different because that would have been X-Tech GLP Twin Shadows. By the time Everfrost was in, Twin Shadows was gone. So Glacial,
right, that was the rework.
Glacial was very different, actually. Now, Glacial, look, I didn't like Glacial, but I respect it and I understand why people did. I didn't like it, but I will understand that. Fairy Tale, thank you so much for the gift sub, by the way. I appreciate that. But yeah, Everfrost. Yeah, no, yes, I did get rage. Part of the content of the channel is me getting rage baited about Ari builds. I'm now aware of this, and I'm stuck in this eternal torment. One must imagine Nymaera happy pushing the boulder up the Ari-shaped build hill. Swear to God. Yeah.
Nymaera fuss.
Oh, God. I'm actually going to very quickly leave you so I can get another Red Bull can, because clearly I need it at this point in the morning, Sam. So let's get a draft. I'll leave you with the very first part of it before I come back with can in hand.
I'm assuming we're going to get a first pick Rocket Bell, Tank Ari for Care.
I'm going to end you, Sam. You are going to be ended.
Yeah, go on then. Go up to the UK. Let's
Sam,
do
I could
this.
just
Take
cut
it
off your video
outside.
link. I could just
That's
goodbye,
true.
Sam.
That's true. You could.
I could get my
Bye.
run for
The power of a producer, folks. The power of a producer. There's the Ziggs TF. Banned away. Don't want to give Care the TF. Interestingly, of course, it could also be a flex top up, but it's going to be the Vi first pick there for the side of JDG, who's put a lot of time into this, and the Jarvan in particular. Also denies it from Guwon, who does enjoy a Vi where possible. I wonder whether they just look at an Neferi here, honestly, with that being up and available. Saw Tarzan do unspeakable things just yesterday when given the opportunity on this championship. Had to work a little harder at it. But Tarzan in particular, very, very dangerous. Indeed, will lock it in. Guwon's Neferi is very comfortable indeed. The knocked-in didn't quite work out. We'll see what can happen here. Debating a lock. It's very early, though, so that might well just be the hover for now. But it is just straight locked.
Yeah, I suppose they just think the champion's really strong. I mean, I think that LCK thinks that. LPL hasn't looked that successful on it, but LCK thinks that it's very strong. We haven't seen much of it be successful in LPL. We saw it once bot lane from TT. Xiaoya played that. Saw it once from Knight, didn't look great. One from Rookie. Looked better, still didn't look great. Didn't take over the game. Vi Rumble, great combination. A little bit hard into Neferi because she presses W and avoids a lot of your stuff, but still the combination is good. Now, typically with something like this, you want something like a Varus or a Jhin to give you some extra CC. Rel would also be fine. It's very good in the roaming support meta. Rel always was a good roaming support, right the way from release. So they're going to lock that one in. Now, the thing here is... Ooh, Yorick very early lock-in. You're probably banning Lucian here as Weibo now, because the Lucian Milio is really, really good versus the Rel. You can't lane very well into that. You're probably banning out 2 pressure bot lanes now to save the Rel the hassle of early lane.
I think you're probably right on that front.
I think
also
I'm probably
worth,
right too. Thanks, Sam. It makes me feel...
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm
Not
definitely
convinced, but probably.
Yeah.
Don't think any more of this. Don't think too deep into this, all right? It's only a probably.
Yeah.
Care is banning away the Ahri on their own side because, of course, it is worth noting the lock is strictly flexible.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Do they... I don't think you ever want to play lock into Rel, do you? Well, they banned the Leona, so that's not the Lucian ban. So, damn! I was only probably right. I wasn't definitely right. I thought they banned the Lucian straight up, actually. Maybe they're okay letting the Lucian go
here
through.
as well.
Yeah, I don't think you can let them have the Lucian Milio. I think that's bad. If they don't ban it, I think that's a huge mistake because it's really good into Rel. Yeah.
I suppose there is an angle where you go for something like a Camille, but with the Ziggs ban maybe saying, hey, a bit more limited in terms of your options there.
Maybe
Jhin banned away from Elk.
Yeah, NIP don't have Engage. They banned the Bard. They wanted to ban Engage away, because actually, no, think about it again. NIP, if they lock in a Lucian Milio, it's good versus the Rel, but, like, they have no Engage. So
Where's their Engage?
They might have to go for a Nautilus now. They might have to go for a Nautilus, just because what else do they do? I mean, they don't have any go buttons. They have a Cage from Yorick. That's their Engage, Sam.
You can Camille maybe to follow up with the Neferi. I think you then want some setup elsewhere, but the Nautilus I think is probably wise. It's fine into the Rel. Rakan would also be fine as well, as another way of kind of following up with the Neferi a bit easier.
I guess the Rakan means...
straight up Gage.
Yeah, and now I think what that means is that they just slam Xayah last at that point. Because you're into a Vi and you're into a Rel. I think the Xayah is mixed into Rumble. Because if you get tagged by their ultimate, even if you go up into the sky, you're still taking a decent amount of damage and burning down. You are good into the Vi, though. I think that Photic on Xayah looks okay here. Of course, in their first series, Photic had a really good Xayah game versus LNG. They had a good series there. Now, Weibo, with that in mind, I think they see the Xayah coming. They lock in a Varus and say, good luck against the poke. Because Xayah can deal with the engage. Pretty awful versus Varus.
Yeah, it's historically been her worst laning matchup of all time. Like, it's by far been the average lock-in. I just saw a Fiora hover on my screen alongside a Riven and had a moment there. We'll wait and see what gets locked
hang on. This could actually happen, Sam. No, Sam. This could actually happen. It's one of Locke's worst matchups. This legitimately could happen. We could see a Riven mid into the Lock. Oh, come on, please. No, please lock in the Riven. Please, come on. Come on, Xiaohu. No! Legitimately, Riven is one of Locke's worst matchups. That would have been so good, Sam. Oh, I'm so sad.
You can stun him up.
Well, it's just because he loses a melee. Riven just outstats you. You jump in, he gets stunned and you die. Riven just kills you at that point. She out DPS's you.
That's good.
You know, Prime Xiaohu, I don't think he's ever played a Riven mid game in his career. But, oh, it would have been so good, Sam. What could have been? They're locking the Civ in, not the Xayah. It's still a disengage ADC. I think basically they wanted a Xayah, potentially. The Varus gets locked in. They can't do that. Go for the next best thing in the Spell Shield AD carry. Gonna go into an ad break so we don't get ads in game. Appreciate you all supporting us here on the LPL channel. And again, thank you for spending a bit of your day here with us today as well. Chime in and chat if you want to join in the conversation. We're always vaguely watching chat. Won't always catch every message, but if you really want us to respond to anything.
Always watching, Champdwowski.
Always watching. Yeah. Oh, that could have been so good as a Riven mid game, Sam. That legitimately could have been great.
I'm disappointed we didn't get it.
Yeah. Me too, Sam.
What could have been? What could have been?
Yeah. Oh,
why don't you love who I am?
I did enjoy the soundtrack to Arcane. However, I did find it quite fun about like the very apt read on Arcane music, which is like character on screen becoming a monster. The soundtrack in the background. You've made a monster out of me. It's like subtlety is dead and we have killed it.
Yeah.
Who wins draft?
Sometimes
We'll talk about that after the Gyos. We'll have a time to think about it, and then we'll get into the draft. Hang tight. Let's listen to the Gyos.
Bit more life to the NIP fans as they got that first game victory.
Yeah, composition. Depends how good that Care is at the Lock, to be honest, because it's a very squishy team. Lock might just pentakill in a game like this. However, on the other side, you've got Vi Rumble, Varus Rumble, and like Talia with Varus as well. These are great combos from Weibo. If Varus ult hits, Rel gets an engage, Equalizer, flick back from Talia, Vi also setting up for that too. That is nasty as hell. On the other side, if like Nefiri Lock just one-shot people, the combo doesn't ever happen because, you know, you killed him.
That is, I hear how that works. I feel like they also need to consider the additional option well, yeah, that too. Consider its leaves. But more specifically, the other angle of attack, which is the get ready to. Get ready to rumble.
Oh.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom, boom, boom.
Nice. We have some vertical jungling going on. We have saw Raptor start from Guon going in towards enemy blue buff. We've spotted heading over there. So Vi's heading onto the top side of the map for similar reasons. So Zuka going to be on strong side. That is lock damage. Does dash through, I think, the last bit of the minefield there. So did get a bit of damage on him. But
yeah.
I mean, the Talia lock-in, it's fine for the global. It's fine for the combo. I still think you might die to lock because one of the problems... Hang on, Guon's going for a dive. We'll talk about that first. This is dangerous for Weibo.
Dark Dagger's one misses, the second one doesn't eviscerate. The W to dodge the crash down, gets to go forwards, gets the kill. Will likely get traded there as Dwayne manages to mount. Or rather get an auto off and get that. Xiaohu's roamed down, makes it a 2v2 still. The minefield is summoned. Where is the lock? Not quite here yet. Photic stunned up. Does manage to get some decent ricochets as the teleport comes on in. Fengyue gonna need to battle dance out shortly. Will flash away and then jump over the wall.
Oh, what's happening in top river? JJ caught out by Hoya. Hoya and Cam just kill out JJ.
They do indeed, and that gets a first kill onto the lock as well, who's burned his flash. We're down pretty much every summoner for NIP outside of a lonesome flash on Photic and a couple teleports.
Yeah, and Weibo on the other side, I mean, they lose their jungler's life. They did get one in that dive, of course, in bot side, but NIP already a much better early game than game one. Game one, the early game, was looking very Weibo-centric with JJ starting to really take off on the Nocturne. Now JJ behind on the Vi, notoriously a champion, which is kind of awful when you're behind in the game. Used to be the adage about Vi. He literally, Hoya walks into their jungle, hits him with the goop. Kev follows up, gets a 3Q trade. Basically just game over at that point. JJ 2 long cooldowns at that point, caught out on the invade. Just didn't expect the solo lanes to be there first that quickly.
Care gets to go back for Dark Seal and some boots. Feels very good on the lock. Make no mistake about it. When you're trying to mess with Talia in particular, you've got to be very careful as the Talia, because your minefield doesn't stop the Ashen Pursuit part 1. The actual blink is a blink.
It's a blink,
it's the auto afterwards that's the dash. So if he manages to blink over your minefield, you are in trouble.
Or even just the side or whatever. You can do it disengage style as well, I suppose. But yes, that's a big worry. It's a big worry. You know, Talia... what do you do in this game? Do you have to go Zhonya's to try and stop? No, it doesn't really work in terms of the resist. Maybe you can do that for the E auto attack, but he probably sticks around the auto attacks you're after anyway. I'm really sure that Talia does in this matchup, actually. Perhaps he'll prove me wrong and still manage to be safe. Of course, if you just survive lane, get through to your global, and get to go towards an interesting part of the map, that's fine. You're also playing around the Varus combo later, where if just Varus or Rel hits CC, you end up following up with a combo, someone dies. So Talia, maybe not winning individually, but has good combo play with the rest of the team.
Yeah. I wonder whether, like, Seraphs realizes the angle and just play for saying, look, there's no actual defensive item that keeps me alive, but the HP and slows might.
Yeah,
Bot side play again. Here we go. Locks roaming. Elk and Dway left very lonely. Guwon going to try and make this play happen. The teleport is summoned. Landstark and Daggers won't get CC'd up very significantly, but the call of the pack is in, and they bring down the Varus. Nicely done. Even with the teleport, nothing Weibo have to say about it.
It is a tough day at the office for Elk, Sam, and I feel like he has had a number of them this year. You know, he's changed companies. He's on a different desk job, and sadly, very animated sneeze there. Dragon
I tried to sneeze away from the microphone, but didn't have a mute on my hand, so I was like, I'll go this way.
Isn't tight? Okay, so Weibo taking the first dragon of the game. I suppose that's the silver lining for them. But yeah, Elk dying twice, not having teleport, being down gold in a lane which you're meant to strictly counter because the Varus. Even though the Civ is not awful into the Varus. Maybe it's not a lane counter, but the Varus should still be ahead of the Civ early game, because even though you have the spell shield, the Varus should still be able to blow that spell shield. As soon as you hit level 6, it's really hard for the Civ to play, because effectively you blow the spell shield with an arrow or the E, and then you get a free ultimate afterwards if that's the case. So Civ has to just sit there, take a lot of poke, never use the spell shield, lest the ultimate come through from the Varus.
Guwon's going to hop across this wall, and I think Zucker could be in danger here. He's got an equalizer. He's going to need to burn it. The Morning Mist just wide. There were a couple graves to be summoned, so could have gotten a bit spicy. Bot side, that's a nice engage with the Grand Entrance. Jue is at full tilt, but just goes down as the ricochets land. JJ was there. That's why they were making that play happen. Elk makes it the 1-for-1 right now. There will be a Q over the wall. Flashing from Photic, looking to at least take another one with him. A nice attempt there to get out of vision. The Pixel Bush won't quite do it. Photic likely will fall here to JJ at the back end of it. Does get some additional moves with the spell shield is good. And now the turnaround keeps rolling with the ricochet and the lethal tempo. With that teleport there as well, Photic just outplays them all.
Photic just kills everyone on the bottom side of the map. Sam, Photic is an AD carry that on, you know, the previous teams he's had for like the last 2 years or so, it feels like Photic has just not shined. He's a player who I said was only good at caster AD carries. The auto attackers just weren't his style. So he just auto attacked 3 people to death on the bottom side of the map, and he's had a good series versus LNG too. This is a good start to the split for Photic. Now the thing with Photic is that we saw a dive on the other side, so I'm guessing this is a quick, easy kill on Suga. I guess the big thing there is that he does flash the lock ultimate, which means you don't get the extra value from picking up that idol. But yeah, Photic's a player who, you know, when he was on Invictus Gaming earlier in the year, when he's been about the place, Photic has not impressed me that much, Sam. I think he's a player who's had very high highs. The problem is he so rarely sticks to those highs. He'll get like half a regular season in, and then things will fall apart. This spell shield here, though, is absolutely top-notch. He knows that as soon as JJ gets that Q, he wants to short Q him and stop the react and just do the hands check. He wins it, gets an extra kill. Great play from Photic.
Really, really clean. And you can sort of see why Weibo were willing to keep that play rolling, because they had the extra member coming. So Feng Yue was like, or not rather Feng Yue. I'm having a moment here. Who's playing the rel? I'm having a moment, Alex.
It was Feng Yue for NIP. Then on the other side, we have Weibo, who have Dway. Where is their support right now? Although they have Sam. No, Sam. That in meta commentary, actually really funny here, Sam, because they have signed their 5th support of the year.
Yeah, I know.
They have signed Moham. So while it's like a bit of a brain fart, you know, it happens. There are a lot of players here. And unironically, trying to track all of the roster moves throughout LPL in a year is really hard. We just randomly change supports, randomly change out an AD carry, it turns out, this year as well. A lot of teams have been doing that. Yeah, Moham of obviously Damwon Kia 5, D plus Kia fame, I suppose, is he was on OMG, didn't look great there, was on D plus before, mixed results there as well. He is technically signed to Weibo now, and it leaves Dway in a weird spot, because Dway I actually thought was really good on bits of FPX, but he's also been bouncing between teams. He's not been able to find a stable roster. It makes me wonder how team environments are around him, or perhaps how he is in the team environment, because clearly he has not stayed on a team for long. It makes me wonder if there's something about the chemistry with people there.
Yeah, and the highs are really high, right? The Nautilus, the Nico, we saw some monster plays from him on those champions across the years. But that hasn't really translated over to other rosters this year. I think he wasn't great on the Enchanters in general, was a passable Lulu and okay Seraphine, but it really wasn't his style of play. We're now coming into a melee support meta where theoretically he's a bit more dangerous, honestly. I mean, Dway on the Bard and stuff was good as well, but he needed some CC to his kit to make him feel like a top tier support.
The Nico was the huge one, right? That was the huge
exactly.
one. For those of you that didn't see his first split or two, he was on an FPX roster versus like he ended up basically solo winning a series versus JDG when FPX were not a good team and JDG were, and he just had like 2 5-man Nico ults in the same game, which is what really introduced people to Dway. He is a very creative, engaged player first and foremost, and yeah, I think he does need that bit of CC in his kit. He's not awful on Enchanters, but it's not Dway when he doesn't have that engaged potential in team fights. All right, back into game.
Back to live we go, JJ. Just taking off his own red buff. He's 0-2 right now, not having a great series in general, honestly. The Nocturne was a little bit underwhelming, and I have to say, in general, I think JJ's had some very high highs and very high-profile smite steals in particular, but on the whole, I think his last year, even his last year and a half, haven't been spectacular.
I disagree. Respectfully, I disagree. I think that on IG, I think individually, he was doing a lot of work on a team that was quite dysfunctional. I think individually, he was quite good. I look at how he was doing on Weibo in Split 1. I think that he was a top 3 jungler, actually, in the league at points. I think that he was for bits of last year, too, when he was on Weibo. I think he's consistently still been a top 5 jungler in LPL, and the top 5 are close. Like, he could contest with a Tarzan, or a Wei, or a Shun, or a Kanavi. He could actually contest with them. And yeah, he's definitely had some fumbles in there too, but I actually think this guy's been... He had like one or two off splits, but I mean, all the way since, you know, Spring 23, he was excellent. I think he's continued to be a top tier jungler. Sadly, Sam, doesn't look like the jungler of NIP will be here to defend this. Ult comes through from JJ.
Yeah, it's a chain to corruption, trying to play this one out, but Foti gets taken apart. Elk has to flash to drop the angle. Care, though, with the Spellful comes on in. Purgatory turns into hell, and it's a double to Care into the charm, and Fongyue gets the last. It's 3-for-1 for NIP.
They get a clean-ish dive, and they just don't truck the... Sam... They have a teleport on Talir, I believe, at that time of that play. I doubt it just came off a cooldown. They don't come into the play. Locke gets in.
Oh, boy.
And they just don't respect that at all. There's an equalizer in topside. I'd imagine they just kill him. No, they take aggro with the Yorick instead of the Neferi. It means they have to back off, and they can't reset that aggro. The Neferi really needed to take that. So this is the dive again. Fota gets ulted. He gets everything CC'd. CC chain is good. Full CC chain. Basically no way about playing that from Fotic, who Spell Shield is not useful enough in that scenario. Elkans to flash out from that tower shot. Karen's over getting, what, a flash forwards, E forwards. Ult goes in, insta-kills Elk because he got too low from taking the tower shot, and that means that he gets himself a reset on the E as well. Vi dies very quickly. 3 kills so quick there. Blink of an eye.
And Xiaohu was actually matching with the Roam, but I think the play with the flash and the W was so quick, actually didn't get involved. I'm not sure him being there changes all that much anyway.
Maybe it stops the Lock killing. I guess I think that's just, we don't know how much damage and how quickly Lock will kill people. Like this, Ult Cell is safe.
Just about gets off the property now, isolates an additional member as JJ again is 0-3 right now, is not having a great time and not having a fantastic series in general right now. The Nocturne was okay, but fell off in the mid game really hard.
Yeah, and I know that obviously I was talking about, you know, the last year and a half, 2 years or whatever of JDG, and actually I've been a big fan of him, and I think that actually he's been a good jungler. Not defending this series. I'll be very clear on this. This series has not been great from him. I think the Nocturne early game was good, and then later on just couldn't pick up the pace of the plays. I think the composition worked against him. And then things have obviously fallen off. I mean, even earlier in this year, you remember like Weibo versus JDG when it was JDG? They were beating JDG, who were considered, you know, a top 3 team in the league. They were beating them through jungle support, even earlier this year. I think one of the reasons why JDG, I feel so bad for him, and Elk at the same time, is JDG is now playing with his 4th support of the year, and we may see a 5th one later. Now, Elk, same kind of thing. Jungle and support and AD carry and support are just intrinsically tied to their supports. They are. I think that supports have so much weight to pull in top level of League of Legends. JJ is walking in towards this Gromp who is trying to secure it for his team. JJ should be able to smite this away and get himself. Wait, doesn't need it, I don't think. He'll just take the
Well, he's going to have to blast Cone out. And now JJ might actually be in an interesting spot with the lock roaming as well. But enough members here, I think it probably will be the end of that play, and Dragon Taken ends up being the end of that. Worth noting, Guwon's actually started with the Shojin, not the Voltaic, for a little bit more HP and some more cooldowns.
That is true. Yeah, we don't see much Shojin first on the Neferi anymore. It has to be... we see a little bit of Profane, a little... and then mostly Voltaic on the whole. So it's not going for the lethality, instead going for the Shojin instead, as you rightfully said. Rightly said, I suppose. Xiaohu, yet to really impact the game much on the Talia as well. Imagine, Sam, imagine what would have happened if they picked the Riven into the lock and just beat him there instead with that matchup. Imagine what would have happened. I genuinely think Riven mid is a great answer into lock. Genuinely. It's such a hard matchup for lock.
Yeah, and as it stands right now is, yeah, well, exactly. Now on the other side, like we're saying, hey, we've not really found that many great lock enjoyers over in the LPLs yet. Care appears to be a lock enjoyer. He's 4-0-1, has been making very good roams, and is now an additional threat on top of Photic. They're up 4,000 gold right now, plus. This is a difficult game for Weibo to be in. And, you know, players like JJ, as we've been noting, not having an easy time of it. Elk in this game has been dove repeatedly, and he's been often the consistent star for Weibo. Not right now, not in this game.
On retrospect, Zika's going to get caught up by the cage. Lock is roaming if it gets any further, by the way, so Lock will be there. It makes a lot of sense to me that Care is a Lock enjoyer, because Sam, he's also a Diana player. He's one of the few Diana mid players in the world. He's not been seen on this roam just yet. Care just around that corner. I think actually Zika's in kill range. This is quite dangerous for the Rumble, actually. 2 Qs hitting. If the third one hit, it was actually a chance of a dive and a reset.
Hang on, full send onto the Rakan. Does get the quickness, flashes out. Now JJ is actually potentially in danger. Drop back in. Did probably try and get a charm onto him. Couldn't quite do it. And so ends up surviving, but burning the flash.
Okay, I think his E cooldown's back up. We haven't had a DPS check from this champion yet. Sam, I feel angry, Sam. I feel angry. I feel veins popping out on my forehead, Sam. But Sam, my trousers are staying up because there is a belt in. And it does keep me very angry. Not the fact that my trousers are staying up, but the fact that there was a belt there at all.
I'm about to say, excuse me, can I call someone about that?
That one's fine. Don't read into that. No one read into that. However, the fact that there's a Protobelt on the lock really annoys me. I think this item is such a bait on the current patch. I get that the HP is good. You need damage on a champion like lock. Jumping forwards onto the clear now.
Does allow him to get really in range of the Talia, though, and that's not bad. Target access will do. Interrupt on Guwon's ult, though, who now has to call the pack and try and jump away. TP behind. There's NIP in a lot of danger here, actually, is Care. With the Soul Ignition, she'll be able to run away. Hops out with the E, and so no one dies. Not bad from Weibo on the disengage.
And ironically, Sam, he kills them with a Lich Bait. He would have had to flash to get a range for the
play,
he has flash, but he would have killed with the Lich Bait. He would have just straight up slaughtered him, Sam. The Protobelt is not enough damage. I'm telling you, you can solo kill so much easier. It's okay. He has flash, needs to get over the wall.
Oh boy, does it save him here, actually. Guwon having eviscerated in. Now actually won't be able to get over the wall to follow him with Rel. That might have been a bit spicy, but they do get the additional flash. Could be a big one with a minute and a half until Dragon.
Good DPS check.
Also worth noting, we've got Herald still. Sorry,
that's true. That's a fair point. Herald is available too, and I think NIP will just take that one straight up before the dragon spawns.
5,000 gold for 15 minutes as well.
Yeah,
like,
they are.
I thought this gold even thought it was later than it was.
And what a fall from grace from Weibo. Weibo, even in split 1 of this year, were a top 4 team. I think Weibo's year, and particularly the swap between Erha and Hung, where Erha then ended up leaving the roster to go to Team WE, who then became a top 3 team in the region. That may go down as potentially the worst roster swap in LPL history. Now, there will obviously be some other caveats in there. I mean, there's stuff like Breathe and Bin, which, well, I don't think it was that bad, but I can understand why people will bring that up. But I think particularly this one, because it's taken a top team into relegating into Nirvana when realistically they should have been on the path to Worlds. Realistically. It may go down as one of the worst roster swaps in LPL history.
Fongyo is getting jumped on again, but manages to get out with some crazy battle dances. Now Dwayne's left alone and hit on the wrong end of a Hound's pursuit. The Herald charges in, and I suspect there might be a reactivation if people aren't careful. 20 seconds on Dragon. Fongyo backs out.
I hate watching for what Top Esports, what they did to Fengwei. I can see that too. I mean, I think Fengwei is he's a very mature young man, actually, for what we've seen from him, especially at his age and point of his career. Carrier goes forwards, doesn't hit the ult onto anyone, doesn't proc.
Boy. Yeah, there's the ult out from Talia again, which is problematic. Hoya's taken a tier 2, roamed behind as well. They can retreat back towards the Dragon, and Weibo have no position anywhere as minions are crashing alongside 2 plates falling on an inhibitor turret. This Yorick on the side is only at a Trinity Force and is already a problem. NIP look very, very competent in this game, Alex.
They do, Sam, and it does make me wonder, legitimate, half meme, half not. What would have happened if they did pick that Riven mid and shut down the log? I think that you need to be able to play some of these matchups which people aren't used to. Care obviously got a great value in there. Oh no, it's Elk that autos him to safety. He misclicks, Sam. He misclicks and saves him. He hits the Mega Blast Cone.
Does that knock Dway into the enemy team as well?
Yeah, Elk, my dude, what have you done? Like legitimately, what's he done, man?
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
They were already 5k down. It's not changing the game, but it does send them to 7k down instead. Yeah.
Exceptional.
Now, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure that Elk has done a blast cone like that in the last year of play. Can anyone remember that mad blast cone that happened in the last year? This is maybe quite niche, but do you remember?
Quite a few of them.
I'm pretty sure that Elk hit a really... Oh, it might have been international last year. Was it MSI last year? There was a blast cone where Elk auto attacks. It might have been playoffs instead. Yeah. It might have been something like that, but I seem to remember. I seem to remember. I seem to remember Elk auto attacking a blast cone, and then yes.
Fongyu had a blast cone with Jackie on Seraphine.
That was it. That was it. Yes. I remember that one too. That was a separate one, but there was actually an Elk one as well. Sam, turns out there are multiple like blast cone ints.
I seem to remember Mako having it happen to him as well at some point.
Yeah. I definitely remember Fengwei being catapulted into the enemy team, though. There are a lot of blast cone incidents, but I seem to remember Elk being at the scene of multiple of those crimes. I can talk more about Campaign Evolved if you want, Sam. Do that.
Could do that. I've been enjoying Stardew. Finally, that's been a good time. I've been
Sam,
building
back in
my cozy farm.
2015, no, maybe 2016, I started a Stardew Valley playthrough, and I named all of my chickens after my favorite SKT players. So I had a chicken called Marin, and I had a chicken called Bengi. Yeah. So there is an old... There is a very old save file of mine on Stardew Valley where I have a chicken called Marin and a chicken called Bengi. I think
You're going to get clips of this. Someone clip this, because I am going to need this purely for Nymaera to go hunt up his old screenshots for this.
I think I might have actually... I can't remember if I had a goat or a sheep named Faker.
Oh, fantastic.
I had a lot... Look, before I went pro in League of Legends, Sam, I had a lot more time to... Well, I know. Actually, I didn't have time to do that. I was in university. Well, okay. I spent the time I should have been using on university instead to play Stardew Valley.
You know what, Alex? God. I could just play some more Stardew now. I've got my Switch with me. We could just... just load it up.
Sam, Sam, I have currently I'm not even playing the game myself. I have TM Opera O doing a session for me, Sam, doing a training run for me.
Did I hear Opera?
Yes.
Opera,
TM
what,
Opera O.
Alex?
You two could be a G1 Japanese racehorse winner if you download TM Opera GX. I know, it's incredible,
very
right?
good.
You got to be careful of Meisho Doto right behind you. You got to be careful of like Narita Top Road in the picture as well. There are all of these crazy horses out there, but if you were the TM Opera GX, perhaps you too could be the fastest horse in the field with the fastest browser. I'm actually not sure if that's true, if there's any benchmarks on it. But you too could also make us very happy there too. We'd support you at your G1 race at the local Japanese racehorse course.
What are we saying? What are we saying?
Request to Sam. Back into game. You
Back
might
in
need
the
to put the
game.
switch down, Sam.
Oh, do I have to? I kind of do, Dan. We got to do this talking thing. Right. Folks, League of Legends. What a game. What a game. What a time to be alive here for the LPL.
What a day.
As Weibo Gaming are in a horrible spot.
Fix that.
Well, what that lives rent free in my brain. But the thing is, it would work on me.
The thing is that, yeah, and that's the thing. That's why it's a really good scene. I think that Blade Runner 2049, like, I can understand why people don't like it as much as the original, blah, 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 but it is still a fantastic film in terms of creativity and the way that it's kind of societally portrayed things in that
This is not creative.
future. That is not a creative color either, because it's a red... Well, no, that one is a creative color. It's a red buff. It was a green buff, but it wouldn't actually be a creative color.
Oh, well, creative color, that's fine. I think it's quite annoying, because I think green is generally quite a good color on me, but it's not a creative color, and that
no,
ruins
exactly.
things.
I used my hair to express myself. Yeah. I'm disappointed you went with Bengi and Mara, not Impact or Duke. I also had chickens named them too. Look, folks, I had chickens for like every SKT player of that era, by the way. I did, but like, though I just definitively remember. I definitely remember there being a chicken called Marin and Bengi. I can't remember if I named any of the other animals at that point. I'll need to find the save file. This is literally like a 10-year-old save file plus. Yeah.
Towards these tier 2s we look. NIP hop over the wall with a couple members and just run at this and cause some serious trouble. Looks like Locke's actually not going for Lichbane, by the way. Look at the Shadow Flame second.
Yeah, we saw that from Knight as well. I do think Lichbane is a non-negotiable because so much damage comes through from the auto attack, but Shadow Flame is really, really good at killing the first target too if someone else leads it off too. Who did I romance in Stardew Valley? I seem to remember I did. Is it Abigail? Purple head chick?
The purple haired one, yeah. That's her.
Yeah. She was cool.
I went for the Haley
This is like 10 years ago, folks. Again, it was a long time ago. So, yeah. Right, Feng Yue on the roam is putting wards down. Doesn't spot people behind him. He does have flash. He might need to use his ult for move speed. He does avoid the parasol.
Why? No way! Okay, just get interrupted there by the seismic shove, and I think Feng Yue is now likely dead, trying to flank to get him right. Battle Dance jumped away. They were going to cease and desist down, and Hoya may die for his support since the Weaver's Wall follows, and Weibo Gaming finally make a successful proactive play.
Sometimes you just gotta follow your teammates into oblivion, Sam. That's part of the team building exercise. You know, Feng Yue joins the roster and it's like, you know what? Hoya's there, it's like, buddy, I got you. I know we're really far ahead in this game. I can throw a death just for you. They went from about 7,000 gold in the lead to about 5,000 steam. Lose a significant amount there. Lose themselves a turret. Lose themselves 2 kills. Not bad pickups by Weibo. Feng Yue trying to get that deep vision down. Weibo win the little vision trap there though.
Yeah, tried to make his way out. I appreciate the attempted flash to grand entrances with the quickness, but it was about a second shy. So it's flashing and going, well, no, I don't have that either. And that became a little bit challenging in general.
I once played Stardew and became Iowa because of all my corn.
Very good.
Oh, gosh. Oh. There is something quite, like, liminal spacey about monoculture agriculture. So we have this a little bit in the UK too. Although, I mean,
that's like, great phrasing, by the way.
Monoculture agriculture. Well, it's a environmental thing too, right? When you have it is a big problem when you only have a single crop in an area. It can become very bad for biodiversity because you need a whole different variety of plant life to support an ecosystem, and also the crop. Well, this way you have crop rotations too, because otherwise you take the same minerals out of the soil, which is why you tend to rotate things in sets of 4, or that's the old way that you see it anyway. You can have like a break year, and you have 3 different crops which use 2 different kinds of soil nutrients, and then you replace them on the 4th year with stuff like clovers and leguminous. Legumes? You know, like clover, which has
legumes, yes.
The things in the root nodule things. Anyway, fighting hit. Let's get to the root of the issue, sir. Dragon, probably.
Vegetable.
Who's the vegetable in this game, Sam? Who's done nothing so far? Who's sat there just ready to be consumed? Who's there as a salad on the table,
Zucker's not
Sam?
done a lot this game. Zucker's not done a lot this game.
No,
I don't think I'd want to call him a vegetable. That feels probably a little bit
That feels quite bad,
unnecessarily intense. Yeah.
Yeah. He is the side salad, Sam. We'll put it that way. He's not the main course. You know, I went out for food the other day.
Side salad of a player.
We might have to keep that one. That's actually pretty good. You're not even a starter. You're a side salad.
Side salad.
Oh, God. Oh, man. You've even got tomatoes in it. I wouldn't touch it. Oh, Jesus. If it was a Caprese, it'd be okay. Right, that's a recall in top side. I think Hoya's out right now. He is just indeed. Dragon goes over side of NIP. That will be sole point for them. Third Dragon on the Chemtech Rift. Not a bad Chemtech Rift, actually. I mean, Locke often goes below half HP because he does damage to himself. Yorick, obviously very good with Chemtech Soul in terms of getting the extra damage reduction and extra damage when he's below half HP as well, because he gets to heal when he's below half HP. He just keeps spamming Qs. Hot take, Caprese sucks. No. Caprese sucks if you have bad mozzarella, bad tomatoes, and bad balsamic. If you have really good, like, it is a real test of, like, the produce you're putting into it. Right, there's a song behind enemy lines here.
What are we doing? Oh, he tries to go over the flank. It's a desperation play, and it goes very desperately wrong. He's trapped inside a baby cage, and looks like he might just about have an angle out here. The cease and desist bought a lot of time, goes back in. You know what, JJ? That's not bad.
Hoya didn't have flash. Goes too far forwards, and Talia is there ready to answer. Good pick off again by Weibo. And NIP. Reminder, they were 7k ahead. They should not be losing random kills like this. This is getting a bit concerning now, Sam.
I mean, how is JJ caught behind enemy lines for like the entirety of NIP around, only hit by 2 of them and gets to walk out of that? That is ridiculous. He doesn't even have to blow flash, by the way.
Yeah. Huggen, is there any way to support you through RPGX when I already have it installed without using any other creator links? I'm actually not sure. I'd imagine that might be quite difficult. Honestly, just being here, that's nice enough, really. Just being here and, you know, watching the games with us, that makes a difference to us. We'll see if we can get some more sponsors in the future, of course. We've got some conversations in the background. Obviously, it's a little bit hard to see if they actually come through to fruition or not. But yeah, we do try our best to get some extra links through that when we can. Weibo managing to weirdly stabilize okay in this game, Sam. I didn't quite expect that, you know. But Weibo do have very good combo play. Just random Vi-Q, Vi-Ult, or whatever. And as said in chat by AC Masterpiece as well. I mean, NIP are kind of stalling out, it feels like a little bit, which is...
Yeah.
I get that there's a Dragon coming in 3 minutes, but NIP are not successfully making plays now. They're not really getting the vision control up safely. I think they're trying to cheat vision in rather than actually get it down the good old-fashioned way. And, you know, working together and slowly encroaching the lineup. Weibo are using those opportunities well now.
They are. Photic now finds himself with 3 items, it's worth noting. And things have just stalled out a little bit here. They're still nearly at Chem Soul, and it's probably not awful, actually, with things like a Locke in particular, who does a lot of that kind of low HP messing around. They're going to turn towards this Baron now and look to play from there.
Hey, Weibo, can they stall out any more? They do have a Varus who can wave clear for forever, and they have their combos. See exactly how much they can do.
Okay, well, they'll be able to back out there with a battle dance. Not going to be the end of anything there.
And now we wait. 2 minutes still, Dragon. NIP waiting for that one. Been a lot of that. Trying to jump forwards. Gets the spell shield off of Varus. That is the one thing which I will never take away from Protobelt, by the way. Protobelt is the best spell shield blower in the game. If you're going to be using Banshees, using Edge of Night, just using a rocket belt to get rid of that shield is genuinely useful enough in a bunch of scenarios. Celestial opposition too. Obviously not going to be the case here. Dragon now spawning 2 minutes is a little way off. We're fighting over a blue buff, I suppose, and a bit of vision control.
Care burns that Soul Ignition just to speed away safely. Again, between the rocket belt and the Soul Ignition and Ashen Pursuit. Very mobile here. Can threaten a jump forwards at any given moment. It's actually been using the Purgatory as semi-engaged here.
Scuttle Crab, by the way.
Yeah, we are. And the Scuttle Crab is won by Weibo. There's their win for them. But I think they'd rather turn that into something like a Baron or a Dragon. Significantly bigger prize. But vision control, at least for now, somewhat contested by Weibo. The problem is in the picture-in-picture, the minions are back on this inhibitor turret. And that'll be another play. It's the majority of the turret gone.
Yes, it is. Baron's now started because Weibo put a lot of effort into bot side. NIP don't have to worry about Dragon setup as much because they don't have to care about giving over soul on the other side. Weibo are going to spot this. Fungo misses his engage, does get the charm, but now he's caught.
Does battle dance in. This is going to be very low on the Baron, but there's no way for GEG to get in with that cage on down. Just look to get into the pit and the fight regardless. They're pretty low. The Purgatory comes down. The Magnet Storm is there. Not bad, but the problem is everyone's split up again by another Dark Procession. And it gives Photic the opportunity to isolate and ricochet down to make it 3 members. Trying to get a little bit more, but can't stick around in the fight anymore as their health bars get too low. NIP get 3, back out with 4 Barons.
Okay, so can NIP reset and get to Dragon in time? I suppose they can, because there's only 2 alive from Weibo. NIP walk away with a really big fight. Care gets 10 Magi stacks as he builds up that item. NIP should probably get sold as well. The game felt like it was stalling. The engine sputters back into life. It was a little bit testy for a while because Fungo, I thought he got caught out, and in fact he did get caught out there. That was a little bit strange. I thought that the Varus ult hit there. I thought I saw the particle for it, but Fungo gets out very quickly there, and they can't get the kill onto him. And while Dre gets an engage into the backline, it's not like the follow-ups there. Q flash from JDG misses, doesn't get any damage down. He dies for free. Photic gets to run through the team.
Yeah, he does, and there's a Hound's Pursuit to follow at the end here. Look, the health bar's got too low to stick around at the end. They do at least get 1 back, but the problem is you're now in a position where Photic is 6-1 and 5. You got the Magi's in. It's just getting harder and harder and harder, especially now with Chemsol and Baron to their name.
Yeah. This is like 2013 LPL, just fight over everything. I mean, OMG 2013 was like, that is where people assume like the LPL identity comes from. And it was a wonderful team, 2013 LPL. I was, for those of you who weren't around, I mean, I wasn't around technically. I went back and watched 2013 LPL, but it was a special time. In fact, we talked about that a little bit on Shut Up and Scale recently too, about some of those eras in terms of basically how good were the original great players of League of Legends. You know, do they deserve to be in a Hall of Legends kind of standpoint? That's the Zhonya's in mid lane. Maybe talk about some legends elsewhere. So one of these champions might be going down. Care flashing the Varus ult.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to escape there if he didn't have a rocket belt. That's all I'm saying. It comes back off cooldown.
Shut up, shut. I see your trousers are tightly fastened at the waist, Sam.
They're going to go for the quickness here. Rocket belts in to get into range to get some kills. Throws out of Purgatory. The exhaust is down as well. And Elcaster flashed out. But again, this Varus just isn't scary at this point. The base is critically damaged. And NIP, the ninjas in pajamas, very happy to put this game to bed. It's a pun I've used before, and it'll be aptly used again. Another Dark Procession comes on down, and Weibo Gaming find themselves on a fountain, drowning there as NIP look to ensure that this tide keeps rising ever higher. The Nexus turrets crumble under their weight. The last defense from Weibo will be all they have to walk with, and unfortunately for them, they just don't have the materials anymore, and the Nexus falls 2-0 to NIP.
And pretty easily done in the second game. First game, it felt like they had to dig deeper. They had to work their way back in the 5v5s. Fungyue, the giant of the man himself, leading the fist bumps across the wall, across the stage. Bit of an awkward mid to late game from him as a player, but very good game 1 from him. I think that Fungyue first couple of series, showcasing the learning which he has done on top esports. God, he's so tall compared to the rest of it. That is basically, if I stood on stage, by the way, is basically my height, by the way. But maybe like a inch difference or so. But yeah, NIP, they've had a decent start. We're going to listen to the interview of the victorious team.
也欢迎小 P Photic 来到我的身边进行我们的赛后采访。来，我们可以往左一点点啊，面对中间。好，欢迎小 P。哎，大家好。脸上嘴角的笑意已经掩藏不住了。那第一个问题就问吧，在赛前的时候有没有想到今天会以一个2-0的比分干净利落的拿下这场胜利呢？
赛前其实有想过，但感觉就是没想过会这么轻松吧。
对，没有想到今天的比赛发挥如此出色啊！就是这2场比赛呢，确实你们在前期，包括第一把还是个翻盘局，第2把在前期就拿下了很大的一个优势。那我先问第一把其实开局不利，而且是一个0-5的落后，但是你们非常棒的是还拿下了龙魂，所以在面对劣势的时候，队内的一个沟通的氛围是什么样的？
因为第一把我们前面劣势，但是就是教练给我们选的阵容就打龙然后打团嘛，然后我们就是遵守了这个规则吧，就是一直保证我们双 C 打，然后慢慢打团就赢了。
我觉得把这个战略重心啊执行得很棒，就是一个打团的阵容，是一个控龙的阵容，所以你们拿到了龙魂。但来到第二把这个前期啊优势就很大了。我先问问你们线上吧，开局开了个治疗就一直追着 A 去做很猛的一个换血，风月的配合也 做得很到位。就是前期这个下午对线1级的时候，2级的时候两个人是怎么指挥的呢？
就因为就是我们的组合前面就是 all in 的时候比他们厉害嘛，就是想着我们就一直往前面跟他们换血啊，然后让打野去我们去抠越塔什么的，就这样就优势滚得会快一点。
哎，去给到压力，确实，顾问的狼狗呢，也是在初期的时候呢，就选择了换野区的半区嘛，然后给到下路一个压力。那这个时候就要问问了，和风月的组合呢，也在最近磨合的也不算短时间了。评价一下两个人之间现在默契度如何？他是一个怎么样的辅助选手呢？你觉得？
磨合的话，感觉现在的话10分的话有个7、8分吧，就是但是还是能更进一步。然后枫叶的话，就是平时性格特别好嘛，然后就是比较外向，就弥补了我这个缺点嘛。
哎，两个人是互补的。不得不说，我觉得这2场比赛的一个内容呈现出来之后，我感觉到你们彼此之间一定是有化学反应的。那也像你说的，两个人的这个磨合程度不错了。那我再问一下，第2把当中吧，第2把。我觉得非常棒的一点是大龙那一波的决策，你们4个人在 run 大龙嘛，我看见枫叶自己就很果断的用大招去留住了对方的所有人。那个时候队内是有明摆着沟通让他去拦吗？
当时沟通我们就先打，然后打得比较快嘛，就是看枫叶能不能拦一下打野，别让他来跟我们拼省啊，这样我们打龙打了就赶紧走，这样
就赶紧走。那我觉得能做到令行禁止的关键就是你们现在队内的这个指挥啊，我觉得非常的统一，真的，因为这2场比赛内容就感觉你们该撤就撤，该打就打。这个原因是什么呢？
就是我们打那个中路跟辅助的那个指挥能力比较强嘛，就是感觉听他们的就比较放心。
信任其实也很重要，我觉得是你们能做到令行禁止的一个关键。那最后一个问题，赛前的时候其实我也问了 Care， 我说我们最近的延伸节目当中啊，当家里有个新深圳队长，是我们第1期的内容，你们3个在一块儿，节目效果拉满。我觉得这也呈现出你们平时的相处模式，所以现在跟大家平时在日常生活中是一个什么样的状态，也可以跟大家分享一下。
感觉就是我们就是感觉像5个好兄弟吧，就是有什么就说什么，就是也不用管别的，就是很开心。
很开心，5个好homie在这里也跟我们的观众朋友们推荐一下，关注我们英雄联盟赛事官方，经常会有这些延伸的小节目，可以看到我们选手私下生活更有趣的一面。那也谢谢小 P 进行我们的一个赛后采访，也恭喜你们拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那接下来就让我们把时间交还给解说席。
I've been enjoying these very quick interviews just off the stage. I know that LEC's done that as well. Actually, one thing that the LPL broadcast is quite good at doing is kind of taking notes from other regions and saying, okay, this is exactly what we do. It's been pretty good from them, actually. But yeah, I like those kind of straight off the stage interviews. They've been pretty effective. In terms of player of that game, 100% Photic. In terms of player of the series... player of the series... Might actually just be Photic, actually. His Ezreal game was good too. I mean, he got that 1v1 versus Elk. I think player of the series probably is Photic. It's probably not... Look, Guon was pretty good in game 2 on the Neferi, but I don't think he was better than the Sivir. And game 1, I think the Trundle got bullied around early and then was outperformed. I mean, I think Care was pretty good. Oh, actually, hang on. Care was pretty good on Lock too. I think player of the game goes to Photic. I think player of the series might go to Care, actually. Care reminder that Care did very well on the whatchamacallit, did very well on the Lock this game. Then also did very well in game 1 on the Cassiopeia for that crazy ult. Oh yeah, so in terms of fraud wall stuff, we're not quite doing that right now. Not right now, anyway. Wait, did you redeem a roast, TFC? Did that happen? Hey, duo, how's it going? Okay, folks. Now I need to make a decision basically on whether I'm going to keep casting today. What day is it today? Thursday. I might take it easy today just because I'm aware I've got a big weekend coming up because I'm going to have to do Saturday, Sunday solo cast, double 3 best of 3 days. So I'll still be here streaming, but I might, Oh, your friends? Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. I think it was just at the time I was too distracted. Again, like, I try and do my best with that stuff. Sometimes it's, Yeah. I seem to remember, like, yeah. Sometimes when it comes to the roasting compliments and stuff, sometimes I have inspiration at the moment, sometimes I don't. And then if it's in the middle of the stream, middle of the cast, obviously, it can sometimes be a bit hard to get around to. Try my best with them, but can't always do it. Otherwise. Cool. All good. Right. I might leave Sam to cast these next games, folks. Because I need to take care of myself. I've got a headache running anyway, and I've got to take care of myself. Next game is EDG WE. So just, you know, basically just at me in chat and I'll sort out tech issues. But I'll just basically be in the background. I'll turn mic and camera off and I'll do it that way. And then, like, at the end of stream, I might play some League Classic. We'll see. It's a little easier for me to just sit there and play a game rather than casting. Casting takes a lot more concentration, a lot more effort, basically. And photo gets played again. No surprises there. Oh, that's cool, DFC. Nice. Congrats. Cool.
Oh, Photic is MVP, I see.
Yep. Sam, I've got a bit of a headache, and I'm just aware I'm going to have to do the solo double best of 3 days on the weekend, so I'll keep doing production and stuff, but I'm going to leave you to cast the next 2 as long as you're okay.
That's fine. Not a problem with that at all.
Cool. But yeah, I think doing the 3x3 series days, 2 of which were solo last week,
was a bit
knocked
much,
the energy
yes.
a bit. So I'm gonna take it easy for a bit. Okay, so what I shall do then, I need to turn this device off. That's fine. And then yeah, you okay with that, Sam? Is that all right?
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem.
Like maybe I'll stick
somewhat chill, but I will be here.
Yeah. Like maybe I'll stick around in the breaks, and maybe I'll do some of the break stuff for you. But like I just want to take it easy if that's okay.
Yeah,
okay, chat. In that case, I'm gonna leave you with an ad break after player of the game was Photic. No surprises there. He was really good. And oh wait, hang on. We'll wait until player of the match, and then we'll go into that. Who was your player of the match, be Sam? Because I think mine would be Photic. I think his Ezreal was actually. Oh no, it's between Kerr and Photic. I think between the two of them.
I think Photic had a really good Ezreal game, a lot of good skill shot accuracy. I think Kerr played a good game, but I think on average, particularly the second game, this early outplay on the Sivir set them up so well for success, and then late game was Sivir right as well. So I just think Photic had a good series, and for a player I've often maligned, criticized the champion pool, criticized the streaky former player. Right now he is running hot, and that is good news for NIP.
Ah, that was crazy, man. The spell shield at the end of this play was so nuts. I mean, I know it's on vision, but like getting the short spell shield and not losing the mind game is surprisingly difficult, actually. Surprisingly hard there. Gosh. Yeah, 3 in there. Okay, right. I'm gonna turn mic off now, Sam, because I'm gonna leave it to it. I'll hop back in for some of the breaks, but I gotta rest my voice and stuff. So I'll see you in a little bit, chat, and enjoy the rest of LPL with Sam. And like I'll handle ad breaks and stuff, Sam. So like, don't worry about that. Just and if you like, by the way, if you need me for anything, literally just like at in Twitch chat, and I'll hopefully see it. You know.
Pop it. That's fantastic news. Oh, there's some photic stuff. Guys, yeah, guys, I'm going to be pretty chill in these breaks. I'm not going to lie. Because I need to hold my brain together. Sad V5 noises. Yeah, Photic was almost brilliant, right? Like that that initial journey on V5 with Rookie joining, Photic looking incredible. It was Photic and Jewel, wasn't it? Was the bot lane, and they looked really, really good for about half a split, beginning of that V5 stint, and it all went so wrong. But the Senna meta was insane for him. Have a listen to these comms. I might pull a Yamato. Let me make sure I can see chat. There we go. Loading chat, please wait. That's annoying. Sam, can I get a free initialization? No. I don't know why I said that, but that's just the way of it now. I've decided. Sorry. Into the break. 5 minutes until the next series. EDG WE will be an interesting one. I think I favor WE. They are, on the whole, I think, the more comprehensive team right now. EDG, the early game is still good. The late game is still dubious. Not sure about what they're doing around objectives. Yeah, to be fair, V5 looked really, really good at that point. Yeah, yeah, that was the reason I said I had no idea what to know, because I had no idea how to actually answer that. We got it all, guys. We got it all, guys. We do. Uh-oh. Hey, TFC. Listen, I'd smash, huh? I'd smash Baby Naruto. What is going on? At least take me out on a date first. Good God, guys. Well, look, we're respectfully looking. I'm not sure how much respect is going on there, guys. I'm not sure about that. I need to look at... Right, chat. All right, start your enjoy some chat. Where the hell is Caroline at 3:40 p.m. in fall? Does anyone know? Coming back to you. I can get behind that. 22 was very contested. I'm going to wine and dine him. That's true. I'm seeing you tomorrow, Parky. Should be a very good time. Very good time indeed. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. V5 stone wasn't actually that long once meta shifted. Yeah, it was true. Chess got off the rails. Emphotic. T1's gameplay being something. Well, yeah, they weren't looking particularly exciting, were they? Well, EDG versus WE, coming at your faces. That was badly phrased. But we're here now. Don't know what to tell you about that. This is life now. I anticipate World Elite being elite and worldly. Whether they actually are or not, it's a different matter. Ha 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 ha. We did it. Doom. Boom, boom, doom, doom. Edward Gaming on your screens. Bulldog joining the roster, obviously. Xiaohao, captain of the roster at this point. Palkia also rejoining. Interesting first series. Some good moments, but certainly the late game's got a bit dubious for the side of WE. Era, of course, on the squad helped elevate them to being something significantly more special. Key players going to be Xiaohao and Monkey, the two team captains, the two junglers. At their best, this pairing is dangerous indeed. Xiaohao's high is very, very high, but has struggled for the consistency over his career. Monkey, been a bit of a superstar. Injection of jet fuel into WE. Had to step away briefly middle of last split because he was needing to kind of realign with the rest of the team and his own play. But when he gets going, his first 5 minutes of the jungle are nothing short of explosive. I know Yamato has put this statement out there, and I tend to agree. Monkey is possibly the best pre-5-minute jungler in the world. The rest of the game, a bit more volatile. But those first 5 minutes are straight magic from this jungler. That said, again, as he goes, so does the rest of the team. He'll need to step up and make sure that he's doing good work here, or things can get very tricky. You know who else is high? People who live in the mountains. True. Where are we going with this, guys? 2026, WE and EDG splitting quite well here in general, which perhaps I don't think everyone was expecting. WE been on a serious rise. EDG had a little bit of fixing of things to do. Have a listen in here to Bulldog, newer member joining the roster, having been on LNG.
신지.
3연패하는 동안 저희끼리 소통이 좀 미흡하다고 생각했고 소통만 잘한다면은 경기력은 충분히 올라올 것 같습니다.
我们之前打的3局都是沟通方面做得不好，所以
I
我们
remember
在
to
沟
turn the
通方
interview
面
on.
做得更好一点的话，
Ah.
我们的
Sorry, I thought it
竞技
was on.
状态
That's
可能会更好。
No, well, I changed the
要
audio
加
around.
强
Yeah.
在对内的
Ah,
一
yeah,
些
shut
沟
up
通内
thinking.
容。
Okay,
那第二个问题
that's
是想问
fair.
到，当面临这样的一个境况的时候，可能像 Bulldog， 你会怎么去调整自己的一个心态呢？
그리고 이런 상황에서 자기 자신은
EDG
어떻게
really need to sort out their objective fights.
Yes, they do.
They might actually be the worst.
Yes, they do.
They might actually be the worst objective team in the LPL. They might be.
열심히 하는 것 같습니다.
Yeah.
我不会因为3连败然后去就气馁，然后更加的去相信自己，然后更加自信，然后相信机会会到来，然后取得胜利。
就无论境况如何，都相信自己有获胜的能力。那也希望你今天在赛场有一个好的发挥。我们一会儿见。
The Warhorse sippy sip.
Yeah.
好，欢迎来到我们前彩，我们同样是请到了西安 WE 的上单选手 Cube 来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，
He's been all right, hasn't he?
战队上单选手 Cube，
Yes.
好欢迎 Cube。那第一个问题，今天的上路也要面对到 ZDZ 的德章，想象当中的一个上路的博弈画面是什么样的？
我感觉这版本上路其实就是比较看对线的发育，然后最终还是要去打团战的吧，我觉得
就是还是要看两个人在团战的一个发挥。那第二个问题，队伍也是成功拿下2连胜了，而且我觉得状态正猛，所以可能在你眼里，你希望在第3赛段当中完成一个什么样的小目标来去实现？
第3赛的小目标的话，就是肯定是赢得更多吧，赢得越来越多。
哎，赢得更多，也希望你如愿以偿啊。那我们也同样一会儿赛场见。
Back to the desk we go. Always cool to hear from various different members. Be interested to see exactly where we end up with EDG in general, right? Because if they can sort out the early game, they're almost a great team, guys. Almost. Certainly not consistently. So onto the stage we go. Already on stage, actually. No walkouts, but I guess we've already seen a lot of these teams for the first time, so perhaps not going to get walkouts for everyone. Or we might already have just been a little delay coming over from one series to the next. It is a 3-series thing, because we can change things up a little bit on that front. Do 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 do. You were thinking about getting a Pokemon spine tattoo? Oh. Any idea what to what extent? Or what Pokemon it would be? Here we go. To the stage we go. Bulldog being introduced alongside the rest of EDG here.
Edward Gaming， 小号
Roar!
Bulldog Lee Arukia。
All Gonna get Togepi and an egg carton, that's adorable. Here's the walkouts. Tech check's already done. Levi to Cook on the worst build of all time. Normally his builds have been at least with some method to them. Not always.
Team W, Monkey, Cube, carries.
Monkey coming forward as the team captain. WE, what an incredible miracle run they had to end Split 2. Starting off this split looking okay. Not perfect. Certainly with some spice to them, not the abject catastrophe that was the Open to Split 2.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛上海主场周第2日第2场比赛 ，EDG 对阵西安 WE 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
That will be the play of it. Everyone fist bumps and back to their positions they go, ready to kick off this series. Right, time to get Chinese League of Legends with it. So they tell me. You ready, chap? Not sure I am. Oh, my knee's not very happy with me. Gonna be sitting in an awkward posture for a bit. I'll take up two. There we go, probably a bit better. If we're gonna slouch, we should slouch in style. Should be getting into picks and bans fairly shortly here. Better stretch that knee out, Tim, you're gonna need it. Yeah, that's my impression. You're taking notes, fair. I think in terms of this matchup, jungle obviously very, very important. I still favor WE, especially if EDG don't get a good start in the early game. They're not great later on, and WE have got quite a potency to them in those early stages. So if EDG don't succeed in the early game, where they're strongest, especially into a player like Monkey, things can get very dicey considering the state of the rest of the game. That said, EDG have largely been able to play through lanes fairly effectively. Leave and Palkia in particular, or rather Leave in particular, has been pretty potent out of these early laning phases. Some switches up though in terms of mid and support. So with those adjustments help them here as the series and the split progresses. Bit of a yawn there. Excuse me. Rise first pick for EDG and for Bulldog. Syndra bound, Cassiopeia bound, Oriana bound, triple mid lane Mage Mans. Might just be a look at an Anivia here. If Karis wants it. See what the decision is. On the other side, a lot of those junglers, pretty much every jungler of note is up. Jarvan, Vi, Neferi. Might be an Ahri Vi angle here, actually. Instead, it'll be Ahri Varus. The Varus, of course, a flex, but realistically going to about. Neferi now a consideration for Xiaohao. Already got the Rise to help set you up. Between a Realm Warp and a Hound's Pursuit, the ability to come at teams from various different angles can be pretty frightening. Especially to win a mobile champion like the Varus, who is often less safe than he sometimes thinks he is. Jhin to match the Varus in the lane. Give yourself some CC, survive what can often be quite an oppressive laning phase, even with all those nerfs. Jungle's being left very late here, or rather, Monkey hovering the Rengar. Surely not. Surely not. I mean, it'd be fun, but surely not. just a hover, right? But right? But Monkey? My guy, we need to be serious right now. That's more like it. Okay. Well, disappointment is there, but the Jarvan gets hovered and will likely get locked in. But no, swift switch over to the Wukong has kind of fallen away from priority. Feels like he spikes too late as a jungler right now. Level 6 isn't enough. You need the level 6 and the first item, which can feel pretty challenging. But Ahri Wukong, lots of dive, lots of mobility, lots of big old CC chains that can be a bit challenging. You can mess with an Neferi as well, who can only W so much of your CC and damage. Monkey did pull out the grave, so he had hope. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. He's been willing to pull out some spice here and there. Camille banned away from Palkia. Might well be a Bard to follow that as well, then. See what the bans are going to be out of the Vayne against the top lane. I think they might be looking at something like a Nara or an Ambessa here. We'll see whether there is a Renekton ban that would otherwise allow for that. Might even look for a Renekton themselves. EDG very comfortable on that champion. Hey, Kiwi, good to see you. Nautilus as that last ban. If you've got that trinity of Camille, Nautilus, and Pike still available, if you want to do the Pike, you still can. Has kind of been more of a specialist pick, though. Bard ban instead against Era. Still got Alistair, still got Leona. Rakan up and available as well. Will match with the Varus, unless, of course, they want to rotate that Varus top side. They've got that counter pick, so leaving that flex up and available until the end of draft. No Trundle realistically available to be locked in, so tank options get more valuable. Rumble also up and available, and with an AD carry proper locked in bot side and a Neferi in the jungle, you can afford an AP carry top side. What's our last pick here? Need a support. Could still be that Alistair. Unless there's some very big shenanigans. Once upon a time, we did have some Rumble supports over here. But no, it'll be the Rel instead for Palkia, who made his name on EDG with this champion. Magnet Storm plus the Rumble ult, plus Jhin pressing up. Pretty dangerous combination in and of itself. Gives you some hard engage for everyone else to follow up on. And it'll be Ornn last pick for Cube. Having seen what you're up into, go, yeah, that's fine. I can survive the Rumble laning phase, especially with all these nerfs. And then between Ornn and Cyclone and Quickness and Chains of Corruption, you've got a lot of CC and a lot of disengage. Very possible, actually, for some of these divers to end up going far too far. And actually, the range of the engage and the pick can make even the Rumble and the double immobile mages of the Rumble and the Rise feel pretty risky. And the Jhin, who's normally sitting miles away, can still very much be very much a threat from the flankers of a Wukong, of a Rakan, of an Ahri. And Rakan is so much better when he's got a good battle dance target. Wukong turns invisible with the clone with that warrior trickster. You can battle dance to the invisible Wukong and then jump forwards. Ahri with that R button can just jump forwards and get some really good value there with the ability to arcane shift, not arcane shift, battle dance to the spirit rushing Ahri. Of course, on the other side, though, for EDG, strong lanes, strong carry potential. Rise, Rumble, Jhin will be able to support the Neferi pretty well from the mid lane as well. I think their split push will be stronger as well. And I think in general, in terms of DPS, they have got higher DPS, more burst really with a Varus and an Ahri on one side. So the extended damage not quite as high, even the CC chain is out. I wonder whether the Varus wants to go on hit. May not be given the opportunity to. We'll see what the decision is yet with the comment on. Unlikely to be an on-hit variant. We'll listen into the Gyos. Might just be me sitting up, to be fair, Mecha. Don't think I've changed anything aside from sitting up. It might just be that. Change the tone of my voice. Double Deathfire touches. Nothing super surprising here. Aftershock versus Spellbook in the bot lane. About it. Cube feels like can get away with a grasp into the Rumble. No Comet or Spellbook for the Ornn. Monkey gonna do Raptors down. The rewards on both of these early junglers' camps. So looking like it might be 3 camp and reset angle. The Neferi, a little quicker on the clear, though, has actually done left her Raptors behind. I apologize. So will likely be spotted out shortly, and they'll know where Xiaohao is pathing towards this bot side. Monkey at this point, I think, has now got this capacity to take these Krugs and then look to reset for a longsword and play for that top side and maybe defend against any camp steals. It's looking like he's not going to bother doing that, though, and look to roam straight on over to keep the camps on the better timer. But yeah, to be fair, I've not actually moved very much at all. It might just be me turning casting voice on. I kind of joked about the slouching thing. Nothing's really moved. Some skin options there. Battle Queen Rel. Xiaohao around on this bot side. Is there a dive angle here? Level 3s. Could be a little bit much because with a teleport only on about, he doesn't have a lot of options to heal from Era. Flash, crash down lands anyway, and Era gets the double knock up. The damage is decent. W to drop the tower aggro from Xiaohao, so that quarter back done. The force drop doesn't get the kill, and Leave has the barrier in turn. Dive somewhat unsuccessful to get the flash and the heal, but it's a trader for the barrier and the heal on the other side, and about actually gets to stick around on this bot side. Monkey, I think, actually also in a better position in terms of some of this farm. It's got a cleaner clear here. We'll be able to reset up a respawn on those Raptors too. Actually, no, the Raptors won't have respawned quite yet because it was a later clear. It was the Raptors taken third here, so no, just a reset now. Still have the Gromp to do, did Xiaohao. Might need to be a bit careful of his Raptors respawning. And an invading Monkey coming across to him. So it'll be a look into mid lane. Bulldog gets knocked up. The charm follows. Palkia is around. Will mount up and go full tilt to ward off any more damage. But it's a nice electrocute trade nonetheless. Okay, Monkey's now here. Bulldog does manage to speed himself away. Does feel like he has to use the ghost there. Have been left somewhat low. So maybe has to reset and go back home again. Top side, Cube's farming even with the Rumble. About potentially in danger. Flash Shattering Strike is flashed out from by about. The CC chain not quite long enough. Palkia does end up eating some damage back, but hey, earns a summoner for his own summoner trade. My Lord supports in lane in 2026. Say it ain't so. Potential interrupt on this reset. ZDZ's going to press E on him. Yes, that's what we expected. May now just stick around and clear out this wave. Level 6 just got done by ZDZ. It's matched by Cube, so if need be, both ults can be used to clear the wave. At value at. Palkia won't find a resetting about. Was around the corner. Xiaohao calls the pack and looks to start up this dragon. Monkey instead looking to maybe look at some enemy jungle moments. There's no camps to steal because Xiaohao's cleaned him up, but can at least get some wards down. Check where cooldowns are at. We'll now likely have an idea. A dragon is being started. No grubs to trade. So there's just be a free objective for EDG. EDG currently 0-3. it has not been an easy start. There's been some games that have felt winnable, but they have really struggled as things have gotten later. Their late game objective setups have been very poor indeed. Discussion about whether Weibo might be the worst objective team out there. I might posit it's EDG in the LPL at the very least. Especially later on. They just don't know what they're doing. It's been a problem all year. WE 2-1, and I think that's probably a fair margin. Had to fight for some of those wins, but successfully done so nonetheless. It's a quiet early game, though, and again, for a team that often likes Monkey to be away to the races, not necessarily what you have to, but compositionally makes some sense. You've got a Wukong and an Ornn that do want to take a little bit of time before they start getting involved, but with level 6s now largely coming on through, the ability to start making plays strong from the RE and crew. On the other side, of course, you've now got the level 6 available for Xiaohao, and if you compare that up with Palkia, the ability to go diving towards any one of these lanes really feels pretty strong. About still no flash worth noting, so perhaps an angle for Xiaohao to attack. But yeah, it's been a quiet early game so far. There's no violence, chap. And this bores me. I tell you, bores me. Cast a curse them, Sammy. I'm trying. I'm trying real hard here. So far, unsuccessful. The Grubs are about to spawn, and WE have found their way to the Baron Pit. Here comes the Ornn, looking to pick up ZDZ, who has to flash the reactivation. The call of the Forge God remains unanswered. Equalizer onto the wave, looking to clear that one out. Not the best position on that Equalizer, actually. Not going to tag the cannon. That means About can walk up here, and ZDZ can find himself in a spot of bother. The knock-up by the charge into the turret, the exhaust, the grand entrance, and a relatively simple kill there for About to pick up first blood. We do get some violence. And, you know, shame on ZDZ there. Not a great Equalizer, although our Monkey gets the grubs. So WE, successful top side of the map play. Charm lands onto Bulldog. In this non-phase rush meta, you don't end up sprinting towards Ari at Mach 5. This TP could start. Cube flashes. Why have we TP'd in here? There's a Realm Warp happening. Cube, but buddy, pal, what are we doing? They had Ura coming with the quickness. He didn't even have the quickness, so he's just there. What? So About eventually TPs. Ura was nowhere really in range, so Cube TPs, flashes, and immediately dies. Chat, that one's too big brain for me. I can't figure it out. What does it mean, chat? What that mean? Anyone know? Well, ZDZ is now going to get knocked up with a Cyclone. So realistically, both top laners have had a dubious next play. 0 and 2 is ZDZ. It means you die. I mean, it's probably correct, actually, yes. The turret gets whacked. Yes. Smack the turret. Continue. I don't know why I got so, like, seductively silly with that one. Dubious. Suspicious. Don't worry about it, guys. Who is actually shot calling at EDG? I don't actually know. They've changed things up right as well, because obviously Angel's no longer really playing. He was subbed out anyway at the end of last split. Palkia's in as well. Must have been the wind. Yeah, that's the one. Wind's howling. We've got 10 seconds till a dragon. We realistically fighting that? I mean, WE have shove in the bot lane at the very least, so some wards are going to come on down. Palkia are going to be forced out of this tri-brush. At the very least, they've got some way into the river. Cube's roaming down, ZDZ following, but it's going to be 10 to 15 seconds behind. I think we are going to get a contest here. Trinity forced on for Monkey alongside level 9, so that Q will be maxed out, the crushing blow. And I think EDG are going to have to look for the recontest. Don't like this from them. Vision control's not great. Everyone's here, but it's not as fantastic spot. The Eviscerate away is somewhat interrupted. A dog blocks the charm. That's annoying, but the Call of the Forge God can now get summoned. Goes a little wide as the blast goes in. A Palkia over the wall! WE thought they had their moment, but it goes very wrong. But actually, even with that Magnet Storm, it goes a bit awry. They turn around beautifully. Karis gets to hop on for Commander Karis on the Ahri. Clearly leading from the front. Looks for a triple kill here. And backs away. Oh man, this player on the Ahri makes it look easy. I thought Palkia's ult there was about to be beautiful, and then there was no damage at all. And instead, it goes very wrong. So we're going to start with the initial play, where Ura jumps on to Xiaohao, who gets caught in the Eviscerate, and then gets hit by the charm. I actually thought a dog blocked it initially, but he then has to call the pack and try and run away. I thought with this ult going wide, though, from Cube, and Palkia about to find a magnificent 4-man crash down Magnet Storm. This is going to be excellent. In comes the Equalizer. There's a quickness to turn it around, though, and Karis and Ura full send at the flanking Bulldog, who gets taken out of the play, and everyone else is just too tanky. Cube gets to sit there and say, you don't get to come on through. Not sure what really happened to Xiaohao's ability to ult, but doesn't quite occur all the same. And despite a great layering of ults, they don't have the burn right now. They don't have the damage. Bulldog, who's a major part of the DPS, is immediately taken out. ZDZ is zoned off. And WE find a clutch fight, despite actually being caught in what should have been a disastrous scenario. Hey, SNE, congrats on the 3 months. Uwu to you too. Out comes the charm. About gonna hit this turret. I think WE in a great spot now in this game. Karis is very fed. No Dark Seal in inventory, which is more fool him. If you had it for that fight, my days, he'd have all the stacks. That's why we buy it early. Has got Malignance and Chainlace Crusher, so playmaking very much online. About with this poke variant, I will say, obviously, with the Ornn items, with Wukong scaling pretty well as a champion, it's not like the late game's going to be awful. They'll always have great pick, right? Everyone is bringing CC and following. So the CC chains will be disgusting, but I do think we're going to hit a point later on where potentially if this first burst doesn't kill a key target, the extended DPS check can still be quite tricky, especially considering it is going to be that poke Varus. It's going to be an Ahri that will spike in the mid game. There is a world where post 20 minutes, things get dicey damage-wise, especially if Leave can find his way to some good items. This has always been a good Jhin. Monkey jumps in. The Magnet Storm's there, but they're going to dive on forward regardless. Xiao has to run away. Karis goes looking for the kill, can't quite find it, but Monkey should get that one, and that allows for a reset on Karis. The resetting ult does not work from Xiaohao, who dies regardless, and now the curtains get called. Monkey does fall, but all the while they'll still trade another one back. Currently 3 for 1. ZDZ going to try and get a hold of at least another. It's a double to the Rumble, but he'll die 4 for 2 very happily as Karis just keeps getting resets. Leave got involved at the very least there. But unfortunately, for all it was a decent TP from ZDZ, it only kind of spares the blushes. So very much an advantage fight from EDG as Monkey comes over the wall, starts staring around. They see it and then they go, all right, we can play this. And Monkey goes in and says, yeah, are you sure about that? The Cyclone catches too, even as the Magnet Storm isn't. And Xiaohao's just not having fun. He's really struggled to get value here on this Neferi. Gets hit on one of his dogs with the charm, and this time flashes. But I don't know if that flash really gets that much value there. ZDZ at least picks up Monkey with the flash. And Bulldog gets taken out by Ura, but there's enough damage coming in from the curtain call. Body blocked on that 4th shot by Karis, but no real way out. Tries to battle dance his way away, but the shield's not there, and ZDZ gets good work there. But again, you've now got Serpent's Fang for about into a fair amount of shields. Leave will have that with the barrier. You've got Pug, who gets it on the crash down. There's going to be a Seraphs here from Bulldog. You get those, the reset shields from Xiaohao. ZD's got them. So everyone's bringing some shielding here without something like a Locket that may well be coming in as a consideration. Lee's actually gone Hubris first on the Jhin. It's actually a really good item on Jhin. Really good item in general. Very undervalued, especially if you are going to be able to sit miles away and get involved with, say, an initial pick-off with a W. It then means things like the curtain call to follow can be very, very scary. You can flex into a Lord Doms after, and considering Collect is kind of a mediocre item, it's a good way of still getting lethality into your build, which you love. But if you're feeling like actually you're not going to get Ghostblade's not going to be that necessary, Hubris can be really, really cool. I think this is a cool build in general, and I do like Lee's building for how wild and wacky it can be. Xiaohao debating catching someone with this turret, but no one's going to be there. Mid lane turret's going to fall. Goldie continues to expand for WE, who picked up Herald and 3 grubs. Gotten a dragon, and they can head over towards getting a second here as well. Cube building some items. Some bonky carry. Monkey on the monkey as well. That's kind of fun. Cube throws out some dark in old daggers. Chains of Corruption. Nice pick! And Xiaohao's just don't have fun. Flash for the quickness. Bulldog does manage to dodge away from Sun. The Magnet Storm doesn't really land on too many people. Cube has to flash, but now Karis is here with a TP. Gets it in with the charm. And the attempted Spirit Rush angle for the Realm Walk gets 2 out, but not CDZ! Oh, the last chopper out, and he's not on board. Pagan Troglord as well saying, Hubris is one of the worst items in the game, IMO, especially in pro play. You can't guarantee you'll get takedowns, especially from behind, and even then stacks off and run out until the next fight. So, I somewhat agree and get where you're coming from, but it's actually a fairly good base item stat stick. And if you're wanting lethality, it's going to be better value than Collector. And arguably, I would say, if you don't want the Ghostblade active, Hubris is going to be more valuable for a Jhin who has so many ways to ensure he gets an assist. Curtain Call, W, Captive Audience. If he does get to start passing around a bouncing grenade as well, it's very easy to kind of pull a fake Hex Optics with it, basically. So if you consider Hubris something like a Hex Optics option, but you want the lethality rather than the crit, that's why you go towards it. So I do think it's actually a pretty good option on Jhin specifically, because it's so easy for him to activate it at the beginning of a fight. But this, honestly, it's a great teleport in from Karis. They have Xiaohao get picked off by surprise with a really good vision bet play from WE. Monkey's actually gone towards Hex play on the Wukong, by the way, for all the ults in the world. Yeah, so I actually think the Hubris is okay here. I certainly see the vision for it. So I think there's justification for it this game, at the very least. I agree, though, that a lot of times the Hubris can feel quite anemic if you don't get it activated. Fortunately, the Jhin, in some ways, he's kind of waiting for his passive to scale in anyway, so the lethality is valuable. Bit of a play onto Cube, who already had that dodgy TP earlier on. He's going to find himself kind of stuck under here. His ults have been pretty underwhelming so far this game. Just get a knock up there on his EDG, but the tower aggro's been dropped. The pillar is there, but not knocked up as the Rune Prison kind of interrupts him. He's in a 1 versus 4, can't save the turret, and just kind of dies there. The problem is the tier 2 is going to be traded, so it's not like it comes for free. Lee flashes, does get out briefly, but Karis can be able to follow. Does actually manage to turn this one around and survive the play. Good flash out, doesn't even need to burn the barrier there. The problem is, EDG actually on Baron right now, huh? Oh no, and actually because Lee's stopping the backs, they don't know. They can have an idea now, but it's too little too late. It's got a Spellbook Smite. Doesn't happen, they sneak away a Baron after taking down Cube. Huge moment from them. WE might be 5,000 gold up, but they're kind of caught sleeping at the wheel, frankly. Awkward, to say the least, and now Baron and a bit of time is going to be bought at the very least. If it buys them a dragon as well, they can deny soul point. That's just good. There's a lot of standing gold to pick up as well. They've got 2 turrets, at least 1 outer to potentially consider here through mid lane. Not awful, that at all. His EDG might be 2 and 5, but has managed to get himself a 1,200 gold lead. Bloodletter's Curse in. You've got 2 items largely across the board. Problem is you're edging towards 3rd on the other side. Karis has, of course, gone towards the Rocket Belt and the Malignance for all the playmaking. And as Alex says it here on microphone, I can just say it's clearly an excellent build with no drawbacks at all, and everyone should do it with no consideration to any other build path. No need to be considerate and Ari at all. None at all. Not at all. No Dark Seal needed either. Just slightly rage belt Nymaera while they're kind of chilling out a little bit. Ira goes in, forced to flash. Good grand entrance. Karis should be able to pick up this turret. Imagine, though, if we had the Lich Bane in these 3 grubs. Well, what would that look like? I don't know. Not enough, clearly. In comes the Hound's Pursuit. Cube somewhat caught off, but actually EDG, we were worried about them in the later stages, but they've been pretty good at finding some good plays on the Cube, who's not been playing the weak side particularly well on the TP's come on in, and now the turnaround happens as the quickness lands on to leave. He's in danger, but doesn't have the flash, might be able to barrier it, but I think it would be to little avail, and does fall down there. All the while, Monkey on top of Xiao Hao. Can't continue the players. In comes EDG to flash out himself. Well, that will get them dragging at least, and kind of breaks the Baron shove. It was a good pick onto Cube, and then just not respectful of the counterpunch coming on through. So it starts with about kind of seeing this Rel, and so managed to get a pick off there as well. An additional kill going the way of About, who's having a very mean game on this Varus. Again, reminder, this was a player who was being absolutely lambasted for significant portions of the year, considered potentially the worst bot laner in the league, coming on over from, let's say, GENG challenges. Upgraded Cyrildas now from About on top of everything else. But he and Ura, when Monkey was subbed out, were arguably the only consistent bright spark for WE. They were able to get good early games across some of the best teams in the world. But weren't able to get the wins, and when Monkey got back in and the engine started rolling again, suddenly this bot lane had the rest of the team to play around them, and they looked pretty damn good, I think, all things said and done. A real improvement from the lifeless games we saw before. About always been good on these skill shot champions, and the Varus no exception to that. Bonk. The bonkening. Zeke's Convergence done for Ura, Void Staff done for the Ahri, who has now actually got a Dark Seal, good for her. Cube's gone Proto plus Hibana to try and survive. Yeah, not his best game, must be said. Palki's got to be a little bit afraid there. Doesn't need to worry too much. The Celestial opposition broken, but would save him from the worst of that poke. Charm again onto Xiao Hao. Realm Warp potentially onto About, but the Ghost Blade is available. Flash out still gets caught in the play as the curtains are called. Karis body blocking with the extra HP bar, but Rumble gets the kill on the Varus. Turned around, that gives Ahri the reset. Puts Palkia in a dangerous position, and WE with the counter punch again is strong. Rocket Belt from Karis. Might actually be able to Spirit Rush into range now. Leaves try to speed himself out. The passive speed up is there. Flash on. There's the 4th shot kill. The Hubris was active, but there's still the ability with a Rocket Belt and a Charm to pick up, of course, Leave. He'd actually used the Rocket Belt earlier in the play, but I just want to say it because Nymaera's not here to stop me. That's right. Still, though, the turnaround plays with Monkey and Karis really, really strong, and the chase down of the Warrior Trickster and the Nimbus Strike. Cube with the ult, Karis with that resetting Spirit Rush, and the mobility of the Rakam means that it's the extended fight I thought might be a DPS problem for WE have actually been really good for their ability to just close the gap. It starts with a really good chunk onto Xiaohao, but then this Realm Warp play happens, and Xiaohao's not in it. Again, these Realm Warps are not being particularly well coordinated, means there's no jungling. And so it looks pretty good. ZDZ gets a good equalizer, gets the kill onto about, you're thinking, this looks all right, but then Karis is there and gets the reset. It's a little bit uncoordinated from EDG. Credit to Leave at the back end. It actually ends up doing a great job at kiting and getting some serious damage down. Gets to cycle through a lot of those autos. This fourth shot onto Ura, having flashed out from the grand entrance, is nasty stuff, but can't convert that into anything more. Hex Optics now done as well. So between the Hubris and the Hex Optics, this was actually a really good build on Ashe. When we started seeing the Hex Optics Ashe, originally what it was Hubris into Hex Optics, where basically you get that initial kill, and suddenly you get this range for the rest of this fight, you get the Hubris active for the rest of the fight, you become really, really dangerous as long as you can get involved in that first kill. Which again, with the curtain call being used as an opener with the equalizer, you see what the thought process is here. I just don't think it's going to matter, really, with the state of the game. Medjai's done from Karis. About is so fed as well at this point. This time there will be no Baron sneak, and WE might have been denied it at the first time of asking, but the gold lead never really moved despite it. Now, Soul point, Soul in a minute. Under it, Xiaohao is around. If you can steal this, maybe we have a different conversation. I don't know how easy it's going to be. The curtains get called. The equalizer somewhat mediocre, but About gets jumped on, taken very low. The quickness is summoned, but it's only a dog being sent on over on the other side of the fight, though EDG are losing it handily. Monkey gets on top of Lead and immediately makes his presence known. Not a lot to be done there, as Monkey does get eviscerate and does go down. Xiaohao gets the reset as the rope jump comes down, interrupting poor old Neferi ult. Karis flashes away, having thrown out an Orb of Deception away from Bulldog's ability to potentially overload him. A hail of arrows and a comet comes on down About pings Bulldog. And as a result, EDG find themselves in the most precarious position. Yes, yes, they do. So the curtain's got called and went, okay, we're going to try and make this play. There's the Realm Warp, but the Call of the Forge God's going to interrupt the curtain call. And then no one actually takes it over. They're on their Realm Warp again. Again, with Ura around, it probably would have been an immediate quickness, but the problem is they then lose both sides of the flank because they are setting up to jump onto About, and then WE go full contact team fight. They jump on the backline. They get onto Lead, who is threatened in a way that About just wasn't there. Not truly, even with the equalizer and stuff coming on down on top of him. And then the extended play happens again. Worried about the DPS check. Didn't need to, especially not from this far ahead. That'll be Soul as well. And a game one that looks like it will be a fairly convincing one for WE. I am imagining this will be within the window of 5 minutes to close. Already got Cube and Ura preventing EDG from getting out of their base, particularly. These waves very high up. You can see Bulldog did get a wave shove. Topside has got an Actualizer now as well, but I think it's just too little too late, frankly. The damage just isn't there. Death Stance and the Hex Drinker alongside that Hex Plate as well means Monkey is just really survivable in this front line. Able to get a lot of CC down. The damage might not be the highest, but doesn't really need it this game. No one's really built tank. So the Black Cleave has not really been a requirement. Charm lands again. Karis has been heat-seeking this game. I think he's probably my MVP, all things said and done. 909. Build might be maligned. The rest of the play really can't be. Q does get Deadly Flourish, so we'll summon the Forge God. There's a flash. There's ZDZ going golden. I just don't think there's any threat from EDG. The teeth just aren't there. Equalize the wave, but they've still got minions to spare. One Nexus turret is down. EDG looks like they'll be able to hold on for a little bit, but they've still got another minute to spare. They're going to Realm Warp in as a TP flies, but Ura is waiting. No one takes the Realm Warp. That's been the problem. Every time the Realm Warps come on in, EDG have been a bit of a tizzy to figure out whether they're taking it or not, and Ura's been there to body block and receive any would-be teleporters. Flash in from Ura, is flashed out from Bulldog, but the turnaround blow-up on the Palkia puts him down at sub 5% HP. Another knock-up, another kill comes on down onto the fountain. It's still not enough for EDG to survive. And the Nexus is there, and WE make a mid-game snowball of it. And despite a really good Baron sneak, EDG outside of that had very limited successes to write home about this game. Omedetou gozaimasu. WEDG, the struggle streak continues. Again, there were some cool ideas in there, but they never really got to use them. The early game woes, and despite that Magnet Storm combo should have been game-winning, or at least skirmish-winning, it wasn't. It wasn't. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that, but it just looks like EDG not that coordinated. Bulldog pulling the Realm Warp out, new player to the roster, but people have been really uncertain about whether they're taking it or not, what the play is, and that lack of coordination, especially when WE look like they are following the play with alacrity. Everyone knows what they're doing in the blink of an eye in a team fight in a way that's just not there for EDG right now. All right, folks, I'm going to trust Alex to run some ads. I'm going to run quickly to the bathroom, so I'm going to leave you with some post-game stuff. But I need myself a cup of tea and a glass of water, so be responsible.
Heck yeah, I'm here to take you through the break. Hey, thank you for the resub, by the way, Cine. I don't know if you're still around as well. And yeah, appreciate you all sticking with us as well. Thank you for Sam for solo casting that as well. Of course, there's another series after this one, even though we've got multiple games left in this too. And yeah, tell you what, the watching in vertical is surprisingly okay. For those of you that don't know, on Twitch and YouTube, you now can watch in vertical as well. I believe vertical is mobile only for Twitch. Not actually sure how it works on YouTube. Because I tend to watch streams on Twitch on the whole. But yeah, there is yeah. There's some stuff with that. Can you I think I should be able to watch it vertical on YouTube. I just don't know how to do it. Oh. But yeah, I'll be running some adverts shortly. EDG still really not great at their big coordinated plays. Mostly around objectives, but they can apply to a lot of different places. I wouldn't mind certain Mythic items coming back, but I hated the Mythic passive system. Yeah, me too. I think trying to pigeonhole people into a defining item was bad for the game. Again, playing League Classic made me remember how much more champions were about being champions rather than items at that point. Not that items weren't broken too at some points. Hey, thank you so much for the gift sub, by the way. Thank you so much. Yes, for those of you that don't know, exactly, yeah, there are if you're gift subbing now from today for the next, until end of month maybe, I think it is, or maybe the next while, you get extra gift subs given out by Riot, so appreciate Riot giving out the extra subs for people in League of Legends. It's very cool. Now, after this stream is done, I might play some League Classic. Yeah, I'm feeling like I might play some League Classic. That might be the plan later. We shall see. Teach him the money. What was I gonna say? Oh, whatever. Mine was buying theory in different places. But you and Yamato should keep it together. Hey, I mean, I'll be down to play with Yamato. I think it's like. The thing with Yamato and I is like, I like Yamato, he's cool. I just don't know whether we're like actually friends or not, or co-workers. I've never streamed with Yamato. We've been on podcasts together, but we've never really like done anything outside of work, you know? Same kind of thing with like, I will dominate, you know, I respect that guy, I really like his content. Same with Cadril. I've never, and even with the LEC casters, right? I've never done anything outside of work with them. And that's fine, you know, that's also completely okay. But yeah, on the whole, most of the people who are big streamers within the community I'm not actually friends with. It's a little bit different with someone like so for instance, the people I do stream with, I spend time outside of stream with them, and they're friends, right? So someone like Charlie, who I stream with occasionally, she's a friend, a couple other people, right? Hey, Tommy, good to see you, by the way. How have the games been? First series was, I don't know, Weibo just looked really dead. Weibo are not a good objective team. I think that NIP just rocked up to fight somewhere better than in a 5v5. I think that Elk and... I think Elk has not looked great, and Dway also has not looked great, sadly. Are I friends with Sam? Ugh. Is Weibo or LNG worse? I think, well, LNG looked broken in the first series because they weren't playing with Missing, right? And I'm not... Did we get a reason as to why Missing wasn't playing? I think maybe LNG are worse. I think LNG are worse, maybe. Can you pitch this as a networking thing? Sure. I mean, yeah. I wanna see if when Dums comes back from vacation, I wanna play with him at some point. Although I'm hoping, because Dums is playing a league, he's doing a League Classic tournament. We're hopefully going to be casting that, so we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Hopefully that's going to be a paid gig too, which is really cool. But yeah, Dums has been really kind to us. So I appreciate Dums an awful lot. Dums is a really nice human. I like them an awful lot. They get us involved in a lot of stuff. Fun to be around. Very dedicated to their content. Karis gets player of the game. You got dragged into doing some casting for Dums, didn't you? I mean, I say dragged. No, I'm always up to cast with Dums. If anything, I'm asking him to cast. And he's very gracious to allow us to do that. Nice to feel as there's actual, value there. Okay, you're gonna run an ad break while we have the chance. Guys, I think I'm gonna be going from him.
你是猎人还是猎物？这身皮肤总能胜出。胜利时刻到了。
Okay, oh, I need to because otherwise it'll cause issues. Arena tournament, yeah. The arena tournament was fun. Although I want to play in one of those arena tournaments at some point. 5 streams in a row. Me, hey, Baneblade, good to see you. Oh, some fan expression. We'll turn the mic on for that.
察力眼力，然后呢看局部猜整体。老规矩，连续挑战对2次就可以获得我们给大家准备的一个官方精美礼品啦。谁想先来挑战？他举手最快，那你先来啊！你是 Team 的粉丝 ，Team W 的粉丝对不对？哎，很巧，我们第一个掏出来礼物你也看到了，是 W 队服哈，有心情拿下吗？
有。
好，我们来看一下第一题吧，看大屏幕。好，猜一下这是哪个英雄？很简单嘛。
猴子。
恭喜你秒答，回答正确。我们来看一下整体，就是我们的齐天大圣孙悟空。好，我们来看一下第2题，你离胜利只有1步之遥了，这是什么？你仔细观察一下，它是一个它会发光，它是什么？
哦，贾克斯。
看一下答案是不是贾克斯，是不是武器大师？恭喜！通过大家的欢呼声，感受到你已经回答正确了，把这个 W 队服送给你。可以给我们的召唤师们展示一下。好，那有没有还想接受挑战的朋友？你举手最快，你来吧，秒答吧，这应该是。
剑圣。
恭喜你回答正确，我们来看一下整体。答案已经呼之欲出了，就是我们的剑圣 E 了。好，我们来看一下最后一题，如果你能回答正确，就可以把另外一件衣服带回家啦。很新。
洛克。
大家说他答的对不对？对。恭喜你，那我们也把李宁给你提供的一件 EDG 的队服送给你，可以给我们的召唤师们展示一下。好，相信大家也非常的眼馋，没有关系啊，持续锁定我们场间的小游戏，就可以获得我们更多给大家准备的福利了。那最后我们也给2支队伍一起加油，好不好？我来喊队名，大家喊加油就好了。来 ，EDG W
来的。
Howdy, just in the fan segment, and we'll
比赛把画面交回给解说席。
Have some Earl Grey. Life is good.
Cool. How is your Grey?
I've not actually tried it yet. Let's find out.
Did I have any takeaways from that game? Let me have a think. Oh yeah, there is, by the way, folks, there is literally no difference between volume between. I have been checking on studio mode. There is literally no difference between volume on the OBS side of things. So I'll change it if I see something happening, but I don't think it's anything on OBS side at least. I'll keep my eye on it and I'll see what I can do, right? And I'm trying to keep it as even as possible. We'll deal with it how I can. Takeaways from that game. Kind of says a lot that Cube doesn't have to hit an ult to win a game like that. EDG.
Yeah.
As soon as EDG try and do anything involving more than 3 members, it pretty much fails. I think.
Yeah, no, I think that's the way to phrase it. It's quite frustrating to say, but that's the truth of it.
I think that gosh, what was I gonna say? I think that Palkia, despite finding his targets in fights, often chooses the wrong time to go in regarding his team's follow-up and or his team's item spikes, despite the fact that he finds those big engages. But also sometimes he finds a great engage and people just aren't ready to fight. So how much is on him, how much is on other people? I wasn't that impressed with him in game 1. I do think, not game 1, in week 1, I think that perhaps he might be the worst support in LPL right now. We'll see. Well, YCX didn't
Wrong
look
statement,
great.
but yeah, I
don't think
YCX. I mean,
yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
No, it's okay. I think YCX is pretty poor on LNG, but then he wasn't expected to play on LNG. Feather looks good, but I don't think it's him. Let me have a think. He's definitely down there in like bottom echelon of it, which kind of sucks. Oh, has been good. Credit to him. He's been pretty good. Fungo has been alright. YCX and LNG was bad. Jway has been meh. I think it's either Jway or Palkia has been worse support, and I would argue it's been Palkia, sadly.
Yeah. And again, like there were some moments in that game where Palkia found some incredible engages, big multi-man ults, and the coordination wasn't there to make it look good.
Let me have a think. Wait, Truck-kun from another world. What is that?
Have you not seen this? Oh, mate,
is
this
this
incredible.
The truck actually getting isekai'd?
So no, this is the trunk doing the isekaiing. So this is Strange Scaffold Games, who are one of my favorite creators out there. Zalavia Nelson, who kind of runs the studio, is their kind of their head of studio, is also just an incredible game designer in general. Highly recommend looking into how they do games, because they basically do, like, it's not double A. It's like the perfect level of jank, and it means they've done a really good job about controlling scope and taking really bizarre ideas and making incredible games. So they did El Paso Elsewhere, which is kind of like the Max Payne vampire hunting game where you kind of dive and get slow-mo all the time. They did Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, an airport run by cats or an airport run by dogs. They did a game called Life Eater, where you're basically playing as a druid who has to, every year or so, sacrifice someone to stop the world ending, theoretically, but you don't know. And so it's like a very, very heavy game, basically around being a psychopath, effectively a stalking psychopath. It's really rough. Great game.
Well, you're going to draft us, Sam. I'll leave you with that.
There you go.
Enjoy, Sam.
Yes, their latest game is about being a truck and isekaiing people to help out a hero in other worlds. But perhaps other worlds we should be looking at instead will be WE versus EDG. We versus EDG. That's how you pronounce those teams, guys, if you didn't know. So, Oriana, Syndra, and Viband by WE. On the other side, the Lee Sin away from Monkey, understandable. Alongside the Ezreal from About, and the Poppy has been a good flex and very, very strong in the early stages. So the two early playmaking junglers off the board. Get the Cassiopeia locked for Bulldog, theoretically a flex. What are we now going for as WE? Nautilus for perhaps? Be early to lock it, but it's strong and can roam, especially if you compare that up with something like a Ziggs or something else that's happy enough to play a solo game. One of those mages often being the priority on that one. Instead, it'll be the Jace first pick. Cube was actually pretty good on the Jace earlier in the year. Felt like the only point of pressure earlier on was getting banned against him, which says quite a lot about the scrims, even if they were struggling to find wins, if any, remember. Jarvan for Xiaohan would be kind of fine. That plus the miasma can mean you lock people in the cage and they are forced to stay there. Now comes the potential Shen angle. I'm looking at the Doinby slander in chat as well. A couple people who weren't impressed with Doinby towards the end of his career, apparently. Shen gets locked in. He's been playing a lot of Dota, apparently, recently. Shen plus Jarvan strong combo. Karis hovering some fun things. There's been some rumors about the Fizz being valuable into certain metas and certain picks. Akali for Karis. I mean, reminder, this got banned against him repeatedly. If you're looking at the very best like Akali's in the LPL, weirdly, Karis is probably up there. Knight obviously leads the way, but then there's probably a conversation between someone like Karis, someone like Cream. It probably is your top 3 Akalis, actually, thinking about it. Dark World with the tier 1. Thank you for the 26 months. TF and Galio, double globals away to match with the Shen would have been annoying. Talia's already gone. No, that was from last series, so Talia theoretically up if they want to go that route. But again, with the fact that this Cassiopeia has been considered for a flex, clearly, worth noting that Galio and the TF could also have gone to other lanes in another scenario. Of course, the Galio was only really top lane into the Rumble. Ziggs is fine. Sivir will be all right if you want the wave clear. I think the Ziggs might be the safer option. Of course, Kai'Sa Nort is a good combo. Are we really just going back to Corki? I mean, the Shen has a lot less you can block there, but the Sheen autos are obviously very easy to deny. I assume Gatling Gun isn't blocked because that's ability damage and not auto damage. So theoretically, got ways to hurt Shen regardless of him having issues. You do be able to get out of Jarvan categories. You're quite short range into things like the Miasma. It's a pick. I don't think it's particularly enticing. Sivir. Okay, so that will put the Cassiopeia mid. Olaf being considered. It's good into the Jace. We've had this conversation before. Better with an Enchanter, but Shen will do. And an On the Hump from Sivir will also do. You've got enough tools there to make the Olaf, I think, work. Gragas would be more defensive, more disengaged. Cassante's more frontline. They're going to go the Cassante route. A bit more ability to frontline, be disruptive, and try and kind of tango with some of these quite frustrating divers like the Akali and the Nautilus. You've got your own mobility to match their silliness. There is the Ambessa. Ambessa. Good music. So, at this point, that's flexing. Actually, now that I need to talk about that, I just blanked on that. That's flexing the Jace into the jungle. Monkey's done this already, this split. Has started with the electrostatic field, that W in the melee form to give yourself some AoE and deal with what the Q nerfs on minions or monsters has been a thing. So that actually then means that theoretically you can start Raptors clear still pretty quickly and allow the Jace to still be a strong clearer. I'm kind of there for it. Jason onto Cassante at least, yep. Yes, it does allow you to get out of that, and then the Ambessa is probably fine at the Cassante. And it puts the Jason in a position where perhaps the laning phase is less reliant. Again, you can go towards those higher damage builds in the jungle as well, which I always appreciate. Early on, potential level 1 stuff. EDG! Palkia in danger, has to shadow dash out. Okay, look at the end of that play. Gyos continue. Bit of a chunk onto Palkia, who's going to be forced to heal. Not a great level 1 from him. The barrier from Leave as well. Heal from Era. HP advantage to WE. Pot advantage also now there as well for this Nautilus if they want to trade aggressively. As a look at those keystones, nothing super surprising. The Ambessa's gone towards the Grasp. Again, not into something like the Gnar where the Electrocute's more valuable. Everything else I think makes some sense. Lethal Tempo for Sivir. It will be the first strike on the Jace who wants to farm up as much gold as possible as quickly as possible. Jace with that rapid clear on the Raptors. Actually, he'll be able to get that good, fast clear down. Should be able to now reset should they so choose. And run from there. There's that reset will be for an early longsword. Looking to play towards that top side of the map now. Does make Monkey's Jace path relatively predictable, it must be said. I think anyone who's seen him play this before will have an idea what's happening. The Jarvan's taking the opportunity to do a similar reset. It's already onto one of his camps, gets into a dangerous position in this bot, so Leave and Palkia both chunk pretty well, but About also ate a lot of damage from some of those autos from the Twilight Assault. Leave got staggered in place, though. Flash in for the Force Bomb, flash response from Leave. Need to be a bit aware of where Palkia is. He's going to get flash hooked, and About gets donated first, but as a result, this bot lane continuing to be a real strong point here for WE. Xiao Hao's here. Remember the flash still being burned. There's the hook. We'll have the Valkyrie get down to the flag and drag as a result. Nicely played from Era and about to get out of what could have been a fairly unfortunate sequence. Does mean that Xiaohao's now in an awkward spot in terms of his clear timer. Had to come down bot off his wolves. Called there to try and mess with the bot lane to try and save something there. Doesn't manage to do so. We'll get Scuttle Crab, but then realistically needs to get over towards this blue and Gromp and get them cleared ASAP. I think unfortunately for him, there'll be Jace picking up this Scuttle Crab and might actually be able to stick around for these Raptor respawns. Doesn't want to take that risk. We'll see that they're spawning shortly. Instead might look at his own Raptors and then come back to play. Karis not reset as yet. Both mid laners holding on to their pots fairly well. Leave with the slight CS lead, but his flash hook just wide. Nice with the Hex flash, but Bulldog calm enough there. But everyone's coming because they want these Raptors, and the Jarvan's heading to the opposite direction, potentially looking to get on top of About, who doesn't have that flash, actually. This will be a bot lane dive. There is a Valkyrie and a barrier available, so About's going to try and Frost bomb this wave, but the play for the Raptors means that About has to know he's in danger. Yeah, they know, and About is going to be forced to seed a wave off this. That's the price. Might even losing a camp, so I'm not sure whether Jace ends up getting all that much for this. The Nautilus now coming on over. It's going to be a trade of camps and a wave lost, so probably still a win here for EDG in the grand scheme of things. Jace is going to steal away another Krug camp, though, so we'll actually end up getting one camp up there. So a wave and a camp for 2 camps. Putting a lot in the monkey basket, but hey, we've often relied on that to begin with. Frost bomb is shielded well, but Palkia eats a Sheen auto nonetheless. Do want to burn the Spirit's Refuge. It's game 2. And Monkey's in the Big Brother Wolf house. Picking up some wolves. It's actually going to have a very nice second back here as well. I'm imagining this will be full Dirk. Might be brutalized if he's going Voltaic, actually, thinking about it. See what this ends up looking like on the reset. Didn't buy anything. Oh, there's the Dirk. Thank goodness. Got very nervous there for a second. Took a second update. In we go. Karis. Perfect execution to the Shuriken flip. And Miasma comes on down a little bit much. Trying to bait something out there. He's looking for a reset anyway. Xiaohao's here. About gets knocked up. Will Valkyrie away. I think she'll be able to run away. The EDG do have a Shen around, but no flash to follow up with the Shadow Dash. So ends up just being some trades there. And everyone kind of walks away. About, again, that is the 3rd look in from Xiaohao bot lane. 3 looks from this Jarvan bot side. So earned a flash, dropped away, but no kills, that's for sure. Monkey taking the opportunity to claim the Scuttle Crab spawn and continue to accelerate as the game does not accelerate, it pauses. Boo. About doing pretty well on the trades. Yeah. Oh. You know what, folks? If you, on this final day of July, would really like to do something cool, I've got like a cool trick you can do. I hear it's like a secret strat in Twitch chat. If you were in Twitch chat and you were to type !Opera GX, you get an incredible link to a browser beyond your wildest dreams that you could download and sign up for. And therefore, support me and Alex for free, even, guys. Which I think would be a great way to use this pause. Isn't tomorrow the last day of July? Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. 31 days in July. Whoops. It's fine. Almost the final day. Penultimate day of July. Penultimate day of July. I think WE look like they're going to be in a relatively happy spot here. Xiaohao is not successfully, for my money, managed to get that much done here, which I think is a little alarming. Bum 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 bo doo 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 doo. Hopefully, you should be back in shortly. We'll wait and see exactly how it all plays out, but as it stands, we're kind of just waiting. Yeah. Oh. Oh! Not all that much happened, really, did it? We came out of the pause and things are just standing as still. About Valkyrie's in, gets an auto down. Spell shield's there, doesn't really get that much there. Bulldogs up about 10 CS into Karis, but again, your Akali into a melee matchup that can be quite obnoxious, so it's going to be a little bit of time before that comes back on forward to get the actuator on that reset. Catalyst and a tier for the Cassiopeia, so now she never needs to leave lane. Monkey taking the opportunity, though, off all of these clear advantages to grab a dragon early on with the shove from About and Era, and can now look to get into his jungle, pick up a red buff and some Krugs, maybe even a Raptor camp afterwards, although I think he picked that up on the way over by the looks of it. So it'll be red buff at the very least. There is a control ward deep in his jungle, and we'll spot him out as he comes around here. Top side slightly to the Ambessa, building towards what will likely be the Eclipse. It often is. Obviously, Shojin's very good for her as well, post a certain point. Close enough game in the early stages. Slight leads over the WE. Nothing game-breaking as yet. I will say I think the Jace having a free early time to get ahead individually and power towards a first item, which looks like it'll be a Ghostblade here, actually, I imagine. Ghostblade, Voltaic, something like that would make sense as a combo. Feels like that's the plan. Grubs up, and I am seeing a lot of resets and entrances into this river. Level advantage for Monkey, looking for the hook. He hits the wall, and the turnaround onto Monkey means he's dead. Oh dear, that was very ugly from WE. Karis could take the opportunity to jump on a Bulldog with a reminder, though he burned his miasma. Does get the petrifying gaze kind of for free there. Is still around. Palkia did burn the flash. Xiaohao picks up that Scuttle Crab. Are we still going to play this? It's not been the fastest grub take of all time. And actually, the Ambessa's coming down. This could get messy. They get a grub here, but it's not been the cleanest takes. And those grubs are resetting. We'll be able to smite one away. They don't actually have the smite, so it doesn't get used there. Nab one away with the Ambessa lacerate. They are going to get a good miasma down, and they mean they will at least kill off the Ambessa as well. Karis is dancing around. The shot blast lands, but the damage just isn't there yet. WE, two slightly awkward skirmishes in a row. They didn't have their own AD carry there, so it kind of takes some numbers disadvantages, fights back to back. They get a shot blast down, but Cube gets in, doesn't get that much value. Karis looks for an execute, doesn't quite have it. And they kind of steal a grub away for 2 kills, really. Okay, shot blast some first strike golds. Yeah, Xiaohao feeling a lot happier after that play. Gets a couple of sits, gets the grubs, feels much happier with where things are at. WE have gone for a very squishy comp with a lot of burst, right? You land the Nautilus hook, everyone piles in with their dive and long-range skill shots. That's the plan. On the other side, I think EDG, it's a good team fight comp. Front to back, strong, double backline carries with good, consistent uptime of the Cassiopeia and the Sivir, who are a little short range, but you've got this Jarvan, the Shen and the Cassante to get things started and keep you safe from the potential burst windows of WE. I think it is an easier comp to execute from EDG. I like the flex of the Jason to the jungle, but it does rely on some good skirmishing, I think, from WE. It's been a little bit messy there, despite some good moments early on to get Monkey an advantage. Fumbled there around the grubs as Ura hooks a wall and Monkey ends up in a 1v3 as a result. Would have been a 2v3 to begin with. Of course, nameplates on. People like Karis on the Akali is pretty exciting. Shot blast, catches Bulldog. Bit more first strike goals. Has got the Brutalizer in inventory now, so I wonder whether it's Dirk into Voltaic build path. Might be the idea here. Use the Dirk as the early spike and then help that to power through towards an early Voltaic. And about on the roam. Not going to spot out too many wards. We'll see Palkia resetting there. They'll clear this one out. But there's 2 wards here that aren't going to get swept. One on the red buff, one on the Raptors, which are going to be pretty valuable. Shot blast lands onto Bulldog. Again, the damage is not really there for the Jace yet. 10%. Shuriken flip just a pixel off. EDG relatively happy with the state of the game right now. Cole's nearly cashed in for Lee. Cassiopeia's been chilling, farming, laning, up CS. It's kind of grown, actually. Gone to about 20-odd now. Xiaohao's kind of stabilized in the jungle. Was a world where Monkey began to out-farm him fairly heavily. It's not happened. First items, though, are beginning to get completed by WE as well. They'll see the Dragon, going to start it up. Keep Leave under his turret. Dragon's been started. The skies goes Monkey. Gets himself some accelerated autos with a hypercharger. Xiaohao's around, off vision. This gets a bit spicy. Shot blast lands, TP in, hook on in. Flag and drag buffers through. Palkia throws out that Spirit Refuge. This TP could suck. Cube's got a big shield. Lacerates well. Palkia goes on in. That Cataclysm, not the best value as Ura survives the attempt to decide from Flash on and goes Karis with the perfect execution. Palkia is likely dead here. The public execution does get on leave, but he spell shields the knockup. Shot blast lands. That means a lot of damage down, and Karis gets a double and backs away. ZDZ flashes in to finally secure the kill, though. Bulldog looking to step up, but he's in a 1v4. Petrifying Gaze. The Antofo strikes are there, and actually, ZDZ can pick up some more. It's a 2v2, but the damage is still pretty good here from WE. Valkyrie out. Palkia has Shen ulted in. Cube, though, lacerating, trying to get some more damage. Does get another. His armor bed at level 11 is pretty ridiculous. Now Palkia is deep. He might die for a second time in the same fight, but does manage to get on out. It's a messy, messy fight, but WE do come away with the Dragon, even if the kills largely end up evening. ZDZ at the back end of that with some clutch all-out gaming. Problem is on the other side, though, eyes on people like Karis, who managed to pick up a couple kills of his own. We'll start with the TPing very deep from Cube, but he's got this spell shield. He just doesn't take damage right now, and Palkia is on a Shen. Isn't all that tanky. Ura initially survives the attempt on his life, and then Karis full sense. Bulldog's forced to run away, but it leaves Palkia and leaves somewhat exposed as Cube gets that public execution. You're thinking from this point, looks really good from WE. And then ZDZ gets a really good back end of this fight. Karis is left low, and ZDZ flashes. At this point, with WE could have tried to escape, but Bulldog was there. They have to pick him up, but the Petrifying Gaze is enough to freeze up Monkey and get ZDZ the angle to pull back another and pick up some good clutch ends of that fight. They are, in the end, lucky, actually, only to lose ZDZ at the back end of this, because Cube gets some serious DPS checks down. They can't keep chasing for more, as Palkia just about gets to run away with the Protoplasm Harness value. Yeah, it's good damage, right, from ZDZ, but Cube was popping. And still, I think, a better fight for WE on the whole. Shot blast wide, backsteps, gets it to the skies. Tried to backstep what was going to be the petrifying gaze, doesn't quite read it, but still gets that flash off the Cassiopeia nonetheless. Era sees everyone in that bush. Shot blast lands on the leader. That one stings a bit more with the voltaic now completed. About has Valkyried in, though, and has to flash to avoid a potential cataclysm. The problem is we now have very limited flashes in general. Xiaohao goes in again, but doesn't want to go beyond the Era. Just got to lock it at this point, trying to stay safe. Cube's going to take the opportunity to take this turret, be first turret of the game. And this Ambessa is now in a fairly good spot, actually, must be said. Karis as well. Early Spell Pen boots, the upgraded. Spell Slinger's shoes. Karis does get pulled back a little bit there. Has to be a bit careful. There's an all-out angle, yeah. Karis, does he have the ult? Doesn't need it, just gets to walk away as EDZ goes looking for it. Again, Karis has still got the Gunblade, so the Omnivamp is there. Xiaohao around. Herald's being taken, although EDZ's ult's about to run out. Ura gets a bit of CC. The shot blast lands. The Shen ult's there, but he dies, and therefore the Shen ult is entirely wasted. You stand united. Unfortunately, ZDZ falls divided. TP to the mid lane turret. That will be the Akali returning. Flag and drag interrupted by a really good Dredge sign, and Xiaohao's dead as well. And now Karis in the backline. Twilight Shroud lands a Shuriken flip, but it'll be onto Palkia, and I think the Shadow Dash that will follow would be a dead old Akali. So WE find 2 kills, get themselves a Herald, feel pretty happy about it. What they do have is a lot of target access. And a lot of damage. Honestly, 4 damage carries at a strong point in power is scary stuff for EDG, especially if they don't have their Cassiopeia and Sivir in position to return the favor. And look, at this point, you are still waiting on another item for the Sivir to be genuinely a threat. Oh, don't catch the back there. WE don't have a lot of tank, don't actually have a lot of engage. It's all on Era, right? But if you do hit someone as Era, the chance are the person you hit will have a bad time. ZDZ's still got the remains of his all-outs and thinks, well, maybe we can play this. And no, you can't. The Channel is there, but there's just too much damage. The Voltaic is completed. About's there with mixed damage. Kazante's just not that tanky at this point in the game. And the hook lands and pulls him out of range of the standard. That's what happened. The public execution is just shy. Bulldog is fast enough to retreat. Otherwise, there would have been a public execution to follow in, and probably a perfect one off of that. But now we come back to live. Dragon's 5 seconds away. Hook lands, but leaves spell shields it. Herald is summoned. Nice little big one rocket, though. Catches a couple. Which I think that was probably something else. Ooh. Valkyrie away from the attempted flash taunt. The hook also goes wide. Both flashes from both supports. A little lackluster there, it must be said. Herald charges and gets a couple more plates. Shot blast lands. EDG eats some more damage. This might be verging on happy gaming territory. Yeah, we are getting there, aren't we? But I think at this point, WE are in a fairly commanding position. The Dragon is up, but they are in charge of the river. EDG looking for an engage onto About. That's unfortunate. Barrier and a Dream. The Locket's there as well by some time. And they do kill him, but it's caked so long that they lose their jungler, and the rest of the health bars are looking great. Monkey went in and just got Twin Fang down. Karis looking to execute, does at least get another one back, so it's still a large win there as Cube's got his ult available. Doesn't quite burn it as yet. Starts to lacerate around with those Drake downstairs. Bulldog trying to get some more value. Uruk does get stunned up with the Petrifying Gaze, but the attempted Dredge doesn't quite land. All out comes on forward from ZDZ, but Karis still threatening. The Shuriken flipped in and managed to get a 5-point strike. The Antofo strikes are wide as ZDZ is just running out of damage, flashing for potential another Antofo strikes that also go wide, and Cube gets to pick up some more damage, but it is Karis who picks up the kills. Now 6-1. It's an ace for 3. And then they get to have a look right back over towards this dragon. I thought Monkey had gone a little deep there going on him, but does trade his life fairly dearly. Xiaohao's back up, though, which makes this a potential fight all over again. There is no teleport on Bulldog or on ZDZ. They can blast cone in, and that makes this a risky fight at the best of times. Have a look at this replay. Because it starts with about getting caught. Between Barrier and Locket, he's actually really tanky. So he gets a lot of damage down. And they manage to turn around with a really good shot blast. The Dredge line ends up hacking onto the dying Jarvis. He picks up that kill. And then Monkey jumps onto leave, and Bulldog punishes. There's a Shen ult coming, but unfortunately, it doesn't actually save Leave's life. And this is where it gets a bit messy, because Era and Karis try to trade this one out, and Era just ends up getting chunked a little bit too low. The Petrifying Gaze lands, DPS check is good, but then the All-Out hilariously just pulls Cube into melee range of Bulldog, who then goes, I didn't want to deal with a whirling dervish. And Best, that sounds like a really bad idea. EDG rushing Baron again. They did this the first game. There is going to be Monkey around. Can spot it out. 3,000 HP. It's going to get rushed. They've got the Cassiopeia. It's taken. Now Cube's in danger. Goes lacerating in and out with the Breakdown Step. Monkey trapped inside the Cataclysm and dies. That's not great news, but here comes the Shen ult. The depth charge on top of Xiaohao will get melted. That's good value. Cube still going on the other side. Big damage. And the problem is EDG have snuck Baron, but traded their lives recalling on a ward. They at least get the Shen out, but everyone else is dead. And Commander Karis, he's on his legendary Akali. That's what he earned his commission with, shall we say. Exceptional valor on the field of battle on the Akali. Shen survived with the recall, so you at least get to keep one Baron, but that's it. It's a negative 2,000 Baron power play. And it got real ugly. Monkey dies again. Not had the easiest time with some of these team fights on the Jarvan, but again, it meant that Cube got so much time to just whirl around those fights. Alongside, of course, Karis, who's having a really nasty look as this Akali's gotten properly fed. Especially with this Gunblade Shadow Flame build, the longer fights go, the better it is for you. All of that Omnivamp, all of that threat with the low HP crits. It's a good shot blast onto 3 that chunks out multiple members for about 20% of their health bar. Cube gets a big AoE chunk as well. They jump onto Monkey, and that's all good. But Monkey's kind of burned his cooldowns. The depth charge onto Xiaohao, about getting to free fire all of this, while on the other side, Public Execution gets Cube in for all the Omnivamp. So he's a lot less squishy than you think he is, and Karis is there. So they actually just murder both the Cassiopeia and the Sivir, especially as anyone who could potentially peel for them is gone. Full contact team fighting is a thing, guys. And the Ambessa and the Akali have got so many ways to bypass the front line. With the public execution, with Akali's whole mobility, the front line actually struggles to stay between you and those double divers, especially if the fight gets fractures and dash cooldowns are down. Public execution's a lot easier to land, even with the nerf to the ult. And Cube is really landing him right now for a player that we once maligned his inability to play carry. He's having a really good showing of it right now. He's level 16, has a Black Cleaver in a tree. They're going to try and dive him. I don't know how easy it's going to be. The public execution lands, and Cube is the wrong way around for a potential angle for the Petrifying Gaze. Bulldog should still get the kill. It takes a fair amount of time. All the while, Karis, how did we end up there, buddy? Well, they lose both their solo laners that I just praised, so count that as a caster guess. So, they will get a turret, but not where the Baron buff is. It kind of undoes some of the sins there. Might still be traded onto this tier 2 bot side there. I don't know how Karis ended up under a tier 2. I want to say an all-out flash in, but the hook turns around. Palkia now in danger, and he dies. Okay, well, that's kind of extended 1-for-1. Now Leaves in danger as well. The shot blast into the jump away. Here's a nice kill. Bulldog is now here. He's a very speedy state. The miasma is there. That probably means that Monkey's dead. Missed the shot blast. It was a panic attempt anyway. About gets the Valkyrie on through and blows up the snake. The damage is really good. Remember, EDG has no all out anymore because they used it topside. Era falls, but the Frost bomb's there. And Corki unleashes hell. Payload delivered. Again, sure, like they think they could play this, but again, they've burned so many of their ultimates, and there's a lot of damage still to roll. It's a really good Valkyrie if we get the replay from About, actually, who sort of manages to go over and beyond, stay in range of Bulldog, get out of the frontline range, still get a lot of damage burning down on ZDZ, who was then struggling to kind of stay on top of him. Have a look at this replay. So this is how Karis ended up under the turret. Shot blast lands, and tell me Karis doesn't just look at this. I'm assuming it's a footwork into Q3R. Yeah, he just disrespects the Untofo strikes, cooldown still being available, gets W back under the turret, and dies. Yeah, it's good stuff. That's the shutdown as well. Credit over to ZDZ where it's due. Nice combo. Then we'll have a look at this one because they go in, flash torp, but there's no real follow-up on about. It gets a Valkyrie away, and they blow up the shed. You're going, oh boy, and then Leave gets annihilated too, and you're going, okay, so we've lost our Sivir. Can we still turn around? Some turret shots went on down, flash from Miasma. Great, you killed Monkey, but watch about him. Well, that's so many autos. The flag and drag's in the wrong direction, and about just gets to free fire. It's so nice. And Xiaohao, that's just a bad misread. Probably has to hold the flag and drag for the Valkyrie, but hey, maybe he's done. The DPS check is too tough. Dragon being forward over will be sold. Look at Karis on the flank angle. Look to come on forward. ZDZ threatening the lacerate forwards to get another Drake count step or two. The shot blasts are really stinging from Monkey at this point. There's the flash cataclysm. Xiao flag drag out. Eats a lot of damage though, and all the while Cube goes on in. Karis into the backline makes this a spicy one. They do manage to pick up the Dragon, at least denying Soul Point. The problem is the fight's not looking so great. As yeah, Golden goes Bulldog, but everyone else having a bad time. Karis low, but not down. Everyone else dies. They pick up at least 2, but it's still traded for 4. Hey, you get the Soul Point away from WE, deny that. So you know what? Maybe that's a win enough. But it's not a team fight win, make no mistake about it otherwise. Have a look at this again. So the shot blast lands, and you think, ooh, this is spicy. It's a good flash cataclysm, but it takes a lot of time to get the damage. About's kind of out of it as well. It's a 3-man flag and drag, but Cube gets to flash in and still threaten Xiaohao. It means he's not actually in the pit for this smite, which is crazy. Ends up going down, I believe, to just an auto from the Cassante. Karis does manage to bring down Leave there, but ends up being very low. Has to go Golden to avoid the DPS check. And that Golden was necessary. The Cube brings down Bulldog a lot faster. And ZDZ doesn't quite manage to get anyone else there, and About doesn't burn out to the noxious blast poison ticks. Yeah, and it's not a good ult either from the side of the Cassiopeia. Shot blast lands, ooh, onto the squishy members as well. That's a bit frustrating. 3.5 items to the Jace is beginning to really be a poke problem. Also, as a jungler, you can afford to leave lane to just be poking. A little bit more freely, looking to come from one angle. Karis from the other. Cube and Aaron in the back. So the depth charge goes through everyone. There's a cataclysm. But the publicly perfect execution combo. Cube does go down, as does Karis, actually. Hang on. They don't get the kill secured, and now suddenly Leave is free firing. That's 4 for none. That looked phenomenal for a second, but Leave doesn't fall, and neither does the Cassiopeia. That's going to be Baron as well. Hang on. Have we hit the point where About's going to step on top of Bulldog, who's got a Seraph's in a Dream, needs to run away. The Foss Bomb's just wide, or rather the big one, Rocket. And that will instead be the Baron picked up on 5, and WE back to the drawing board. What happened there? Cube and Karis just got melted on their journey into the backside. EDG normally not great in the late game scenarios. We'll have a look at this again, because I thought actually W had a great angle. The depth charge flew through everyone. I'm guessing About is just out of range. Bulldog's trying to get on top of Karis. The depth charge knocks through everything. You're thinking, this is great. Karis goes in, and you're thinking Cube and Karis should have this, right? Leave has a barrier, has the Stand United, has the all-out, the petrifying gate. He just gets to stand and auto. They had enough this time to keep him alive between the barrier, flash, and Channel. The burst wasn't quite there. Interesting. And that's with, I thought maybe Bulldog was more involved there than he was, but he doesn't really stop Karis getting in. Petrifying Gaze at the end of it is a big deal. I mean, Hexol would be a huge deal. But yeah, that's 4-item Sivir win condition is what that is, with Channel Barrier to keep you alive alongside what I'm assuming was a Locket on top of that, and of course ZDZ footwork shield as well. He got about, what's that, 2,500 HP of shields. On the hunt from Leave. Again, he is down a few of those tools for the next play. But how many of them are going to be down for really an extended period of time? I'm not sure about that. There's the Lord Dom's done for Monkey, not as Cyrilda's. Wants better damage into some of those HP stackers. And to be fair, pretty much everyone not named Sivir is going to have more HP than you, so I think that's probably pretty good here. Good damage. That control ward is a known quantity in the pit. Just playing for vision around here. There's still a 5,000 gold lead to WE, but you can see the problem with their comp being very squishy. If they land the poke, it's good. Not quite getting that so far. They're in control of the river. EDG, they do go forwards, can sometimes end up leaving their Sivir alone to the wolves. You kind of need to channel someone like the Jarvan if you do that, and that leaves Leave very risky. There's a good shot blast. That's a third of Leave's health bar, and he definitely doesn't have a lot of life steal yet. Bloodthirst to change that, but he's a ways off that. So the damage good. Another shot blast threatens. They split the uprights this time. So you pick up that mid lane turret eventually. Karis on a flank angle. Dragon in 5 seconds, and EDG lower than they would like. Leaves managed to heal up somewhat. ZDC goes in, looks to get a W down, has the W back out. The damage is good. The On the Hunt is there. Cube still threatening for flank. Has his Karis. Leave needs to be really careful. The On the Hunt there. There's the counter with the Valkyrie out. Now Cube can look again in the backside. Karis is also there. Leaves in danger. Public execution. All out on a golden Karis. Leave does survive now. Death charging me by another stopwatch, but they have to flash. Karis this time doesn't overplay the hand. Leaf survived, but they've lost their support and burned so many defensive tools to do so. That's soul for WE. Better executed team fight. As EDG burn their defensive tools, but WE don't burn all of their cooldowns simultaneously and split up just enough to make sure that EDG retreat and burn a lot of cooldowns without being able to continue the fight. WE managed to get their Hex Soul. See how obnoxious the Jace can be when you're in control of a space already. The continual shot blast to just chunk people out on repeat. Voltaic and Lord Doms with all of the shield pen as well, becoming very annoying here. Shout out to About as well, having been ganked 3-4 times, forced to drop several ways. Now 12-1 on this Corki. Akali's 11-3 as well. Been a good showing from About after a challenging early game. You've got to give real credit to the fact that he has stayed well and truly in this game. It's 3,000 gold ahead of Leave. Of course, we are now at the point realistically where the Sivir has outscaled, but you give credit where it's due now between GA and Zhonya's and Steel Caps. It's actually going to be very difficult to bring low, I think. And we saw that. The proactivity from EDG when they jumped on About, it took forever to kill this player. They found the most success when they've actually just played to defend Leave. It makes Xiaohao's life a little bit difficult because he is the major go button, and if the go button is onto a target, it's going to be very difficult to finish. You have some difficult questions to ask. Death Catch got done by Karis, by the way, so yeah, that's a problem. We've got a minute until Baron number 2 of the game. Good chunk there. Oh, big one poke is so annoying from Corki alongside the Jace as well. We are getting to the point where the Corki's an additional poke threat. It really nerfed his poke playstyle to take him up mid a little bit. But he's still got some decent poke, and now that he's hit this point of damage, the damage is nothing to be sniffed at, especially with the Hex Soul triggering off those rockets. Jay's Shot Blast will obviously do something very similar there. Red buff was picked up by Xiaohao with a smite. Be a bit wary there of a potential Shot Blast steal, actually. Monkey's going to continue to steal away more camps. Is really accelerated ahead of Xiaohao in the farm numbers now, not a surprise. Baron up. Karis in the river. Trying to stay off vision, hanging around his control ward. Xiaohao will now have an idea as he pulls away from that bush. Karis, but no, not going to find it. Monkey spotted out on a flank angle. Does land a decent shot blast there onto Palkia. Loses about 20% of his HP bar. There's the Hex Soul. slow and steady now. EDG can rely on their scaling to an extent, but the range poke with the Hexol is just so annoying. And the more they lose control of the river, the harder it is to walk up. Cube also pretty difficult to match in a side lane right now, so that'll be Baron started. Corki and Jace, good damage dealers to try to jump onto Xiaohao, read the dodge wrong, and Xiaohao backs away. Kara's still kind of around, going to be spotted out. Shot blast again, dodged away from Xiaohao. He's got the GA to work with, so feeling a bit more emboldened. Kara's still on the flank. All the while, Cube in the picture-in-picture, saying, yeah, come on. And I've got the... Actually, Kara's actually going to go towards the top side. They're going to go for the 1-3-1. Look to really shove for some inhibitors. K'Sante can only go to one of these. They might get both here, actually. Minions should finish that up, and indeed they do. Nicely done. Leave us just about get that tier 2 in mid, so at least it is somewhat traded. The bot lane inhibitor turret stands. This game getting a little late, I think, for WE's comfort. Elder's in a minute and a half. You just left here. You need to be a bit careful as Karis does manage to shuriken flip away from any particular Iceborne Gauntlet shenanigans slows. Back to Baron we go. Continuing to say, yeah, here we go. They're TPing in. They really want this here. Again, there's a teleport on both the K'Sante and the Cassiopea. Maybe has to burn one or the other. There's that TP from both. It's a little late, though. Karis behind. Can still look to threaten here. Who's he want to jump on? Leave would be the target. Backs off from that bush. Would have been in a difficult 1v5. They jump in. Flash Taunt is wide from Palkia, but hit by the Miasma nonetheless. Inside the Twilight. Tries to get the Shuriken flip out and runs away. Loses about half his HP bar, though, to a fair amount of damage. Shot Blast interrupts the reset from Xiaohao. That's problematic. Back towards Baron we go. Xiaohao going to be forced to stick around here with the GA and pray. Baron still started. They're going to try and zone people off and look for the fight and keep people accountable. Can't see the Cassiopea. He's looking for the Petrifying Gaze. Bulldog has got an angle potentially here. The Baron not de-aggro. Karis on another flank. They do hook onto the Cassiopea, who's left low. Xiaohao trying to get back out with the Hex Gaze, but it's just not there in time, and that means the Baron is secured. Lee flashed on top of and will surely get melted. Does indeed. WE, this fight is exactly the kind of fractured, scrappy bloodbath full of chaos that they desired. From the GA comes up Xiaohao, but the Angel on his shoulder shrugs their shoulders and goes, I don't know what more you want from me, mate. With that, Baron ace wave in mid, 37 minutes on the clock and 40 seconds on most people's death timers. The game is sure to end here. WE made to work for it through the mid game, slowed down a little bit there by EDG getting that one good fight in mid. By denying Soul just that touch. It got late, you wondered about the Civet. But no, it was just too much. A 12 kill Akali game, a 13 kill Corki game. WE look for blood with this composition and find it. On an easy comp to execute. Relied on a lot of damage, a lot of good poke from the Jace and the Corki later on. Good timing, poise, I think, to ensure that you are pairing up your Ambessa and Akali diving in to threaten the likes of that Sivir without someone like a Jarvan or a Shen or a K'Sante making it difficult. On the whole, they managed it well. EDG did manage to drag it to late game, but they just really felt like they didn't have enough in the tank as things went on. We'll listen into the interview now as well. Enjoy the post-game now as WE making a 2-0. Looks like it'll be Karis interviewing.
而且今天赢下这场比赛以后，目前的这个积分榜暂时也位列到一个前3了，可能是一个第2的一个状况，所以想问一下 Karis 的心情怎么样？
오늘 3연승 했는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요? 3연승인 걸 생각 안 하고 하긴 해서 오늘 들으니까 되게 기쁘기도 하고 일단 3승 1패로 시작해서 되게 기분이 좋습니다. 感觉今天没想到2比0轻松获胜，拿到那个连胜挺好，挺开心。
这番言语似曾相识啊，但是我觉得同样的是今天的发挥特别的出色。那第2个问题，WE 呢，目前如果说让大家想到这个团魂这2个字啊，我相信很多的粉丝第一反应一定会有 WE 这支队伍，所以想问问 Karis， 你觉得现在的 WE 能赢下3连胜或者具备团魂很重要的一个要素是什么？
팀하면 우리 WE라고 생각하는데 지금 우리 팀 내 분위기 이런 거 어떻게 생각하시나요? 일단 저희가 저번 성적도 좋기도 했는데 일단 다들 무슨 일 있으면 서로서로 바로바로 솔직하게 말하는 게 제일 좋은 것 같고 그러다 보니까 서로 쌓인 거 없이 그냥 게임에만 집중할 수 있게 하는 게 제일 좋은 것 같아요. 队内有什么问题，直接我们摆在台面上直接解决掉，所以我们觉得很团队。
这句话也要 Q 一下啊！这句话其实是在 WE 的一个小视频当中也出现过。我们队长呢说，我们找到了很多问题都摆在了台面上，而这就是一个好事，说明我们可以解决问题。所以我觉得这是 WE 现在越打越强的一个原因。那我们来到游戏内当中的问题吧。Carry 在第2把当中自信的选择了他的招牌英雄阿卡丽，发挥非常的出色。那想问一下，在 BP 的时候，当时选择这个英雄是真的是阵容适配，还是已经打出感觉了呢？
어제판 아칼리 픽했는데 지금 자신감 있어서 픽했는지 아니면 그 팀의 등술적으로 픽했는지 궁금합니다. 일단 최근에 자신 없는 챔피언을 일단 많이 얻기도 하고 자신도 있었고 저희 빈픽할 때 거의 그대로 거의 빈픽한 생각한 대로 다 나와가지고 되게 편하게 게임했던 것 같아요. 感觉最近没有什么不会的英雄，感觉自信很好。完了，我们团队也是都是经过那个讨论会，都是 BP 完的。 都打中了，哎，就开心。
明白，就第一也做足了准备，第二最近已经打出自信了，觉得自己一定是个英雄海的水准了。那果然发挥很出色。来，我们继续回到，我觉得来一个高光操作吧。这个高光操作应该是最后一波大龙团的时候，其实 Carries 对方想要去开你，但你凭借一个灵敏的小走位躲开了圣的一闪，然后同时呢，拿下了这波大龙。你们的拉扯做得也很棒，所以想问 Carries 当时的一个内心状态或者操作是怎么做出来的？
마지막 드래곤 한타할 때 엄청 잘했는데 지금 그 부분에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요? 저희가 중반에 실수해가지고 좀 역전 당할 뻔했는데 그래도 그때 당시 이제 콜도 되게 정갈하게 어떻게 싸움할지 다시 집중해보자 이런 느낌으로 콜 돼서 잘 제 역할을 수행한 것 같아요. 中期的时候被0比4差点翻盘了，就是但还是最后集中精神打好了这场比赛。
我觉得现在 WE 厉害的点呢，就在于即使是劣势或者被翻了，他们也不急不慌。最后一个问题啊，最后一个问题简单一些，这个拿下了3连胜了 ，Carries， 胆子大一点的话，觉得自己的连胜还能走多久？
지금 3연승했는데 몇 승까지 갈 수 있다고 생각하시나요? 개인적으로는 레전승 할지 모르겠는데 그래도 남은 라운드를 전승할 수 있게 1라운드 전승할 수 있게끔 해보겠습니다. 我觉得还是不知道前面是什么情况，但我尽心全力拿下全胜。
努力拿下全胜啊！结果其实并不重要，刚才那个问题更多的是想要让大家看到我们 WE 的选手们愈加的自信起来。那也谢谢 Carries 进行我们的一个赛后采访，接下来就把我们的时间交还给解说企业，感谢我们的翻译老师。
谢谢。 Oh, folks, welcome back.
Hello, hello. Do you want to take a break?
How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, I had a quick...
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, Sam, I had a quick nap in that game. Just made sure I
let's
set
go
like
for
a 15-minute timer so I'd get her back up to like change the seed and stuff as we came back
there
out
we
of
go.
it.
Yeah,
How you
that's the
handling
one.
it, Sam?
Yeah, doing all right. Another shoot to go. At least so far, it's been 2-0s, making things a bit simpler.
Hey, thanks for the follows, by the way. Kekin Sano and Chris Mopper. I appreciate the both of you.
Appreciate you guys.
And of course, earlier as well, Darkworld, thanks for the resub as well. Thank you, Sam, for casting as well. And if anyone wants to continue supporting us, this is literally our jobs. So if you want to drop a download on Opera GX and sign up to on the browser, it does make a difference to us.
Yep.
And of course, the more we get signups like that, the more likely we are to get sponsorships and stuff in the future.
And obviously we are towards the end of July at this point, a couple days left of it. But for next month as well, consider if you are looking to subscribe next month, doing so with a regular sub, or if you're really feeling fancy, going towards a tier 2, which I believe are enabled. You can tier 2 and tier 3 a sub on this channel. And my God, about good damage there on the Corki. Well done from him. Had a very, very strong Corki game.
Yeah,
especially
it helps that
he was dove 3 times early.
Yeah, it helps that he's hitting like a Shen that can't block his abilities with his Spirit's Refuge, and then the Cassante as well. So he's hitting a lot of people that can't really do that much against his damage, which is part of the reason why the Corki is picked. Because part of the reason I did catch the draft of the corner, I was thinking, well, why the Corki? 1, blows the spell shield well into Sivir, and 2, I mean, it's not, you can get out of the Cataclysm, and 3, it's not really that much you can do as Cassante and Shen if he plays well. In fact, that's what we kind of saw from him about, and credit to About. I think Split 1, I think the LPL community was, at least in the global community, was pretty aligned that About was kind of ass. He wasn't very good.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
He's doing a lot better now. He's doing a lot better. I said that was the first highlight is him getting dunked on.
He actually takes forever to die here, by the way.
Yeah, but I think About has done a great job of stabilizing and actually becoming a really big threat. Credit to him. Yeah, same there. Honestly, like in the 3 series days, the exhaustion does kick in at some point. EDG,
it's a long day,
man. Like
Yes. That's kind of that's the voice of me. That's my voice as well here.
I don't even know what they should do, because I think clearly the chemistry of this team just isn't there. I don't know who you change. I personally would just rebuild around Xiao Hao. I think that guy's great, but yeah, no, personally I'd just rebuild around Xiao Hao. But then again, they've been sticking with Leave as well, so you know.
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know where you rebuild that chemistry from. Sure, again, just woke up for a 50-minute nap. But yeah, I don't know where you rebuild that chemistry from. It's hard to build a roster for sure. But yeah, a bit worried. I think it's shot calling mostly. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's the chemistry and the shot calling, right? Because a lot of shot calling comes from chemistry.
Yeah, I think that is a fair shout. Okay, I'm gonna run and get myself a refill on my tea.
Gotcha. I'll look after chat, put on an ad break, and then we'll against the last series of the day.
How are you enjoying Classic, by the way? I'm hearing you're having a good time in general.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. I haven't played against all of the broken stuff yet, so look, I'll get back to you once I've played all of the against all of the broken stuff, and I get to, you know, when I start playing against people who are actually good at their champions, that's when we shall see, you know.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I shall go for this break before I take too much time.
I wanna play old Zed. I wanna play season 3 Zed, man. I don't think they've released that guy yet, but old Zed will be very, very fun. I think the players are mostly okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that these players realistically should be a mid-table LPL team, and I think that they've underperformed that expectation for the last year and a half. And a best player of the game. Seven out of 8 votes as well. Once a monkey. Okay, let's put on that ad break and let's get ready for our third series of the day. Thanks for sticking with us again, folks. We wouldn't do this without you, and we appreciate you all. We appreciate you all sticking with us. TT versus JDG, our last series of the day. TT have taken games off of top Esports and BLG. They definitely should be overlooked, and I do think that JDG, well, Gala was ill last week. They didn't play fantastically well anyway. And player of the match is Karis. Strong games from him on both the Ahri and the Akali. Oh, hang on, here, it's my bad. JDG should be working together better, but it feels like the same team from the last split with the same problems. I think it really hurts that it's a roaming support meta and it's not a lane dominant meta. I think that Vampire was good in the roaming support meta with Monkey, because I think that him and Monkey had good synergy, and I think that well, what we've seen actually is that Monkey is a specialist with just calling support around the map like that. So while I think that while Vampire did do well with him, I think we've also seen Urha doing that with him, and the common core, I think that, you know, I think both her and Vampire are good, but I think that Monkey is an extra factor onto that. I think that Jundra is very coin flip, and I think what we've also seen is that Jundra and Vampire aren't great, and are at least not consistent at getting on the same page. That's not like they can't be, but they're not the best jungle support duo at actually getting on the same page and making something happen, which is a problem. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the gosh, what am I talking about? I don't know what's happening with the volume between scenes, by the way. I genuinely don't know what's happening with that. Yours is consistent, probably one of his co-foes. It might be a compressor on my desktop audio. It might be that. Give the Elsa casting, thank you. Today I'm aware that we've been doing some solo casting, and solo casting is a different thing. But yeah, I appreciate the Zebrex, appreciate you. It might be a compressor on desktop audio. Like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn the compressor off. I'm gonna turn the compressor off on desktop audio. Hey, thank you so much for the prime. Really appreciate you. Thank you for that. It does make a difference. Yeah, I'm going to turn the compressor off and just hope that it keeps things more consistent. Both your solo casting is also great. It's something we've got a lot of practice at. Like, I definitely felt as though my solo casting last week was actually pretty good. I'm not always happy with my solo casting, but I was pretty happy with it there.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? I'm going to try. So I have a compressor on desktop audio that might be the cause of the volume change. I'm not sure. I mean, it might also just be moving around.
That would be it.
It might also be you moving around the mic. I get that just might be a thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not done all that much moving, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's just that with that mic, it's obviously very sensitive to slight movements.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there was a point where I was kind of just being a little bit quieter and a bit slumped down because it was the break, so possibly that.
Yeah, it's not like I'm changing anything massively. I think it sounds the same through my head. Well, I'm not sure if it sounds the same through my headphones, actually. Yeah. I'll have a thing, because obviously it's nice to just fire and forget and just have settings which work. That would be nice to have, really. JDG, I was just saying, Sam, I think JDG, obviously they were ill in week 1. Gala and maybe Jundra were ill. I don't think they played very well. I think Jundra in particular wasn't great. I think that we had this similar issue when Jundra goes off the cliff, Vampire kind of follows after. So while I don't think it starts with Vampire, it's not like Vampire is it's not like he looks great by the end of it either, even if he's not like the origin of it.
He's not the culprit per se.
Yeah, and I think that Honkyu's early lane, he was really bad in level 1 in all 3 of those series, I want to say. He's like blowing flashes very... well, however many series they play, 2 or whatever. But he was losing flashes at level 1 or dying at level 1 a fair amount.
Like, repeatedly, yeah, it was quite poor. I mean, he played the rest of the games out well, but the early stages were quite ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, for instance, Sam, you're quieter now than you were in game, by the way.
Okay, maybe that's partly because I'm slouched away from the mic a little bit, and I'm just being quieter.
Sure,
in general,
but like
I
I'm just saying, like just for the record, just it's interesting to catch the information. We are 17 regular subscriptions away from Partner Plus TFC, but we need to be, I believe so. What?
So it's like 17 subscriptions, guys.
We're on 83 out of 100, I think. It might be 85. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, but
now is the time, guys.
Well, Sam, it is also worth noting we need to do it 3 months in a row to get it.
That's true, but we got to start at 1 month.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, folks, if you really want to support us as well, again, like, obviously, like, primes are always so appreciated, but if you do have room to do a regular subscription, or even like a tier 2 or a tier 3, it will make a big difference to us. In fact, what I might do to incentivize tier 3 stuff is try and do like a members wall or something like that. You know, like we have the fraud wall. We could have like a Hall of Fame for like our tier 2, tier 3s or something like that.
Yeah.
Have our pyramids. Oh no, it's a pyramid scheme. Oh no. We can have a pyramid. I was about to say, we can have a pyramid of tier 1 at the bottom, tier 3 at the top, blah, 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 but yeah.
Yeah, see, buy in, guys. Best deal of your lives.
Yeah. I have actually thought about making some alts and subbing with them for the purpose of that, but that goes against the spirit of it, right? And that's not.
Yeah.
It's just like funneling money back to ourselves, and it means that we're just giving money to Bezos at that point, so it's not fantastic, but yeah. I hope it's another 2-0, so I only have to do one extra post-match thread. Yeah, I mean, I think that JDG, if they play like they did in week 1 against TT, who played in week 1, I think it's a 3-game series, and I think TT can win that. I think if JDG play well without the illness, I think that it's. I still think TT can take a game if they get a really good draft for Junhao. I think Junhao and Feather, if they're on like Neferi Bard or Lee Sin Bard or something like that, can be a huge issue for other teams, right? But yeah, if JDG just rock up and they just turn up with players on form, quite hard. That's the problem that they get facing against them in LPL. So if they just rock up with players in form, it's quite hard to beat them.
Yeah, it is. It is. Testify. You guys probably aren't listening to the music right now, are you?
We actually
you'll have such time.
Basically, Spotify will stop playing if audio, if audio through Discord keeps going for long enough, basically.
Huh.
Time to give casting tips to tier 2, 3 subscribers. Yeah, I mean, so Sam and I tried to do this a casting guide thing for a thing like earlier this year / last year, and then no one signed up to it. So despite it being good content, it's just not something which people want to pay money for. Really, I don't think people are motivated enough for that. Maybe people 10 years ago would have been, but I don't think they are now. I think people will find it novel, but I don't think people actually want to pay money for it. Is the thing. Yeah, which is, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if there's no market, there's no market, and I think that actually the content is pretty good. I know I put up like 5 or 6 videos on there. Sam, did you end up actually putting up any videos on that?
One, but I wasn't very good, and I kind of had to redo it a bit. So like, and I also we just ran out of time. But I don't know. It was yeah, because
I ended up putting up like about 6 videos, I think. But yeah, but basically after that, I was like, look, I've put in, a couple of, a week or two's worth of effort into this, and no one's signing up to it. So I think at that point it's probably not worth following up with it, because I think basically people have to sign up through our link. I don't know whether people could access it through other people's links, so it felt a little bit strange in terms of the revenue sharing, basically. But yeah. Anyway,
yeah, I can agree with that.
Series TT versus JDG.
Indeed.
I actually think this is a winnable series for TT. I think they're underdogs, but I thank you so much, Esteban John, by the way, for the resub with Prime. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that this is a winnable series for TT. It is. It's a winnable series for them. I think JDG come in as favourites, so I'm not going to look down on them, but I do think with the way they were playing in week 1, with the disconnect from Junja from the team, and then also I think Vampire falling off a cliff after Junja does that as well. Because Junja is the root of most of these problems. I think that there are some issues there for JDG, despite how quality a lot of their players are.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice way of putting it. Frankly, there's some good stuff here, but the flaws are flooring, shall we say. There's a bit of a look in at our bot lane here. Arm versus Gala will be the matchup of the day. I think that's somewhat fair. Gala has been a little bit dubious. You can see like only 2.8 kills a game. The goal per minute's not superb. Get involved with some kills. But I'm also just aware that Gala has not been having a great time in general since the end of Split 2. And he's been a bit hit-miss on the majors. I've not been that impressed even with his Ziggs, which he was once very famous for.
On LNG 23. Yeah, he was very good at it back then. He was ill in week 1, so I'm going to give him kind of a bit of slack for that. Now, if he's bad in this week as well, assuming that he's recovered, then that's more of a problem. Strange week 1 for him. Had like a really bad Kai'Sa game, then a really good Sivir game the day after. So I think that like that first series versus Top Esports was an absolute barn burner. Again, a bit of a mess, but it was a barn burner. Yeah, we'll listen to these interviews, and Gala is the one being talked about.
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 的 ADC 选手 Gala。好，欢迎 Gala。那么目前对于 JDG 而言，我觉得拿下首胜真的是非常关键的一环了。那于你而言，你觉得要拿下这个首胜，做好什么内容真的很关键？
因为我们最近的比赛前期都挺烈的吧，然后我们现在感觉要把前期好好做好，拿到优势。
尽可能的把前期这个对线处理好。那第二个问题，今天也要面对到 TT 了，他们最近的状态也很火热，你觉得他们是一个什么样风格的队伍？有什么要注意的呢？
我觉得 TT 的话，他们还是蛮喜欢去跟打野做联动的，然后去围绕打野展开游戏的。
所以可能注意一下他们的打野节奏。希望今天 JDG 有一个好的发挥。我们一会儿赛场见。好，欢迎来到我们前彩，我们同样是请到了 TT 的辅助选手 Feather 来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TT 辅助选手 Feather。
好，欢迎 Feather。那第一个问题，最近大家都觉得这3场比赛 TT 的青春风暴非常的热烈，主要是即使失利也是面对强敌且有一争之力，所以你觉得大家现在比赛状态、自信心怎么样？
我觉得我们队伍现在就是磨合的比较久嘛，然后训练赛什么的状况也还可以，加上我们打比赛不怯场吧，然后就比较有劲头一点。
不怯场。那第二个问题，现在的整个辅助生态当中，其实应付的登场频率还挺高的，像青钢影这种，所以可以跟大家分享一下你自己是怎么看的呢？
我觉得这个版本就是交战比较多嘛，然后野辅节奏比较关键一点，这个版本。
野辅节奏很关键啊，那也希望今天 TT 同样在赛场上有一个精彩的发挥。
Well, interesting mecha, saying that Gala's specialty is his team fighting, it's his laning, which is always quite circumspect. Earlier in the year, obviously, laning for JDG was big for them, and I actually think one of the biggest downturns of Gala has been how clutch his team fighting has been. Remember in Split, is this Split 1 players when he's playing the Yunara and like dashed over the wall into 3 people? You know, he's had more late game flubs than I'd expect from a player of his caliber. Put it that way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Right, Sam. I'm gonna mic off again, and I'm gonna chat a little bit, and I'll leave you alone for the series. So enjoy the wonderful lyrical stylings of Sam. Couldn't do this without you, Sam. Again, appreciate your time, your effort, and your dedication to not just the stream but the region as well.
I got you, baby.
It's cool to kind of like, you know, go a couple of years into this. Obviously, I was on LPL for a couple of years, and obviously then you kind of joined me a little bit later. But it's kind of cool to see like you also join the ranks of LPL experts. You know, it's cool. You know, you've put in the time, put in that dedication.
I'm officially there. I get the badge of honor.
Exactly.
Do I get like Emily to come hand out the medal? Is that how it works?
I think you might have to ask Emily yourself for that, but
yeah,
we can see.
Like, hey.
Right. Okay, folks. Chat. I'll leave you alone for a little bit. Enjoy the lyrical stylings of Sam.
Well, folks, TT versus JDG. There's a certain David and Goliath element to this, and I don't want to dissuade or deny that is very much a possibility right now. But even so, JDG not been flawless. Some issues in the early games in particular have us questioning some of what they've been showing. And TT on the other side, I still think quite a lot yet to prove in the grand scheme of things. They've had some frustrating moments of their own. I think Arn obviously was on EDG for a bit, done a fairly good job across a few different rosters over the last couple of years of trying to elevate them. But then there was that infamous moment where on the promotion tournament, where Monkey's initial journey to superstardom with the LPL began, where Arn on Kai'Sa got caught mid-Kai'Sa up by Monkey's Skarner repeatedly, actually. It was a huge, huge deal, and that all kind of went tumbling down and wrong in a series that should have been theirs for the taking. It wasn't in the end of it, and that started WE's kind of plucky underdog story over the last year or two on one of the initial starting points of that. I had to step into some semi-big shoes here on Thundertalks, of course, replacing 1XN, who was something of a wonder kid for TT. No longer playing with them, of course. Big shifts last year with the likes of their jungle going to BLG, Hoya disappearing as well. Big roster shifts, but now we've got a fun roster nonetheless. JDG, trip to Paris, some illness, put them into a tricky spot. See how they look this week. See with a little bit of time off has given them a chance to recover properly, or otherwise there's TT with the lights flaring behind him. Onto the stage, they go. The music continues to be remarkably epic in scale.
Beijing JDG Gala.
It's JDG, Gala, Aura farming his way forwards.
Vampire. LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛上海主场周第2日第3场比赛 ，TT 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Gala sleepwalking a little bit there. He's looking relatively chill, but to be fair, that tends to be Gala's resting expression. So what the opposite of doing be in that regards. There's our player sitting down, getting headset set up. Gala and Arn were the players we were looking at today. Arn with his dyed blonde hair. Once upon a time, remember, it's worth saying that TT had UCal in the mid lane, who was Blue Cal for a while, dyed his hair. Let's go Vampire! Yeah, bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. See where the Junja looks a bit more locked in today as well. When it's gone wrong, it's gone very wrong. Just waiting to get into draft proper now. Might take us a second or two. London cable. Do 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 do. Obviously still here in Shenzhen, I believe. No, sorry, Shenzhen. We're still in our IG's arena, aren't we? So that'll be Shanghai is where we're at. But that's the lights, and that implies to me the cameras and the action are not far behind. Band's already flying. TT looks like they'll have first pick. Poppy Ezreal away from JDG. On the other side, getting rid of Junhouse specialties. The Neferi and the Lee Sin removed. They know that TT live and breathe through Junhouse successful snowballing. Last ban. Might be just another jungle ban, frankly, at this rate. Vi, Jarvan, both kind of viable. Especially with the first pick available. The thing is, if you don't ban one, you can then trade the other, which might be a requirement. Nocturne's also, they're going to go with the Shen instead to take that away from Feather. Also can be quite annoying into things like the Vi. Orianna, though, is therefore let through, which is bold. Harry will get a hold of that one. Harry, not exactly a mid laner that I think strikes fear into a lot of other LPL players' hearts. They are going to take the Camille to prevent a Camille-Ori combo. And the lock of Jarvan, double cages, Shin's out. Really has drifted away from being played a lot, but will be fine here. Similar deal with the Pantheon. Both have really stopped being as prevalent. Did see a little bit more Pantheon in particular over in Paris, but debating a couple options. Can be a decent ball carrier, both the Vi and the Pantheon. Just a hover right now. Junhao tends to favour the Pantheon if memory serves, and will go towards it. Strictly a flex, could go to support, especially in the right setup. Can be annoying if you then lock in a Talia to kind of play around the poor Camille. It can be very struggle very heavily there, but it'll be a Nautilus instead. Now between the Nautilus and the Pantheon, your point and click is very strong. Galio being debated for Hongq to then give yourself a Galio Jarvan Hextech Ultimatum combo. Really are going to need Gala and Xiaoshu to provide a lot of DPS at that point, but viable. Lock would not be that, though. They go towards something with a bit more spice. Hongq could play it. Theoretically, Gala too, but again, his mages have been a little lackluster. What are we banning in the second phase here? Support for TT, I would imagine. No, actually, no, the Camille's already in, so I take that back. We'll be looking rather at things that you might be afraid of playing with the Orianna. I wonder whether the lock into Ori's a decent matchup. They're going to ban the Kai'Sa to pair with the Nautilus. That makes sense. Arna's a good Kai'Sa. Ziggs away from Gala. Yeah, that I think is fair. Would have been a good pairing with the Camille. Maybe something like a Jhin removal here would be okay as well. Things that do survive by themselves. Sivir, actually it is Gala. Sivir might be a valid ban here as well. Bans here against Arn. Ezreal's already gone. The Kai'Sa's gone. Might look to take away something from Keshi here, like a Cassante, if you're annoyed about that thought. There's a good Cassante player. They'll go towards the Varus instead. Okay, fine. That is obviously a very potent flex pick. It's quite annoying. The lane feels like it has returned to power. Even with the Poke Varus nerf, still feels like it's doing quite well in the grand scheme of things. Last ban. Sivir would be a call, as I noted. Lock's theoretically flexible, but you could also look to get rid of something like the Akali. Vayne instead, of course. Forgot about that as a possibility. Didn't want to allow for the potential Vayne counter pick for Xiaoshu. Especially if Keshi's looking at something like a Na or a Cassante, the Vayne would have gotten real annoying. Theoretically, you do have a Twisted Fate if you want to go that kind of route. Has really fallen away from being a top lane pick. They're not seen so much of it any time. Hongq got to be a nutty lock. That's my thinking, right? I would imagine would be the most obvious option. The Sivir would have been my ban in some ways because I think Gala then gets a relatively free Sivir angle here. It's good scaling. The On the Hunt's really good with Lock. It's not bad with Jarvan Camille either, but just gives him more move speed to play around to start dancing through fights. Tristana could go top. Arn was once a big Draven player. Arn was once a very big Draven player. Is it just back to the Corki that blows the spell shield super easily? Or the Draven which doesn't have a lot you can spell shield? Oh, go on, Arn. That's more boring. There we go! Draven. Arn was famous for being a Draven main. Wondered whether we'd see more of it with the fact that you're locked into role quests. The thing is, if your supports are roaming, Draven will win the 1v1. If your support doesn't roam, Nautilus Draven can be pretty annoying. Of course, has to be a little bit aware of the fact that Camille will have very obvious angles for the hook shot because you know where Draven's going to stand. There's a big marker on the floor telling you where he's going to be. Rumble gets through to last pick and therefore is locked in. It's to get the Rumble Orianna combo. No hot pot, probably denies it actually from the Jarvan, which would have been very annoying. But they didn't want to give Arn a good Sivir angle, so they'll do that one. There's the Ambessa locked in last. So Ambessa to follow up on Jarvan Camille. Lock as well, double very scary divers with the Sivir, who's pretty self-reliant. I like that combo from JDG. From TT, it's not bad either. They get a hold of the Orianna, which is very, very scary. The point and click is good, couple good ball carriers. Pantheon ult into Nautilus with a Shockwave, the equalizer. Very dangerous AoE there too. They've gone, however, for the Draven, which is really going to need to basically say, hey, either the 2v2 or the 1v1, I should be favored here. Let me murder some people. I think in the team fight, it's going to have not a great amount of fun into Ambessa and Locke. So does need to get value out of the laning phase to make sure he's ahead enough to stand and try and survive the very scary divers. At least this is a game where you aren't relying on the Draven to snowball. You have got other threats, you've got other combos, which is important, and there is something about drawing the Eye of Sauron, having other strings to your bow to buy space for the Draven to get some of those kills and snowball that way. Because actually, if you then focus the Draven, other parts of the map can be a win condition regardless, which is a big deal. Draven as a sole threat or one of two threats, I think is quite easy to take out of a game and then your comp falls apart. Draven, where he is one of the threats, and if he snowballs, that's a win condition. But otherwise, the rest of the map gets a snowball, that's also a win condition. That's when I think the Draven has more value. But you get to play through the laning phase here, potentially take the Sivir out and delay them spiking, which would be a pretty big deal here, I think. Back to live we go, though, and we'll listen to those Giants. Ooh, JDG fans early on the chant there. Can't be doing that. Honku lands some nails. Here he starts being chunked. Does mean he doesn't have that for the wave. Orianna has always struggled into things like Tristana, into things like even the Talon back in the day, where she's great as long as she can keep you at arm's distance and then run away when you try to get on out. That's a nice interrupt there on Vampire trying to escape. The staggering blows caught him miss mid-hook shot, leaves him at about half. But basically anybody can get on top of her, especially with Phase Rush being nerfed, and it has to be Storm Raiders now. She's a lot less safer into matchups that can kind of blink on top of her and kind of get beyond her ball's zone of control. Especially then if you try to burn the Shockwave and the E is still available. If you just get run at with the W, it can be very scary. Junja pathing towards bot side. Not really a surprise here, I think. The Pantheon also pathing that way. He's a little bit slower on the clear. Yeah, well, we don't have the Jing Dong chat leader here at the minute. He of the mighty vocal tone. See if we get that when we head to Beijing, which is JDG's home arena. Oh, the nails! That's great from Honku! 1-2. The Soul Ignition, the Ashen Pursuit to get the Empowered Auto, and those nails procced. That is what happens in this Orianna matchup. They left the Ori up and they slammed the lock into it. And Heru just wasn't ready for it. He's tried to get the Storm Raiders to buy some space. I think it is going to have to be a Roa game to ensure that this doesn't happen on repeat. The back for the Dark Seal is in, alongside the boots. Doesn't even have to burn the flash, by the way. Runs the Ignite for lane. But that will be a problem. And if you don't proc the Storm Raiders in good order, you will just get run down. And because there's going to be so much of the blink and everything else, land some more daggers. Junhao around. Electrocute trade. Doesn't want to put too much further in. The Soul Ignition will allow some heal for that Clockwork wind-up damage. Just not that good. Have a look again. Oh, we get the cinematics. Oh, no. So let's have a look. Count the needles. 1, 2, 3. And the moment the third one lands, it's W, Ashen Pursuit, and done. And that is basically the perfect lock combo. Land all your needles, activate your W for the move speed, E, get that Empowered Auto, E and W away. I'm going to get jumped on, but it's a really good stand aside to invalidate the hookshot flash away from Vampire as Feather flashes for his own dredge line attempt. You know, the more I see it, actually, the more I see how the Draven could potentially punish a Camille looking. If you just hold the stand aside for the Camille, hookshot can get quite tricky. Mid lane, it looks like there was another kill as Junja managed to make his way in. So the mid jungle from CFO ensures that the oysters might be flying, but Heru is sinking rapidly here in the mid lane. 700 gold lead to Honky already. John House behind. Oh, this is not a great wave spot as well. This is the LeBlanc position. This is the Aurelia position. Xiaoshu's going to have to flash. His Keshi's overheated. Does get those empowered autos. Now gets the Flame Spitter back. This is his Electro Harpoon. Oh, that would have been dead. Now Honky gets a step on forward with the Ashen Pursuit. Gets a good trade there with the empowered auto as all three of those ritual nails land. But that's really the key to the Honky damage. You land your nails and everyone else has a bad time. Sorry, he basically Ashen pursued in to have that passive auto available and then only burned it once he burned all the nails. Good poke trade there as a result. And again, you are a melee matchup into the Orianna, and you are out-farming her heavily. Xiaoshu did return to lane, but is now quite low. Both of the top lanes not in the healthiest spot. Arn steps forwards. Supposed to get an auto down with the Blood Rush. John Howe also here. And again, Arn has done a good job of getting the CS lead down here. Now, that's good news. And again, with the Camille and the Nautilus wanting to roam realistically, I think Gala's just going to have to deal with the fact he's having a bad time. The Purgatory's out. The Needle's landing. He's dead. He is so dead. Gets to pick up the skull. And Honku is happy. No, he's not picked it up. It's under the wave. Can he clear out this wave and pick it up? Yes, he can. Beautiful. Honku drops aggro. Gets his refund in the accelerated execute threshold. Orianna 0 and 3. Vampire's on your team. You're using the silver stakes to kill off the robot on the other side. I feel like you're on the wrong side here, Locke. Orianna, for so long, the queen of mid lane. Felt like she beat every matchup. If Locke becomes viable, well, maybe you just can't do it into something like this, Locke. Considering how threatening you get very early on. A lot more flexible than something like a Katarina as well, right? Well, better poke. There's a Soul Ignition. Speeds his way forwards, looks to trade, and the thing is, as a result, Heru does no meaningful damage there. Just reactivate it, then we go forwards again with the Ashen Pursuit. Another set of chunks, basically using, every time the cool's up, he's oscillating between the W and the E. To step forward and just keep Heru zoned away from this wave. No real attempts from Junhao thus far. The Pantheon's been very absent. And JDG, it's been a nice, strong early game from them. Not too much action, but the action they have had has led Honku to a terrifying point of power and hasn't been threatened for going for these aggressive solo kills. That sometimes has been against teams that are more present around mid. But I think with the Draven being locked in, I think Feather and Vampire have been less on the roam. It's been isolating mid lane, which has been, on the whole, good news for this lock. Oh, does manage to E forwards, powered auto back. The Ashen Pursuit gets them out. Can still press the W again. And again, no trading is sticking onto this lock right now, really, is it? Here comes the Grand Starfall. Where are we going? Bot lane. Gala goes on the hunt. The spell shield is decent. Now John Howe's real deep as Junja's here and throws down an Aegis Assault, but it's still not a good time. The Pizza Wheel comes flying on back. Cataclysm is down and John Howe's a dead man. Out comes the Whirling Death to try and get the kill. Arm flashes in. Doesn't get the cash in! Oh, no. Well, that could literally not have gone worse. Now, Xiaoxu was publicly executed in, but Keshi is overheated and therefore has, like, all of the nasty autos in the world, and so it gets slightly better on the top side of the map. Honkyu's coming, and Keshi doesn't have a flash. That's a dead rumble. That's a dead rumble. Goodbye, dear rumble. Ash in pursuit with the Soul Ignition, and Honkyu gets himself a third. Xiaoshu doesn't get an assist, though, which is sad times for them. Trying to pick up the grubs and start up that Skull Crab as well. Gala, great spell shield. They just didn't expect Junja to be there. At the moment Junhao realized he's too deep, they're like, oh, okay. Vampire also prevents Arn from coming under the turret. So actually it takes forever for this Draven to get involved. The hook is immune by the Cataclysm. I missed that. Flashes to get the auto. Oh, the Marshall Cadence heal. And that's why we pop our pots, kids. Top side. There's an equalizer that's actually quite poor. And then you see the overheat. But stands inside the overheat flame spitter to ult. And then has all of these horrible empowered autos on top of his face. There's a Hextech ultimatum in the mid lane where Heru has to flash, so does Vampire. But I think as Vampire, that's a worthy enough trade. Honkyu also burned his Purgatory, though. It turns out that he wasn't going to stick there too long. He's allowed to go back to the land of the living shortly. And Heru survives the attempt on his life this time around. There's a Rocket Belt again. Feels like a lot of people are doing right on the Lich Bane. Honky comes over the wall, though, looking to keep threatening. Does manage to get a fair amount of way forwards. There's a depth charge forwards. And actually, Honky now potentially pretty deep here. He is in a 1v3, and Arn gets a kill onto Vampires. They failed to get the kill onto Junhao. If they had the Lich Bane, they'd get the kill there, by the way. Also didn't have ult, so that's a bit unfortunate. Still, kill donated to Feather to Arm, but did lose a lot of his stacks earlier on. Evens up the gold somewhat, and hey, you do need this Draven to get something. But I'd love to see exactly what the kill combo looked like there. There was no flash away or anything. They just went in to try and find it and just didn't have it. Not again that Honkyu's going to necessarily hate having a bit of extra HP if he's wanting to brawl in, especially with a relatively limited front line of the Jarvan and the Ambessa. But hey, does mean the damage thresholds are lower. Hey, thank you, Sinine. Appreciate you for the gift subs. Welcoming in new members of the community. Heru gets hit again by those rituals, and it is going to be the Catalyst. Has to go towards the road. It does not die on repeat. You can't afford illusions this game. I think that's completely fine. The dragon goes down. Xiaoshu backsteps. Cunning swipe, sundering slam. Vampire's mid again. Heru doesn't have flash, so he could have a really bad time here. Vampire going to complete this recall. Looks like he will. Honkyu's just zoning him off the wave. And again, we were talking about the Aurelia kind of spot. There's the Rocket Belt in to get in range for that empowered auto. And to be fair, the Rocket Belt does allow you to kind of mess with the Storm Raiders a bit, because obviously with the Rocket Belt, you've got another gap close. So if the Storm Raider's active, you can then Ash in pursuit. You can then keep running, and Storm Raiders maybe doesn't allow you to buy the distance it might otherwise do. So there's some truth to the utility of the active being good here in a game like this. But hey, so be it. I still think the Lich Bane might just be better because you get the value before the Storm Raiders is there. But hey, what do I know? Damage there to Keshi. Eclipse Shield with the Repudiate. He's down a level or so here. That's probably off the top lane roll quest difference, actually. Which is significant. Equalizer comes on down. Does tag Xiaoshu briefly. Repudiate will deny some of that at least. There's the level 11 and has indeed got that roll quest. So it's about half level behind. Junhao's not going to have any fun. In comes Honkyu. And should be able to pick this one up. Not the best amount of damage there. The Purgatory goes over the wall, and they don't get it. Oh, for God's sake. Cataclysm has managed to shield vault through it briefly. Junja does get the kill, but now actually he's probably dead for this. Man, Honkyu, just go for the Lich Bane. Flag and drag through, buys some time. Honkyu's still here. And actually, Junja does get out in the end, so there you go. I suppose it kind of works. Also had Ignite, I think. Might just be coming off cooldown. I could sort of agree with that, Zukram. Did Honkyu try to predict the flash? Yes, he did. That's what the Purgatory was for. He was expecting Junhao to flash and thought he'd try for under the turret and didn't quite get it. That was why he went there. Doesn't quite do it. Junhao holds the flash a little longer and nearly got away with it, honestly. We'll have a look at this play. So they go real deep here. And initially, it looks pretty good. Good CC chain, the Hextech Ultimatum. Honkyu goes over the wall with the Ashen Pursuit. Rocket belts in. And the Aegis Assault actually immunes a lot of the damage there. And they try to read the flash over. It's not there, so the Purgatory leads to nothing. And as a result, there's no execute either, because obviously he didn't hit anyone, so there's no execute active. Nearly got the Sun to Sky safety, but just not enough there. In we go, Honkyu stepping forwards. There's the Ritual Nails. Keshi's in danger, flashes back out. Honkyu can reactivate his Soul Ignition, though. Junhao around. Honkyu's going to get taken very low and is taken down as a result. Vampire's also going to go down. That's too far. Public Execution kind of invalidated by a shotgun. That'll be a third kill over to Thunder Talk. And their gold lead's going to disappear as On gets another cash in. Yep, we're back to even, guys. There was a conversation in chat about how Locke's a really cool skill cap champion. If you're really good, you take over games. If you lose, you feed whole families. Well, with a shutdown like that, you will feed some more families. That's pretty big. And again, Locke, I just don't think actually has that much damage right now with the Rocket Belt build. Didn't respect the globals. Didn't respect how extended that play would become. And they lose the Herald. And the gold lead they had completely withers away. Again, the scaling's good with Gala, obviously being on the Civet. The Oriana's still a long way out of this game. But that is an angle back into a game that felt very done. Largely from JDG's own volition. So Vampire's coming with Honkyu and they think, yeah, we've got this, right? We can blow up this Rumble. Equalizes the wave and then the flash out and Honkyu eats a lot of damage. And Vampire's not actually there by the time Honkyu goes in. And then Honkyu eats so much damage from the Flame Spitter and everything else that he's very, very low. And it ends up in a 2v3. They have no health bars. The public execution doesn't land. The TP, honestly, was a bit late from Xiaoxu, and he ends up in a 1v4 and donates a kill to a Draven, which is never a good idea. Congrats on the stream streak for True One, by the way. Loses all his Dark Seal stacks as well, which is kind of sucky for Honkyu. Camille's going to back. She's got Sundered Sky here. Will be close, I think. No, she stops. She fails the battle. Fails back. She cancels the pack. That's what I'm looking for. It's the Cadral. Anytime, True. How's the bot lane lock looking? Every now and then it's okay. Xiaoya got some early kills and then struggled to convert it later on. But it's also, I think, just the fact of the game. Jones looks for the smite, can't find it. The shockwave lands on top of him. And what was that objective contest? Honky's in a 1v1 with Keshi. He's losing. He's dead. Just about out. Soul Ignition gets him away, but he's going to have to reset there. He has Ignite. He's not winning versus this Rumble right now. That's a little alarming. I half wonder whether Locke might be a Gunblade user for the extra slow and the healing with the Omnivamp. I guess he doesn't have enough AD scalings to make it worth it. Honky being still. Oh, here we go. Vampire's here. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. Honky trying to run out. The Aegis Assault! Q gets him. Nicely done, and Honkyu dies for a second time this game. And that's even with the Camille around. Junhao struggled to get involved early on. Is now much better with a couple of these last ults. Honestly, Lich Bane gives you more move speed anyway these days. Plus the ability haste. Plus actual threat. Yeah, I still think it should have been a Lich Bane game. Does go back. He's going Lich Bane second, which will give him some of that extra move speed. So hopefully that'll be enough. But is not actually winning his 1v1s versus this Rumble, which is a problematic moment. JDG with a 40% first turret win rate. They are 0-2 right now. TT 1-2. Did they ban Ziggs? They did, yes. Heru might not be having fun here. Has a flash and a dream. There will be no ult available from Junhouse on the wrong side of the map anyway. There's the Soul Ignition. Xiaoshu flashes away. And they're going to make that play on the other side. The Purgatory doesn't quite land, but it will still be a very dead-looking Orianna. They hop away. Nicely done. As Honkyu gets that kill. Has actually gone instead for an arm guard, as Honkyu has not gone towards the Ether Wisp combo. Was looking like he was looking for Lich Bane and decides against it, interestingly. Still going to lose turret on the bot side of the map. They do get first turret top side, or rather in mid lane. Actually, as Gala was able to pick that one up with some strong shoving, so that will help get themselves to a good map position there at least. Did pick up the early dragons as well. So JDG got that objective stacking towards them. Kill gold reset on Orianna, it's worth. Yeah, I mean, right. Lock now finds herself 2,000 gold to the good. I do worry about this utility build, though. I think it might struggle for enough damage, but we'll find out. They've got quite a lot of burst, so maybe it'll be fine regardless.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Herald summoned mid. Junhao gets the stun down onto Honky with the shield vault. There's the Soul Ignition used again. This Herald charge should come on through. Ritual nails there vaguely. The eye opens and it dies. On. Going to try and get a crystallized proc here. We'll get at least a plate. Probably 2. Maybe not, actually, with everyone from JDG coming up. Just want to overplay his hand. Yeah, not quite able to stick around for that last little bit of plate. Damage. Gala's farming fine here. 240 CS in, what is that, 21 minutes is good going. Not bad, actually, from Arn either. But the severe win condition is just get as much farm as you can. Had a very strong percentage chance to win, but some fumbles there made things a little tricky. Has still got the blasting one in inventory, so clearly still wants the Lich Bane, but wanted the arm guard for the mid-game safety. So I'm assuming he'll try and turn that into Lich Bane if he can. And then go arm guard after, or go Zhonya's after. Does mean it's a bit of a halfway house build, though. It's going to be a ways of completing either the Lich Bane or the Zhonya's. So Draven is strong. Bloodthirster Collector completed. Did, after some early lane woes and that failed flash to get the cash in, find himself 3-1. So is in a good spot. And again, we've actually seen how Vampire can struggle to get on top of Draven if he holds that stand aside. Can probably try and play out against the lock at this point as well with all of this healing. The Ignite probably necessary to deal with some of that healing. And the value above people says, yeah, it's from all the wards being cleared. Vampire on a flank unspotted. Curling behind that blue buff. Honkyu joining on a similar route. This gets spicy. Ball checking off on the other side. Keshi now knows where Honkyu is. Needles come across, won't land as the Ashen pursued away. Xiaoshu now on another angle. It's a 3-way collapse. They're going to try and break their way onto Gala, who is trapped out. In comes the rest of JDG, though, looking to full contact team fight. Arm left low does go down. Gala traded, but AD carries in general are down. Who does that favour? Probably at this point JDG. Vampire still threatening as Keshi has overheated somewhat. Junja trying to run away. They're into the wrong side of the jungle though, are JDG. In comes Vampire to the backside of the Heru. Honky throwing out some of those ritual nails. The public execution comes landing on in. Tries to find his way to the backside and does a decent job, but Junha's actually really scary. And the problem is Heru doesn't die either, and JDG just go in and it's into the barbecue. And Junhao picks up a double. So he's now 6-2 and Keshi's 3-1. Yeah, the AoE is a problem, and I don't actually think they're respecting the stun and shield of this Pantheon right now. So initially, Gala spell shields well, flash for the death charge and attempt at the staggering blows, and they do a good job of blowing up Gala. On the other side, of course, Keshi's trapped inside a Hextech ultimatum. Arn goes down, and you're thinking, okay, this is still playable. We've got public execution. This is pretty good. Keshi's burned his ultimate. This feels like a strong moment. But then they go for this play. They think they catch Heru, and they don't actually have that much follow-up. So they jump on a Haru, don't get that much. The public execution's in. And Junhao's just tanky, man. All the while, got his passive stacked, got Conqueror stacked, the Flame Spitter's on. Haru just gets to stand there and auto away. Like, it's not a good fight. They don't actually stick on a single target. And don't combo up well into the AoE. That was rough. That was rough. Honkyu has now got the Lich Bane. But TT are getting to a point where I'm a little nervous where things are going. You've got a 3-item Pantheon who's gotten to GA. Remember, this Pantheon had done nothing in the early stages. Certainly has done now, and I think Rumble is still very potent here. Liandry's Bloodletters and an Arm Guard, it is going to be a problem for a lot of these relatively squishy melee champions to dive into. That Flame Spitter alone will roast them alive. Merc treads as though his soul nod to MR right now. There we go, flash in, the depth charge is down, Honky's going to get interrupted there, and that puts him into a tricky spot, but the damage back is still decent, 1-for-1. The Jarvan will fall in trade for the Nautilus. Public execution means very little as Arn just gets to stand there and deliver, and Gala gets run down. Honky being run at, and he's actually in trouble here as the Q comes on down to smash the Ash and pursue out, but it's still a 3-4-1. Honky heals up, and Junhao's gone very deep, but has got an Aegis on a GA, so it's actually going to be fairly difficult to bring low. The Comet Spear is wide, and Honky gets to back away. TT are winning, yeah, and that's after a very good early snowball from Honkyu in particular. Gala was also 3-0, but there's been some atrocious mid-game fights where the target selections are not being good, and Rumble and Junhao have been able to sit there and auto/flame spitter, and it's not been great. A bit questionable from Honkyu's build, I think, as well, personally. But we are just seeing at the minute these AoE team fights are favoring TET, and the coordination not there from JDG, as Vampire and Junja haven't looked particularly synced. They go for the play here. Let's have a look at this again. So, flash from Junja to body block for Honkyu. That's the idea. The Purgatory hits no one. It's a bad Purgatory. Lands on no one, gets hit by the depth charge, does get at least the Nautilus, but it's very hard won. The Flame Spitter is hitting pretty much everyone, and Xiaoshu's had a bad game. Honestly, he's not had a good time. Gala is caught in melee range of Tutakeheshi's flame-spitting castle mech. And the damage is brutal, to say the least of it all. And we're not really seeing the pick from JDG be particularly lethal here onto key members. They've not really managed to single out the Orianna in these team fights. They've not managed to get to the Draven that consistently either. Never mind a Rumble, who would very difficult to blow up right now with the Zhonya's. The GA on Junhao as well. I think JDG are in a difficult spot now. And yeah, and the lock-all hit no one again. That's your Fed member. That's the person with the 2,000 gold lead. And this is a bit of a better look, but Junhao's still very tanky with the GA and the Aegis Assault. In comes that whirling death. Honkyu left low. They do get the GA, but Heru's now here. Honkyu may need to Ash and pursue out, but the Equalizer tags flash on him. The Shockwave gets Vampire. Honkyu trying to run. Does get himself a Soul Ignition, just out of range of the command Dissonance, but not for long, and a last auto comes on through, and the globals become a problem, and now the mid lane turret goes down. All you got there was Junhao's GA. That might even be, I don't want to say game, but it is with the Baron, you know. Sivir wave clear needs to be excellent. Don't think they want to overplay it to TT, even with 20 seconds on Honkyu, and they'll back away instead and look to potentially get Ocean's whole point for themselves. Huh. Well, JDG started the split 0 and 2. Might be continuing on that one. Heru's now picked up a Medjai despite the 0 and 3 start to the game. Well, that's insult to injury. He's also picked up a Morello Nomicon, which, you know, into Ambessa, Locke, Jarvan, and at some point the Sivir as well. There's a Sundered Sky on Vampire. Like, that's just good value. That's really good value, and it's more HP. And someone needs to get some anti-heal in. That'll do just fine. Feather. Vampire spotting out. And again, I think Vampire's Camille hasn't been particularly synchronized with the rest of the team. I think JDG in general, like we've seen Honku and Vampire make plays, but they've not really worked. And the fact that they've tried to leverage Honku's point of power and it's just not been particularly successful is a problem. It's a real problem. They've not been respectful of how TT respond. They've not team fought particularly well, and TT have got the easier team fight. But the pick should have been simple for JDG, and they've not been. And now this Draven's at 4 items. Oh, God. Like, you have got 3.5 for Sivir. That's good news. But I do think Draven's getting to the point where you go diving in as Ambessa, as Locke, and you are far enough behind that doing your gameplay pattern just leads to you getting stood aside and hit with a blood-rushed axe to the face. How many stacks are 130? Not the highest execute on the Whirling Death. Not fantastic. Takeshi gets a hold of that top lane turret. TT now happily heading that count as well. And Keshi's played a blinder in general. Trying to think who you give MVP to. Probably one of this jungle top lane. Whoa. 3 minutes till Dragon. Minute and a half till Baron. Should theoretically be some downtime. Gala does now his 4 items. Sivir is a win condition again, folks. That could be your way forwards. What are we going towards is Honku. He's picked up an Oblivion Orb to try and deal with some of the healing. Okay, well, there's no Riftmaker on the Rumble. There is a Death Stance, I suppose, on Junho. He's got the Conqueror, so there's some value there. And of course, Draven with the Bloodthirster is also going to be a whole thing. So looking to have a way to ensure you do get some options into Arn. I wonder whether Shadowflame might have been wiser regardless. But hey, what do I know? It's just going to be full utility like Lock. And I think that then really hurts your ability to pop someone, which I'm not a massive fan of. If he needed some anti-heal, why not get Gala run for a Mortal Reminder? Just have that ricochet through. Xiaoxi probably wouldn't be averse to an Executioners either. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Nitron. I think that between Rocket Belt, Zhonya's, and Oblivion Orb, you're going to be very low on the damage thresholds. Your AP ratios, in terms of where they are active in the kit, aren't going to be there, or from your items. There's no Shadow Flame, there's no Death Cap, no Void Staff, actually, which would have been nice. I think a lot of those things would make you actually lethal in this game as the person with the lead aren't there. And you're not far enough ahead to go for utility items and feel like you've still got damage. Vampire's been left low. Just get trapped inside. A little bit of damage. Junhao does go into the Hextech ultimate. Bison dies, gets taken to the GA. They kill off Junja on the other side. The Death Charge doesn't really land. Public Execution immediately goes wrong. They do at least get something back. But all the while, look at the other side of this. The damage is good. Flash on in. Attempts to get something, and it's just not there. Arm gets a triple. The quadra-killing Draven just keeps hitting the autos, and the Axis sink on Dean in deep, rather, and the Glorious Executioner slays JDG where they stand. An early game that looked like a done deal. The Sivir was fed. The Lock was finding solo kill after solo kill, but the mid-game picks were poor. The team fights were poor. TT holds strong, and their Draven cashes in big time at the end of the game. JDG's woes continue. Before, we saw some poor early games that they kind of tried to come back from later on. This time, it was good early games and some dubious objectives and just bad coordination. The draft makes sense. Pick options to set up for a Lock, for an Ambessa, to continually hunt for isolated targets in the skirmishes. Tell me, guys, after the first 10 minutes, how many successful picks did they make? We saw attempts onto Junhao, who flashes under the turret. We saw attempts onto bot lane tower dives. It didn't work out, and Arn just gets to sit there and get some shutdowns. It was not coordinated. We've seen 2-man plays from JDG, which were responded by 3 men from TT. They weren't respecting the Pantheon response timers at all. And then it came to those team fights where you're playing Rumble and Orianna with a very easy setup. And of course, you get to the point where the Draven just gets to stand there and auto.
I'm not gonna lie. I glanced at the game when it was 8-1, and Junhao was dying under his inner turret and bot lane to Junju, and I thought, well, that's kind of done. You know, that's not meant to be something you come back from. And yet it happened. Yeah, the big play which I think turned it was that top lane one where it was the 3v... Well, it was a 2v1, and then kind of like ended up being 3 kills randomly given over by JDG in top lane. Lock died. Then the teleport was bad. Vampire was caught out as well. Just like they just misjudged how many people are moving to different plays.
Yeah, and then you look at the damage here and like, okay, Xiaoshu had a bad game. Not good on the Investor. Got very limited amounts done. I think Junja was left in a very unenviable position where they tried diving in, and Honkyu didn't actually have the burst to commit to what they got from. I think the Rumble ended up just being an absolute horrendous moment because you had 4 melee carries without the damage to survive the Flame Spitter.
Wait, what the heck is this? Huh?
You good?
Wait, what? Jiwoo is going to KT and Aiming's going to DRX? Huh?
Okay.
What? What is... Look, why... Okay, so LCK saw all of the LPL drama and was like, hey, we need to get in on this.
Well, yeah, What? Why?
Is this actually a legit account? Is this the legit account? It is. Damn, crazy.
Well, that's frustrating. So actually, the other thing is, Alex, I need you to weigh on Unlock build. So this is the play where it goes wrong. So they have Vampire coming. You think, actually, this should be a good play. Vampire gets flash away, so the tactical sweep doesn't land. And you go, okay, this is messy. Because I think the moment you see those TPs flying, you have to be faster with the teleport from the Ambessa. So then, at that point, either you back away and Vampire runs out and you just give it as a 1-for-0. This is like worst case scenario.
Yeah, because you kind of trickle in, and going 1-by-1 is one of the cardinal sins of League of Legends, which we've seen from time immemorial, really. So you said way on a lock build, so this was a proto belt build again, right?
So it was Rocket Belt into starting Lichbane and going, actually, no, I'm going to go
I saw you thought he built it on the base and then chose to go off
and then so you end up with that, and then he builds Lichbane, and then Zhonya's, and then Oblivion Orb.
Well, Oblivion Orb's... I guess it's okay versus Draven because he's healing so much. You could argue that if you're killing Draven, the Oblivion Orb is kind of necessary, but you have an Ignite anyway.
Well,
so it's not the most useful.
And you've got 3 utility items when you're the one person ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Locke can afford to drop the damage of going Proto Belt over Lichbane. I don't know if he can.
Multiple failed attempts to get more kills after the early snowball because they just didn't have the damage.
And you definitely don't need to go both Rocket Belt and Donny's, I don't think. Maybe I get wanting it for the engage range. I just think you just choose a better angle. You shouldn't have problems finding an engage range with your W and your E. You shouldn't. Oh, really?
And you've got a Camille and a Jarvan. Like, you've got setup, my friend.
Yeah, Nitro, I completely agree. If Locke does fall off, because look, Locke doesn't have any percent damages. He's all flat damage, albeit a lot of flat damage. But if you fall behind, you give over shutdowns and stuff. I mean, yeah, the champion is not particularly useful. Keshi looks like it's a good. I'm happy for Keshi. I'm really happy for Keshi. I think this guy he's a real treat to watch. I think this guy, like I said, I've said this at various points throughout the year where I think that Keshi has the makings of something special. I think the problem we've had with Keshi has been his team fighting has not been fantastic. That needs to develop. This was a good team fighting game. It helps that you're on Rumble. It really does. But like, that's the big kind of needle I need to see move for this player, because he could be genuinely something great. It's just a question of whether he can do that consistently. Right, so if you want to go on your break, I'll handle a lot of breaks and stuff like that. And then... I said this was a winnable series for TT. I said it was winnable for them. I didn't think it would be like that, but I said it was winnable.
Yeah.
Anyway, go for your break, buddy. Okay, we'll get some ads in, wait for the player of the game, and then, yeah. Wait, DFM beat SHG? What? DFM beat Hawks? How? Player of the game is Keshi. Great team fighting on the Rumble. Okay, gonna go into a quick ad break. We'll get ready for our next game, which may well be actually our last day. We shall see. All right, folks. See you on the other side of the break.
你是猎人，还是猎物？
这身皮肤总能胜出。胜利时刻到了。
Oh, I can't wait for... I absolutely cannot wait for Alien Isolation 2, by the way. That is going to be such a sick game.
或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
海斗对战助手上线了。从匹配开始，海斗助手便可快速切入游戏，从英雄选取到实时装备。 海克斯选择，每一步海斗助手都可做出推荐，辅助你畅玩海斗。同时更有英雄流派推荐，超强套路不错过，胡一把爽一天。你的海克斯大乱斗最佳拍档，海斗助手现已上线，玩海斗上掌门。
No worries, Mecha. You rest up, okay? See you when we see you.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎大家再次回到上海主场，我是泱泱，让我们再一次一起进入到今天的晶晶2.0第2弹了哈，相信大家已经熟悉我们的游戏规则了。老规矩，连续能够答对2题就可以获得李宁给大家准备的精美礼品了，大家应该很有信心吧？有。好，这位大哥声音最大，我觉得，而且你正好是举着 TT 的手幅，那你现在接受挑战好不好？好，来，我们来看一下第一题，请看大屏幕。 能看得出来这是哪位？
李青，
好快，秒答，感觉1秒都没有到。那这题答对了，我们来看一下第2题。如果能够2题都对，就可以获得我们的奖品啦。来看第2题。EZ，好厉害，这是他的什么？啊？他的什么？
什么
？EZ 的什么？就是
手。
对，他的奥数手套，恭喜你！我们来看答案。好，那连续答对2题，我感觉你很激动哎，是不是？你连续跟大家分享一下心情。
来到现场，特别开心。
好，那我们再次掌声祝贺他好不好？恭喜你！好，那还有谁想参与吗？来，他最快，举手最快。那你来吧，第1题，请看题，属于你的第1题。
那个建模
的武器对不对？我们来看一下答案对不对？好，恭喜你回答正确。我们来看一下第2题，这是什么？
拉克斯。
大家说他答的对不对？对，这是拉克斯的武器。那我们恭喜他，也把这个北京 JDG 的队服送给他。可以，2位都可以向我们的镜头展示一下。好，再次感谢李宁给我们提供的2件非常好看的队服。那我们的比赛呢，马上就要开始了，我们也再次用最饱满的热情给2支队伍加油，好不好？那我还是老规矩，我来喊队名，大家喊加油哈 ！TT JDG， 加油！好的，谢谢大家。接下来我们开始把画面交还给解说席吧。
Okay, nice to see the fan interaction there. So, JDG, they used to be better in mid-game than other teams in the LPL. Well, actually, is that true? Their early game was really good for a while. Apart from against BLG, and sometimes top Esports. Later into the game, JDG would be better than BLG, but was that a BLG thing or was that a JDG thing? Perhaps a bit of both. Now JDG's early game, well, the early game wasn't bad. That draft is by no means unplayable either. They should have the ability to play through that. It's not a draft problem, I don't think. You can definitely play that out. Xiaoxu isn't in 2025 form. Yeah, it's I think Xiaoxu was I think Xiaoxu was in 2025 form for most of this year. I just think he then came up against a Bin in form in a non-lane swap meta. Ginger, yeah, the coin flips are going against Ginger most of the time. Honku sometimes misreads the map or the big plays, because yeah, I think that is an experience thing, and I'll agree with you on that. Gala's been slipping up for a little while now, actually. I think that Gala's been making big mistakes in big moments for a little while. He's kind of got an anti-clutch factor to him. Like, when was the last time you saw Gala make a really big game-winning decision? He had, like, that one Ezreal game, which was crazy, right? And I don't think Vampire can do much while Junger's playing badly, but I also think he is misreading the map once Junger is too. I think it's really exposed the jungle support synergy. Both of those players should be good. They should be like top, at least easy top 5 in their role, which is actually a pretty good thing saying in LPL.
Oh. Hello.
Howdy. Was saying that JDG, how do you even triage this, right? I think that the problem is the underperformances have somewhat ended up exposing other issues. I think the underperformances have then exposed the weakness they have in jungle support synergy. I think it's the strange thing for me is that they've had a very up and down year in terms of mid-game form, where they went from having great early, bad mid, to then actually like solid early, but much better mid-game than other people. They're actually good at diving sideline turrets, and they were, because that was the thing which they struggled with. Because at first I was like, okay, early game's good, they play through lane domination, but then eventually it's like, Vampire's not great at moving on the map, so that meant that they were not as good in mid-game. Then actually I think that improved. I think that they were much better with Junja pulling the trigger in mid-game, and same with Same with Vampire as well. But now it's like they've regressed in mid-game again, and I don't... is it a Junja thing? Is it then a chemistry thing between him and Vampire? Is it someone else involved? Because I think that has to kind of come from jungle support moving across the map and then securing vision and strong side and stuff.
I have to imagine, right?
It's really hard to triage because it's not, it's not just one thing. But yeah, JDG, very puzzling team. And I think also earlier in the year, you could also write off a bit of it due to schedule and say, well, they're playing back-to-back series. That's going to be, that's going to be the big thing. And it was a big thing. It was. There's no denying that. But now that's off the table, and it seems like right now, at least, there's no one ill on JDG. Maybe it affects their practice, but they shouldn't be there. I'm not looking down on TT. I think TT are actually a very good team. They actually deserve to be in Ascent. Absolutely. I think that Junhao and Feather have really impressed me. I think that Xiaoya is a player that, much in the kind of vein of Assume, was a player who I had overlooked, but now I am sat there thinking, okay, this is maybe career best form. There's a lot to go off. And I'm going to leave you for the draft, Sam, and enjoy, chat, for the lyrical stylings to Sam for our last game. Well, no, last game. Maybe I'm predicting too much. Second game, rather, TTJDG.
Okay, well, we'll see whether Nymaera is Nymaera Deus? Nostramera? We'll have to think of it. We'll workshop it. Nimstradamus? All these things are possible. Well, there's a few different suggestions there. Still going to ban away Junhao's Poppy, Lee Sin, and I wonder whether the Neferi remains on the ban table. Cassiopeia being denied largely from Honky. Nocturne away from Junja. Comfort pick, very easy to build a draft around, and I think JDG right now just need their comps to be easy. I think it's the honest answer. Anything that's requiring a little bit more depth just isn't possible right now. JDG lost with Locke. Wow, yeah, I know. They were very fed as well. I don't know. It feels like it should be a great LPL champion. We're not playing that well at the minute. Kiana ban away from Junhao. Interesting. It does mean, I think, with JDG having first pick, they're going to Neferi first pick for Junja here. That's what they're going to do. If this isn't a Neferi ban, it's Neferi first pick. Junhao might then have to Vi, but Vi is very odd into Neferi because obviously Neferi can press W to immune your ult, runs you down in a way that you don't particularly enjoy, and is actually quite mobile, so it can drag you a long way away. So it'll be the Ezreal ban. This implies to me a Neferi take, especially with the triple bans as it is. There you go. What do you know? I occasionally know what I'm talking about. Okay, so at this point, you have got a couple options. Ryze is decent. You don't have a Kiana setup, but you can still look at something like Wukong if you feel like you have to. Vi is fine as well as an engage option. You don't have that many skirmishes outside. I mean, Shinzao is whatever. I don't think it's great right now, so I wouldn't bother with that one. If you're wanting an AD jungler, I think at this point you are looking at probably at that Vi would be the top of the table. Shen is a flex. Shen on Vi is good. Jarvan, of course, would have been the premier option, but that was taken last game. So, yeah, I think you can happily do that. Blitzcrank is a fun one. You can break the Shen shield with it. I think Alice is probably more sensible. Okay. So if you do the Alistair, you're then looking at something like a potential Ziggs. Jhin is possible. Varus is possible. Can look for a mid laner to match into the Anivia right now. Aurora isn't awful to follow on this one. Ahri as well can be a good combo to kind of close down the distance with an Neferi if you want to go for it. Honku can consider an Akali before things get too much further. Can be a bit scary into a Shen. Of course, you can end up like overestimating how much damage you're going to have, but Anivia has been something that Honky's put a fair amount of time into. Mixed success, sometimes a very good job, sometimes been just a little bit too eager to step forwards. Whereas a good matchup into the Anivia can be a little annoying if you put the wall down, and now the Anivia is slow to set up some of this kind of short range composition that TT currently have. Means they're realistically also leaving jungle to a bit later. They can just Vi here. There you go. So you get the Vi check with a Realm Warp to follow. So strong ability to get into the backline with Realm Warps and Cease and Desists and some additional support as you go forward doing so. What are we now banning? So I think John Howe's finals. It's not one of his carry options, but he's fine with this. Junja is a solid Neferi, so that should be fine. Kaiser away from Garlic, yeah, fine. Following up on the Neferi and the Alistair would have been annoying. Also want whoever get caught by the Anivia. You can also Varus ban here and just say, yeah, this way between Varus and Anivia, you just play keep away and it's miserable. Might end up being a Gala Jhin angle at this point. Or Gala Ziggs. It's also fine here between the Minefield and the Anivia. You get a lot of zone control and range. You are very heavy on the AP. And there's some fairly good MR builders here if necessary. I think this is a Ziggs ban. I think this is a Ziggs ban, especially with Sivir already down. Yeah, there you go. Vayne away from Keshi to try and deny some of those top lane options. If you, I want to say if you Renekton, you can Ambessa here, but that's already been taken. What are you looking at here? And if you really want to be spicy, you can Varus or Tristana top. I don't think you need to. I think Cassante looks pretty good here for Keshi. Can kind of deal with some of those walls and ignore some of those slows. If you want to play from a bit more range, you've got a couple options there. You could theoretically Jace, but that's actually to get banned here last pick, so that's going to deny that option. I think the Seraphine is looking more valuable because you need more shields. And the Encore has got a couple really good people to extend through. Realistically then puts Shen into an interesting position where Shen is then either support with Seraphine APC, or you could have put the Shen top. Instead, they're going to go towards a Gnar, give themselves a bit more damage, and also a lane to play towards with the double globals. Gnar with a Realm Warp, Gnar with a Shen ult can be pretty difficult to manage, and it also means your 1-3-1 is very strong now, because Vi Shen can turn up to one of these side lanes and theoretically win it that way. Your team fight's still strong as well, because we've got a very strong single target pick, and obviously the Gnar is a decent damage threat and a good flanking option. Varus is what I would have considered if the Ziggs wasn't banned, so I think they're going to look towards the Varus and just play keep away. Does mean that their side lanes right now somewhat mediocre. They could try the Tristana tech into the Gnar. We have called this one out already. Halo Blades Tristana can mash the Gnar. If it starts going wrong, though, then it's a bad time. But Bin found himself solo killed several times by Shiwu last time I saw this matchup. Unless we get very spicy and it's Ryze top and the Gnar mid, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I think Jhin at this point is kind of acceptable for Arn. You are considered mid lane. You're then an extra kind of semi-global to join with the Shen and the Vi. So you then play a 1-3-1 comp or a 1-4 comp where you have the Gnar split pushing one way, the Ryze on the other, probably playing the weak side, and then you have Jhin sit in mid lane, roam off to join a Vi Shen ult onto one of those side lanes is the play. Team fights are trickier. I think you've got a lot of zone control here from JDG with the Alistair and the Anivia and the Varus all kind of basically saying, yeah, you don't get through this zone of control particularly freely, and then whoever does get caught on the wrong side of the wall has the Neferi coming in at them. I think Neferi's going to want to play towards this Tristana with an Alistair potentially, and then you can try and mitigate some of those attempted dives on the side lane. The Serpent's Fang will be a necessity. I imagine this will be poke Varus as well, and double Serpent's Fang probably feels very good here. I think JDG have got the makings of a 1-4, where the zone control of the Varus and the Anivia with the Alistair keeping things away is decent, and Neferi can kind of follow up on the pick, and you kind of blow up whoever gets trapped on the wrong side of the wall, is the idea. It would have been better with a Ziggs. But Varus will do an offer better and makes damage. I think TT have got great go buttons, great side laning. The team fighting is harder, but they have got really good ability to isolate a target and blow them the hell up. That Tristana's going to have to hop well. And again, if there was a fly in this ointment, it is the Tristana, who theoretically with the Neferi, you've got double resets, right? Where you get that first kill, and then you both get to hop forwards again and kind of play from there. But you do want this Tristana to get the lane lead or it gets hard. There'll be a lot of scuffling over level 1 wards. We'll listen to the Gyos. Ward swept out at the level 1. Keshi's here. Has started with the Doran's Helm. There's bone plating. Blech, that's rough. Lethal tempo to lethal tempo. No Hail of Blades 5 pots kind of tech. We've seen the double comet rather from Anivia and Varus, means we're getting the poke variant as we kind of expected. Jin, this game, what are you building? You can Ghost Blade if you need to outspace things like the wall. I don't hate Hex Optics. Hubris is risky this game, especially because of how... So to be fair, if you're following up, you do then get that active, not the worst thing. I think considering how your comp is, you probably do want... I always prefer a higher damage Jhin. So unless you get Giga Fed, then I don't want to see a rapid fire. Though you might need to later in the build to just outspace an Anivia wall. We'll see. Junjet, 3 camps. Now going to look to try and potentially play towards it. Dive on Keshi, who's level 1. Oh, he needs to get level 2 here and fast. How far off Mega is he? Didn't see. Little play there from Feather, who does manage to trade this one very well. There's the heal. Shadow Dash traded. For Vampire, attempt to go forwards with the head, but yeah, okay, you got level 2. You're only halfway to Mega. This is a dead Keshi. He needs to play this out real well. Is he going to bother flashing here? Dark in Dagger's Land hops away, flashes back under the turret. There's the W. Yeah, it's not particularly cleanly done, but here comes Harry with the Ghost. They do manage to hop on out. No summoners required. There wasn't even an exhaust burn for crying out loud, so Keshi burns his summoner to no avail. We knew this was going to be a tough matchup, but Junji gets that initial play down. Reset for the double longswords because they got the kill. And life is happy there. Yeah, I think either you don't burn the summoners or you have a better hop. I get you had people coming, so they tried to buy some time, but just didn't dodge the Dark in Daggers, which meant the bleed was there. Didn't really flash to much avail. You need to buy a couple more turret shots there if you wanted to make that happen. And it is Xiaoxu who's donated that kill as well, which is a little alarming. Early recurve bow. The thing with the Tristana top is you can't afford to fall behind. You have no damage. No damage. Feather might end up face-checking multiple members here. Does get eviscerated onto the Shadow Dash forwards and should be able to run away now. John are going to take the opportunity to try and run into the enemy jungle. Had a very good last game, despite some early woes on the Vi. On roaming, got the 4th shot a little ways off. They are going to try and trade Raptor for Raptor, but here's Feather with Arn, trading well. She get the Shadow Dash into the 4th shot and the Deadly Flourish. Vampire's a dead man. Head to headbutt over the wall. Can Arn get in range? No, he can't. That's not bad from Vampire, you know. Good disengage, but now Junja in a tricky spot. Gala trading with Arn. Arn didn't want to burn the flash to get in range. You know what, Vampire? Nicely done. The headbutt one-way flash out. Buys the distance required. I thought Vampire was dead to rights there. But during that reload animation, she gets value. There's the exhausted, get knocked into the wall, but it's still going to be, or get wallops. Okay, she's about to hit Mini there. He's about to die. Xiaoshu's about to have his reset, so yeah, he's dead. Flash, done. And there's the rocket jump if required. Not. There we go. This is the thing. Tristana starts fighting with Mega Gnar halfway through the bar, and by the time the Mini Gnar comes on forward, you have the rocket jump back up, and it's a bad time. Flash away from the headbutt pull. Vampire off the reset. Does get that additional summoner, and now Honkyu has much more fun in this lane because the wall becomes significantly more threatening. Feather's here to help clean this up. The Flash Frost is wild. And everything is kind of done. Okay, On looks for Deadly Flourish, can't find it. Vampire. Hopped around a little. There comes the captive audience. Shots come landing again. Gala not enjoying that one. Let's see what the build is towards. It's an early defensive setup from Arn, who's gone towards the steel cap to deal with the fact it's a double AD carry and a Tristana. Well, you remember me saying about the Mini Gnar problem? Yeah. Well, that's that. And now this is the problem. At this point, theoretically, Xiaoshu can carry. It's going to have to. And we go with the Eviscerate. JDG threatened. The Twilight Assault comes pulling that sword on through. Heru dodges away from a Flash Frost. Junhao punches out the back of the pit. Heru can get a plate there at least. But really, at this point, you get quite nervous, don't you? Because the Tristana gets very strong. The thing is, I've seen so many Tristanas get fed early and then really fall apart as you hit about 10 to 15 minutes. Heru gets jumped on. The headbutt pulvers there, but here comes the Ghost and makes this a bit of a harder continued fight. The Glacial Storm there. Vampire eats a bit more damage. Has made his way mid a number of times through the lane. Ghost burn this time. The Flash the last. I am looking at Keshi and the fact that he has not got steel caps yet and feeling a bit sad for them. Recurve bow and a Hearthbound Axe and inventory. Xiaoshu is going to be very difficult to deal with. Very difficult to deal with. I think basically any time Mini Na's coming up, expect Xiaoshu to try and play very aggressively. Junj is also now topside with the Hound's Pursuit. So I think Keshi wants to get this shove and then reset and look for a potential journey back to lane. We're not going to be miles off his teleport being up. I want to say 15 to 20 seconds, something like that. Vampire TPing away. Had the spell book. And will crystallize fourth shot a plate. Jin's got the steel caps early. And of course with the Doran's help. Lots of jack of all trades value. Steel cap's finally done for Keshi. Maybe that's enough to stop the bleeding. We'll see. Still a great spot for Xiaoshu, who'd love some grubs. And you get Tristana with grubs and rocket jumping, or rather explosive charging. The turret could be a very challenging time. Nearly the Mega again. Xiaoshu got the Buster Shot, got the Rocket Jump. The trades are decent here. The Mega Gnar back and buffers through the Buster Shot. Nets to crunch after as the Rocket jumps in. The Mini Gnar not miles off as the Exhaust is used. Out come more of these autos. Xiaoshu dodges that boulder, gets another wallop on top of his head. And won't be able to get another Rocket Jump all the while in the river. They're going to kill on a Vampire. Going to try and Realm Warp out. They're going to interrupt it and the Bleed gets it. As a flash for the point blank range Darkian daggers. Junhao gets to flash on out. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Reset from Keshi, of course, does have that teleport, whereas Xiaoshu needs that role quest to have. That won't be miles and miles off of the 3 kills coming, it must be said. The TP's back in, has picked up another cloth armor and a ruby crystal. I wonder what the build will be here. Have a look into the river. Fighting over the grubs. Junhao nabs one away, and you're thinking, okay, this is bad. Good punch on the Vampire. They get the kill, but then Heru's left low and tries to get out. Actually does take a flash from Junjet to get him out. Junhao then does at least get the Realm Warp out to safety. But the flash saves his life as Junja got the reset. Trist got the Kraken Slayer. Good early spike there. No boots as yet. Stunned into the wall with a headbutt, into the trample and the pulverize. Put on into a tricky spot. He'll survive. Deadly throws back. Let's get caught. Gonna try and clear the wave, I think, here. No. Hitting Vampire. Hits him again. Tags Gala with the last shot. Clears the majority of the wave. We'll probably be able to dancing grenade through all of this. No, he does indeed. Nicely done. Right, building towards the Seraphs early. Got that tier. Will likely turn that into a Roa as well, so it'll end up being the both of those. There's that Frostbite combo with that Flash Frost. There's another Glacial Storm. Heru's dead here, by the way. Has to flash. Last Flash Frost gets the kill. Very nicely done. Or rather, Frostbite gets the kill. Flash Frost being the Q. And Honkyu, multiple games in a row now, finding some solo kills. The individual laning's been great from him. Vampire coming behind, remember, on maybe at threat here. Feather on one side. flash, pulverize, headbutt back, over comes Junja, shadow dash onto one, Arn gets out to safety, Feather now flashing away, the deadly flourish lands onto at least one, but Gala still able to be in range for that Q. Vampire with the unbreakable will, tanks up a fair number of those turret shots, and should be fine. Kill secured by JDG, now 6-1. They got this kind of lead last game, reminder, and it all fell apart, so I'm not sold yet. Fury with the Voltaic completed. Roa done from Honkyu, who's well ahead of Heru on that front. For Arn, I've been playing an okay Jin game so far. Less fun now. I think it will be the Ghost Blade to try and deal with the spacing this game. That's probably fine. Keshi at this point with the Warden's Mail is going to be very annoying for the Tristana. Actually, I don't think Tristana has kill threat anymore, really. I think you're gonna be just fine here as the Gnar. I think you just stick at Warden's Mail and go towards your standard items at that point. Junhao being potentially collapsed on here with Vampire from behind. There's the smite though from Junhao. We're gonna Vault Breaker over the wall. Thought about it, didn't pull the trigger. Heru also around, 3v3 over the Raptors. Deadly Flourish lands on to Gala, who missed his Hail of Arrows, had to change to Corruption. And does get an Empower W back, but slowed down by the captive audience, and he has to walk through some really tight corridors. Which way are we roaming? Gala needs to dodge this! Gets him! Realm Warp on the other side in case he escaped. Good shots from Arn. And now some CC chain onto Vampire, who does make his will unbreakable. There's the Glacial Storm, but it's not enough, and Junhao punches the cow in the face and makes himself a steak for dinner. Well, that was an unfortunate shove from Gala. Arn manages to jump under the Hail of Arrows, gets the Deadly Flourish. The captive audience slows Gala down. Lots of things went wrong there, and the shots were just very accurate. So initially, it's that Deadly Flourish, as we said. Not to replay it too much. We've kind of seen it from this point. There's no wards, but the moment that slow is there, it's enough to show exactly where Gala is and give enough vision to make life very difficult, and it's every shot hit. Headshot. DKB HLE, damn. Winning in Paris has clearly done them a world of good for some confidence. Keshi Feather. Backing away from this, and the gold lead still about 2,000 here. So good for JDG. I've got the early dragon, next one spawning in a minute and a half. But I think TT, considering how the last game went, will be happy enough to try and play for those team fights as the game gets on. And again, I do think that you do get towards potentially being able to play the map a little wider. Potentially looking to just jump on someone like this Anivia or this Tristana, or even someone like this Varus as well, for obvious reasons. You do have a lot of tools to just single out someone and say, yeah, you're going to have a bad day. Honkyu still having the egg makes things tricky, and of course, you've got this Vi Shen combo you've not really been able to use as yet. Feather, I believe the Stand United is available there, so just get a little bit baited by that ult icon being as it is. Trying to get on top of Heru. There we go, the call of the pack. The Hound's Pursuit's going to be available. Vampire again with this combo of headbutt into the wall, into the Pulverize to set up the trample, but they're not quite in range. And so Heru just gets to back away. Should still be this bot side turret for JDG, especially with the 2 grubs, so that will be donated to Honkyu. Gonna try and trade it on the other side, deny Xiaoshu some gold, and that's good, I think, for Keshi, who has been put a long way behind in this game. Heru finally gets himself a rower, but again, he's 4 stacks behind Honkyu, which is not good news. Keshi. Let's just hop over the wall. Again, I think at this point, Xiaoshu's point of power is somewhat done. Your Tristana is still going to be ahead of the curve, can keep being a split-pushing threat, and again, the Gnar has been mitigated as a result. But I do get a little nervous about how TT play out some of these side lanes later on. They're grouped up well for this Herald, and again, they're in the river first, which means things like this Anivia get so much more annoying. Junhao's trying to force their way in, gets hit by that Glacial Storm-empowered Frostbite. And half the health bar of the Vi goes. I think we are going to need some Merc Treads and some Hex Drinkers this game, but that's, again, you're into triple AD, so can you afford to do that? Difficult choices, difficult choices. Probably not, actually, is the answer. Merc Treads maybe into the Varus. Punches into two! Gets the shield. Here comes the Realm Warp. This gets spicy. Junhao goes miles away, and now Heru's on the wrong spot as he's Realm Warped him to hell. Gets to flash out. Keshi's now TPing to bot side to go clear that wave up. Yeah, a little bit difficult from Junhao there. Face check too. They try to Realm Warp in to make the play happen. Don't. Actually, Honky is now potentially in danger as Keshi comes over. The Mega Gnar is there. Forces a flash out of the Anivia. Not awful. Recall interrupt from Vampire with the headbutt. But of course, Heru can't stay here. He's 3 levels down on the Tristana, who will just jump on him and murder him. And Heru continues to suffer in this game. Xiaoxu should get this turret as well. And that'll accelerate his lead a little bit more. Was kind of down at 800 or so, not anymore after that little sequence. At this point, should be a relatively easy journey towards Soul Point, and then a game 3. Building towards the LDR second, that makes sense into all the armor stacking. After that, it gets harder again. A reminder, Tristana top. You get your Draw a Bead passive where you increase your range every level. You get to go to level 20, which is kind of silly. So your range at level 20 can be pretty unbelievable. Of course, it was kind of at this point in the game where JDG started fumbling very hard in game 1. Like them to not do that here. Second item for Junja, there's the Black Cleaver. Deal with some of the armor stacking, and again, makes sense. You are double AD carry. The Black Cleaver value will be very high this game. Captive Audience. Immediately proc. Just get the Deadly Flourish down to little else going on. I think it's going to be Storm Razor second here from Arm. Might be the Infinity Edge, but looking at that back, that item with the BF sword probably is here. Staying, I just need to back away from everyone jumping at my head with the Tristana, the Neferi, the Alistair. That's all well and good. Means you're not really going to have that much crit in the build, though. For a little bit. Look at the Infinity Edge, probably third, I'd imagine. Could probably LDR too. Edge of Black Down for Gala makes it a little harder for people like Vi to get on top of them. Of course, you can smite mid-flight to remove that if required, but not always a guarantee. Slow down now, you've hit this mid-game. JDG, again, not been a great start to the split for them, has it? 0 and 2 for good reason. They've looked very uncoordinated as a unit in those team fights, some dodgy objective fighting. Some individual slumps in form. Difficult. The Storm Raider's now done for Arm. Razor, sorry, not Storm Raider. That'll be the Keystone. Junhao, at least a second item too. You're not there for Heru though, and that's problematic. God Trinity force done for Keshi, who's actually going to be fairly difficult to blow up here with the Warden's Mail. Yeah, about to say, that's not simple. Shenalt's there, Keshi survives, and Mega comes on in. So burn to Shenalt. But you get a couple ults of your own there. Junja burns his, Vampire burns his. Heru's now going to have free time topside. There is Roll Quest Teleport from Xiaoxu. Well, there's actually 4 teleports right now in the game for JDG. That's kind of wild. Because of Spellbook on Vampire as well. But hey, at least this time the misfire from JDG doesn't lead to them giving over 2 to 3 kills. Okay, Kishi hops away. They're going to go again. He's nearly at Mega one more time. I don't know how simple this is going to be. Headbutt into the wall. Mega's nearly there. They just don't get him. He doesn't even have to burn the flash. Like, he's built defensive, and they've got it done again. He gets to the Mega Gnar, heals back up to a certain extent, and there's not that much that they get done there. JDG have not been great at making these forced plays. They aren't judging their damage thresholds very well over the last few games. They'll still get this tier 2 because at this point, Xiaoshu is pretty ridiculously long range, and with Lord Doms and Kraken Slayer in a rapid fire, just gets to auto his way on through that turret relatively swiftly. Punches the Baron. Don't know whether you wanted to do that. I think this is Territorial Baron if memory serves. Might be All-Seeing, actually. I think that's Territorial. Dragon and Soul Point for JDG. No real contest, I don't think. Although Jonho is here. Maybe they're going to try and pick off Vampire here. We'll burn his ult. Down to 2,000 HP. Smite fight 1. Might look for a fight after. Here's the Realm Warp. The Vagala flashed away. The Curtain Call is here. This gets a bit spicy. In we go with Feather. The Spell Shield makes things tricky. The Spirit's Refuge makes it really nice. Vampire's in danger. But look at the explosive charge damage. Honku now turns up. Interrupted mid-flash, though. Or jump over, rather. They do get the kill on John. How that's allowed the reset. Junja backs over the wall. Can look to come back in on top of Heru, and they do get that one. Jump over the wall. Bad time for me to cough. Flash into the Mega Gnar. And that's a dead old Neferi. Honky's still here, misses the Flash Frost, and now he's in danger. Doesn't have his Flash, remember, on. Still trying to step forward. The captive audience makes this tricky. Seraph's shield is there. Flash Frost lands. There's a TP back in from Xiaoshu. Keshi goes down, and they are surely going to turn this into something, but Xiaoshu's left real low. The blast is there with the explosive charge. Gives him the reset. Flash away from Arm with the Storm Razor. Speed up, should be able to escape. Nearly got both solo lanes, can't quite do it. Gala going to try and look for the shot. Return the favor from earlier. Have a look at this replay briefly. So it starts with a little attempt onto Vampire there, and he's forced to ult early, and you're thinking, okay, we can go. And actually, it's a fairly strong start to the play from TT. They get in, get rid of Gala's spell shield, and pop on top of him and deke him out real quick. Vampire with no ult is also then pretty vulnerable, and you're thinking, okay, this isn't bad. But then basically what happens is, Honku turns up, an attempted interrupt there on Xiaoshu is decent, keeps him out of the plate, but Junja gets a reset, and Xiaoshu also gets to come back over the wall with the flash, and the reset on the Neferi makes this really tricky. The thing is, at this point, you're thinking, okay, well, this might not be bad, as Junja sees them in here, and just doesn't respect the Mega Gnar angle, thinks he can eviscerate out, and gives over a kill, and you're thinking, okay, now this is a bit spicy. Honkyu's here, and I think maybe we can turn this on to Honku. Arm gets a decent amount of damage, but basically, Keshi sticks around thinking maybe we can get off Honku here, especially with that Deadly Flourish landing, but he just doesn't respect the damage. He's got 8 armor, nothing else. Xiaoshu's able to reset, rejoin with a teleport. Gala had a teleport as well, and makes what was looking like not a bad little fight from TT less than ideal. Still, they get some shutdowns, they get some more gold. Could have been a lot worse there than it was in the end. TT is a really hypey team, 0 breaks on engages. Yeah, very true. I mean, for better or worse, it's how they work. It's how Junho is as particular as a player. I think that was the best angle they'd seen all game, so I don't blame them for looking. The thing is, Xiaoshu's now 4-0-4. He's very strong, nearly at another item. Might well be the Phantom Dancer by the looks of it with the additional dagger in inventory. Potential angle here from Junho on the flank. I think the Anivia is also just making these really tricky. The Rise from Heru has been very, very absent, and unlike the Orianna game, has not been able to recover. There has been 2 games really where Honky was individually diffed Heru on a fairly significant level. At the very least, Keshi managed to recover somewhat from the crappy laning phase. Got to the point where he wasn't being solo killed so much anymore. The problem is kind of the damage is done. This Tristana is well and truly fed. Of course, it was the Flicker Blade. Should have guessed that on the Tristana. It's such a good item for her. And we're not really seeing a Vi Shen combo until just that last play, right? And even then, that was Shen going in by himself. Arn, I actually think, has played a pretty mean Jin game. But you do need someone else to be a threat with you, and that's not the Rise. That's not the stepped on Keshi either, who are both like 1 and 4 and 1 and 3 respectively. Round warp, Junhao on the flank, looking to get onto someone who we're jumping onto. Honkyu goes golden. He still looks to play as the Vampire's trying to zone off well. Look at the other side of Xiao, just looking for the reset. Honkyu's still alive. Junhao goes down, and the flank goes wrong. Nicely disengaged from JDG. Vampire with excellent body blocking gets Arm back into the play as well with the pulverized flash headbutt, and Xiao Shu stands and just gets to auto on down everyone. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. JDG break the back of TT. The base follows, a wall to celebrate, and a look to end the game here at 27 minutes and bring us to a deciding Game 3. No one's respawning anywhere near in time, and this series, at the very least, goes the distance.
Well, Sam, I did say it was likely, winnable, but it could be a 3-game series. It was winnable for TT, as many people would view as underdogs. I think JDG bouncing back in that second game. I didn't get to catch as many details in that one again. I was opt into some other stuff. But
Tristana got super fed early against Gnar, and then Honky just dived Heru, so you ended up with like 2 losing lanes and a Jin that was doing well, but everyone else was sucking.
Yeah, I mean, JDG have shown the Tristana top before. It's a shame that the Neferi's out for Junhao. That's a good takeaway, and there's a lot of champions off the table now for Junhao.
I mean, they banned Kiana and then basically first picked Neferi. So it's like, okay, Junhao's pool in terms of carry options was very limited. He went to the Vi, and the Vi didn't get a lot of room to do anything this game. But where do you play towards from the 2 side lanes you're supposed to have in your pocket with a Nara and a Rise, 2 good 1-3-1 options? Yeah. Well, both of them were miles behind.
Yeah, this is why I've said this before the series briefly, but basically, if JDG just turn up on form as players, it's hard to beat them. I don't think this team is on form. I think that this team has its own soul searching to do, but they're still a good team. They're still JDG. They still have great individual players, and if they turn up and they get them decent lanes, they're really hard to get one over. Get one up on, I suppose. Then. Right, Sam, you want to take a break? You can do.
I do.
That
Yes.
thing, and I'll keep chat company until you come back. How you doing, chat? All these games is missing is an explosive yodel. Yeah, fair play. Oh gosh. Ooh, DK vs HLE looked like it was a fun series. Might need to watch. Well, I'll definitely need to watch that back later. Immediate post-game thread is like DK we must keep them on rations. Crazy comeback from DK. Kind of crazy how they've managed to like dig deep and get these kind of results. Is Foxfire Ari OG skin back in Classic? I don't see it there right now. I don't really know how the skin system works though in Classic right now. But yeah, I didn't see it when I was playing yesterday. I miss OG Foxfire. Yeah, OG Foxfire is my favorite skin in League. I miss it a lot. I think the new one kind of it went in a different creative direction, and they have their right to do that. But it did, yeah. DFM won a series. Yeah, DFM also won versus SHG, which is kind of crazy. If you own old skins, they are skins only the updated models. Old skins are bought as chromas like the classic skin. You have to buy them again. Well, that sucks. But I will still buy OG Foxfire. It's my favorite skin in League. I will, I think they have Classic Midnight in there. I didn't see Classic Fox there. They're 500 RP, 300 RP right now because they're on sale. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll definitely have to get some of them. Because the big thing is, like, the other one is that one of the probably... I think the community consensus would be one of the most ruined skins in League was Aetherwing Kayle. Aetherwing Kayle. Aetherwing Kayle was one of the most satisfying champions to play in the game, skins to play in the game, and the rework kind of butchered it. I'd also say old... if they add old Aurelia, the Frostbite Aurelia, the old one was much better than the new one. So Aetherwing Kayle was really good, Foxfire Ori was really good, Frostblade Aurelia was really good. Those three, I think, are ones which I'd instantly buy. Even if I owned it in 2012 and need to buy it again, I believe that might be the case, yeah, which is a thing. It is a thing. Basically, blue is good. Are there any other? We're gonna go on an ad break now, folks. So again, thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for watching LPL with us here. And like I'm taking it personally easy today. So Sam's casting the last of these games. Yeah. The new Foxfire Aria was a miss for me. It's not as good for me, for sure. The new Foxfire isn't as good. I think new Aetherwing Kayle is probably the most downgraded skin I can think of. Although, yeah, I guess you could argue there are some skins which ended up changing the, I think there are some skins which ended up changing their theme a lot. So, for instance, there are ones like Iron Scale Shyvana is quite different in new compared to old. Some of the Shyvana ones are quite different in general. Oh gosh, what's the other one I was going to say? There was one more I was thinking of. Oh yeah, Crimson Akali became Infernal Akali, so that was just completely different. Considering they initially want to charge for the basic classic skins, it's not surprising. Yeah, I agree.
Hello there.
Sam, just on our break now, and yeah, talking about which skins got worse with updates. So classic, bringing them back is a nice return to them. Like Aether and Kale's the big one. Like Aether and Kale was so much better as the old skin. Did you ever play Kale, Sam?
Very limited amount of it. Aether and Kale was beautiful.
Yeah, it was one of the first skins I bought in the game. It's really, really good. Foxfire Ari, I think the original one was better than the new one. Like the new one just doesn't feel the same. The new one just feels like it's a cosplay. It just doesn't have the depth of texture. It's all very flat, bright colors. Yeah, so it feels a bit cosplay-y. It's just very, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it. Whereas the old one I feel was way more depth into it. Gosh, what was the other one as well? It was oh yeah, Frostblade Aurelia just completely changed style. So it went from kind of like brass and ice crystals to like furs and stuff and Freljord. It basically became
well, she was cyberpunky even.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was very cyberpunky. It was just like brass and it was like brass and ice, which was really cool. Very different. Old hiding. Well, okay, but almost every old Victor skin was better because new Victor. The rework Victor is a miss. It doesn't capture the essence of Arcane, and it doesn't feel like old Victor either. Aviator Rally. Oh yeah, Aviator Rally was pretty fun. Although the new one's pretty okay too. I don't mind Aviator Rally. That one's okay. And Aviator Rally is just okay, but yeah.
Yes.
I have returned. I had me a 1 hour nap and I feel like a god. Yeah, I've had like 2 20-minute naps in this one. Well, this is the first second. See what they get up to here.
没有想到啊 ，JDG 和 TT 的这场比赛呢，已经进入到了白热化阶段，马上迎来双方的决胜局了。我们赶紧问一下现场的各位召唤师们，对于这场比赛有什么样的期待吧？首先很好奇啊，全场的各位召唤师们最期待在第3把看到哪位英雄的登场呢？3、2、1，决胜开门！ 此起彼伏了，不知道大家听清楚没有？那最期待在决胜局看到怎样的画面呢？3、2、1，五杀！哇，这个好整齐、啊。
Nice。
我们期待一下今天有没有第一个五杀的诞生。
New Victor displeases the Omnicia. Yeah, but like, let's be honest, the Empress, Victor would be the first one to fight against the Imperium of Man because he's actually for the betterment of people. He's actually surprisingly egalitarian, old Victor. Whereas the Imperium is obviously like a horrid place which treats people like dirt. Yeah.
好的，那接下来我们就期待双方精彩的比赛吧。把画面交给解说席。
One of my big issues, yeah, I keep getting onto this. Occasionally I get onto this rant topic, but I do get onto this rant topic of just like how I think how mischaracterized the Imperium has been in various bits of 40k media for the last while. Victor is for the Tau. Yeah, Victor would be closer to the Tau. Yeah, he would be. But then again, Tau are kind of like space NATO, you know. They're obviously not without huge flaws as well. Tau is weird. Or is Victor the Omnicia? No, not quite. Again, he doesn't view himself as like, he's not the Void Dragon, you know. The Void Dragon is in fact just the Omnicia, you know. The Machine Spirit is the Void Dragon. Just the Imperium keeps that a secret. Arcane being canon and forcing champ lore changes and styles are so bad for League. No, that's actually not true, Parky. No. Tau are basically the NATO. They are effectively NATO. They are a collaboration of allied states. They are basically space NATO. It's if you're gonna relate them to anything, it's more like effectively, and in many ways, Tau are effectively the precursor to what the interesting part about Tau within like the context of 40k is Tau are effectively the precursor to the Imperium. So the Imperium, they are this bright empire which could do something great, and they will eventually fall to their own hubris and their own weight of their own dreams, effectively, and they will become this, you know, this crippled mess, effectively. They are the true horror of Tau is that they will one day become the Imperium, much like the Imperium has done exactly what the Tau and the Necrons did before them. That is the whole horror of it. It's like, you think you can escape the cycle, you can't. So the Tau are like humanity in every sci-fi? Yeah, I mean, effectively. And also worth noting as well, Tau have humans in it. There are humans within the Tau Empire.
True.
They're a multi-race society. I wish they'd send more auxiliary. I think it'd be so fun to have human auxiliaries for the Tau on tabletop. I think that would make
be a fun one.
Be some really fun ones. And I think it would also throw a lot of Imperium fans for a loop, because it's like, what do you mean there are humans which survive outside of the Imperium? Well, because by the way, the Imperium hunt down all of the human societies outside of the Imperium. Anyway, they did that in their great expansion. Farsight will fall to Cord and fix everything. Trust. He does have a Chaos Sword. That is a thing which is quite worrying. Right, I guess we're pretty close to last game of the day.
We are.
They should bring the Interrex in. Didn't the Imperium destroy the Interrex because they didn't want to ally? Well, not even that. The Interrex were like, they were a peaceful civilization. The Imperium wiped them off the face of the galaxy because they didn't like anyone that wasn't. Yeah. The Imperium did that to a lot of people, though. Again, the Imperium are bad. People need to, again, revisit. The Imperium are really bad, you know? They were more like the Star Trek Federation. Yes, the Star Trek Federation are very much like... That is the actual utopia. A lot of sci-fi tends towards dystopia. Star Trek is very utopian. Not that it doesn't have its own issues, but yeah. I'm not a fan of the Town 40k. If they were in many other franchises, I wouldn't mind them. At least at least they fight in melee. The thing is, though, like, the Tau have battlesuits for fighting melee, and they are good in melee, is the thing. They are actually very good there.
Yeah, and I think also just for game diversity, having someone that's more focused on shooting is not a bad thing.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the game is very, like, put towards melee now, anyway. Melee is, yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Should be
right.
Getting towards draft anytime soon.
There you go. All right, there it is, Sam. I'll leave you with it. Welcome in to the last game of the day, folks. Let's enjoy what JDG and TT have to give us.
Again, it'll be a focus on Jun Hao's pool. Interesting, they're banning the Poppy on their own side this time around. Expecting Junja to think about that one. There was a Poppy Pike combo that Junja and Vampire are finding quite a lot of success with. It was very, very aggressive and active early, so clearly trying to deny at least part of that combo. Victor also removed here as one of those kind of remaining control mage options that's still very flexible. Lee Sin and the Kiana ban, the Nocturne away from Junja. We've got another jungle ban we want to throw out there. We got left. Pantheon's gone. There is still, I suppose, the Shin's out. Vi, Jarvan, also down as well. We are very thin on the ground in terms of AD skirmishes. Skarn, I suppose, beginning to rise in priority a little now. Jace, theoretically, a flex into the jungle. Saw that earlier today from Monkey. Yeah, there's that Jace ban. Theoretically, a jungle ban as much as anything else. Keshi, of course, plays it as well. Cassiopeia, left up, available. TT, pick it up, can go both bot and mid. Response. Can Syndra here? In fact, that might be the call. I think Syndra tends to be the answer into the Cassiopeia when you see it, can be flexed. Ezreal, an option for Gala. It might be just Ezreal, Syndra, and play for range here. That might be my consideration. Put jungle on 3 then. Can also pick top on 3 and try to double ban to protect. Ask Keshi what he wants to do here. I think if you don't lock Syndra here, it gets banned. Or even taken, actually. They're going to trundle instead. Try and deny some tank options from Keshi. You might have been thinking about a Cassante. So actually, that's probably relatively smart here. Bard, one of the better ways of dealing with Trundle, Tempered Fate. Alongside that magical journey can be quite annoying. For the Trundle to stop you, it needs to be a very good pillar. It might be a Kai'Sa Bard angle, honestly. Kai'Sa into the Ezreal. Certainly comfortable. Arn will get a hold of a champion he has been very potent on. Of course, he's into probably the most famous Kai'Sa of all time in Gala. Nico instead, okay. Range support, but with the added bonus of a fat AoE engage. I might have preferred the Bard here, because I think actually what you do now as vampires, you pick the Bard, you have Ezreal, Bard, and a Trundle and feel relatively happy. Seraphine would be more of an enchanter. More lane dominant into the Nico. And Trundle's not bad with a bit of an enchanter behind them anyway. Don't hate that option. I think personally I would have gone for the Bard. I think Vampire plays a mean one. But he's a good Seraphine too. And of the enchanters, it feels like the Seraphine's been the one that's sort of survived the best, because obviously she brings stuff on her own that most other enchanters don't. Namely, of course, that really aggressive ult. Beat drop as well, not bad. Wukong banned away from Junhao. Okay. Yeah, they really are trying to narrow this guy's pool. Realistically, we've got, let's call it 3.5 jungle bans, depending on what you count the Jace as. And actually, there's the Nocturne as well. That's probably like 5.5. 6 with Flex. Akali banned on the other side away from Honkyu. Yeah, it would have been a pretty good Akali game, I think. Syndra as well, I think, has to be a ban here, no? Worth noting, theoretically, the Seraphine can still move if you want to. Not seen a lot of it. There's another one. 7 jungle bans. Junhao, what have you got? I mean, you could Skarner, I guess. But it's into Trundle, feels pretty miserable. Kindred? Are we at that point in the draft? Can be a bit awkward anti-synergy with Nico and Kai'Sa. Don't think AP junglers are going to be that great here. There's a Jax ban. Interesting. Again, strictly against Xiao Shu. Once upon a time was a decent jungle answer, but mostly into the Xin Zhao. So I won't count that one, but I think 7 of the current jungle pool removed there, plus Fearless for another 4. That's 11 off the table, plus you've picked Trundle already. Make it 12. Now we need to start resolving this draft a little bit. I think Syndra feels good here. Galio would be fine. Very defensive-minded. Between Seraphine and Galio, and of course the Trundle as well, you've got a very beefy front line. Decent reactivity to a Nico ult as well. How are we solving this draft, TT? Vayne gets through picks and bans, and Keshi might just be donated to Vayne. You better have an answer, Xiao Shu. Galio certainly isn't. Maybe you flex the Ezreal top, but that would feel very out there. Saw a great clip of Utapon outplaying a Vayne recently with the Ezreal. Just hit every skill shot. Forehead. Double AD carry. Plus, oh boy, a potential Olaf angle. Can ignore a lot of the CC that could get put down here. I think it's a really clutch Olaf angle. You don't have a lot in the way of enchanters. Kha'Zix's a bit more mobile, a bit less reliant on that one, and they're going to go for a Kha'Zix. We had to push the jungle pool pretty deep. Less committal than the Olaf. Actually very annoying for the Trundle as well. The invisibility, the taste their fear, the ability to jump over the pillar, heal with the W. Can be a little bit scary actually for some of these members. It's a math fight into the Vayne! Yes, Vayne hates this! Hates this! Are we going to throw the Cassiopeia top? Genuinely. Is that an angle? No? Okay. Because the Malphite hates the Cassio. Expecting the switch of the Cassio mid there. Malphite's really clutch. Double AD carry. Plus a lethality jungler, and Vayne can't lane it. we saw last split even, Vayne mid being counterpicked by Xiaohu on a Malphite, and the Vayne got to do so little. Why does Malph beat Vayne? So, basically point and click, AoE attack speed slow, or like attack speed slow with the seismic shard, you don't win that one out. You have so much ability to get on top and just slow and walk it down with the attack speed. Yes, the silver bolts are nice, but basically you can't counter his ult. You have to dodge it with the Q. An airy Malphite with Bramble is just disgusting. Yeah, you get Bramble Vest, you get airy, you poke Vayne out for free. He gets so much armor off his passive. The attack speed slow off his clap is really tough, so you can just get run down. Like, you probably need Blade of the Ruin King here. And I'm not sure you can afford to do that with the current build on Vayne. So we'll come to live and go from there. There we go, the JDG Seraphine cosplay with Seraphine on the riff. Very good there. But yeah, looks like it'll be Deathfire Touch from Xiaoshu as well, actually. That's hilarious. He's gone more poke, more burn that way. Can be really annoying for the Vayne. Basically, Vayne struggles to actually 1v1 Malphite. And normally, she's obviously very good into tanks with the silver bolts. But in 1v1, she just doesn't get the opportunity to attack him without getting run out. It's really annoying. And Malphite scales very well with the armor. Can be very frustrating. Bot side as well, I actually think Nico and Kai'Sa are going to have a tough time into Seraphine Ezreal as well. Ezreal's not necessarily going to provide any slows. Iceborne Gauntlet not really a build on him anymore. But that's kind of fine if you hit a load of high notes. Yeah, basically, Malphite presses Q. Seismic Shard just pokes AD carries really, really well. So anytime you're in auto range, you just eat a Q and a Deathfire Touch proc. Nice little taunt there with the Shield of Durand. Yeah, and you can at least get some of that. But basically, the moment we start getting some armor stacking, Keshi's going to really struggle, at least until very late on. At that point, the Vayne's job is kind of ruined. Yeah, and Deathfire Touch is going to be better than Comet because, as Alex is talking about in chat, Vayne just Qs out of the Comet, so it never lands. So Airy was often better. But with Deathfire Touch being as obnoxious as it is, I don't hate that hit. And also, you're into double AD carry and a lethality jungler. Like, this is a good angle for a Malphite, I think. Malphite also becomes really good go button engage. Galio can then follow up on the Malphite engage with his own ult. You can have the Seraphine ult over the top of you. Like, as a team comp, yes, you're a little low damage. You're very reliant on this Ezreal to be threatening, and the Trundle and the Galio to be bursty and bruisery enough to threaten enough of these carries. But the combo's there. And it's a squishy enough comp on the other side that I think the base damage will be there. Yeah, look, you can maybe force Vayne to run out of mana with Q, but how about just forcing her out of lane with Deathfire Touch, you know? She doesn't have teleport. Oh, this is miserable. Yeah, the Kha'Zix was locked without the Malphite, so the Malphite was last picked. Yeah, Kha'Zix is annoying for Galio, who doesn't want to build AD, can get slowed down, you get to hop out of his stuff. Trundle hates that 1v1. Ezreal can actually really struggle to keep distance on that, especially if the slow from the W lands. You're into an Enchanter, so Serpent's Fang feels real good. We'll see what the build is. Ghostblade into some point of Voltaic, probably not awful. You can Edge of Night. Umbral Glaive has always been great on Kha'Zix. And again, if Galio's in a side lane, as Alex is pointing out, you can absolutely just run at him as the Kha'Zix and chase him down those long lanes. He's not got a lot of ways to deal with you at that point. Nice little chunk. Heru has lost every lane to Honkyu fairly heavily. Having a slightly better time of it this time around, but it's not been exactly a decisive win for the Cassiopeia either. If this is AP poke Kai'Sa, it's very winnable. I mean, lethal tempo implies otherwise. We'll see. Because again, if you do the Rage Blade build, you do convert to AP as the game goes on, obviously. That's a decent little beat drop. Arn forced a barrier there. Go lethal tempo on AP too. Yeah, that's true. But I suspect it'll be the Rage Blade build we've seen a lot of. Maybe it'll be static Rage Blade Nashes, something like that. Yeah, I mean, Keshi's just had a bad time. Flash away from Vampire needed there. The exhaust comes down. Gala's going to win this, I think. One more auto should do it. Hops in. Nicely done. Even takes the turret shot. And actually, look else said Junja's there. At least Junhao gets to body block this off. But now the club gets firing. Feathers behind. There's the root. Makes this a bit spicy. Has to hop away. The pillar's there. Junhao's going to have the flash. There's a taste there. Fear. It doesn't win it. The Galio ult comes on in as well. And JDG get to. Heru is coming on down. But I don't know whether he's going to have that many options. Gets slowed down by the beat drop and just gets to back away. Well, Trundle gets a kill into a potential counter matchup. Gala absolutely breaks out of ankles. There's a flash from Feather to try and make that play, and it is so close. Man, that's close. But then the exhaust is there, and Arn is trapped having committed his play. And it's a nice, easy arcane shift forward. And Junhao gets a decent chunk there onto Junja, but the PTA is procced. Feather, I think, gets in for an order there. They probably have that, but they don't. Taste their fear auto. Nearly gets it. My days, that's close. Legitimately, one more auto does it. Alas. Nico Q missed on a rude attack. You're kidding me. Oh, I didn't want to stay close enough for the potential pillar. Was playing at max range and fumbles it. Feather, we're going to do better than that. Wanted to stay out of pillar range. Meant that they missed the Q, and that probably gets them the kill again. Very disappointing. Good damage. There's Malphite in the replay who manages to force a condemn away and gets a lot of damage. Flash to the seismic shot. Didn't quite get it. Oh, man, that was close. Keshi's having a miserable time. Didn't have to flash, though. So there is that. I wonder what you even build here. Is it still going to have to be the Hex? It's just going to have to be Hexplate and Dream? Maybe it has to be Hexplate Blade. But this game looks very tricky for Thunder Talk now. Arn slowed down his way to the turret. Nice surround sound to ignore the Acathian rain. Ugh. AP Malphite into Teemo is one of my fun lanes, yeah. Yes, you can try and blind me, I don't care. Arn's just being zoned off this wave permanently. And sure, you've got a roaming Nico, that's great. It's not really giving Kai'Sa much to work with here, is it? Junja should bonk away at these grubs. Denies them also from the Vayne, which is really nice. Old God Malphite smacks the turret a little bit. Hates this modern artifice. Oh, the true shot barrage across two. Oh, boy. There is a Kha'Zix behind. So theoretically defended from any aggressive, but Arn's been left at 10%. This is really tricky. There's a level 6. They've got to be so careful. That high note nearly takes him. Essence Flux just wide. Junhao around on the other side. The Void Assault was there. This is the killer instinct. I don't think the Kha'Zix wins this. There's no way you're getting the isolation there. Junja's roaming down now as well. Oh, no. If he gets pillared, he's cancelled his back. Arn's in danger. The beat drop just wide. I don't know about this one, guys. Gonna try and interrupt a bit more. Can you pillar another? Junhao's behind. They know he's there. He's had to Void Assault. Can't get to Gala. They get the heal, the beat drop, the pillar, the encore, and that's just a dead. Kha'Zix does manage to flash, leap, and get a heal from Feather out, but he costs more summoners, and that will absolutely be dragging to JDG as well. How did they lose draft so hard? Well, it started off okay. The Kha'Zix was really good, and then basically the Malphite last pick ruined everything. I think outside of that, TT could have done double AD carry with a Cassiopeia as well and been really high damage. And any Nico ult would have led to a lot of deaths. Kha'Zix is pretty good into the Trundle, etc., etc. And JDG is something of a one-threat comp. Like, again, Ezreal's the only consistent damage. Yes, Trundle and Galio add in there to an extent, but the Malphite last pick was really, really good. Is the honest answer. That ruined things pretty heavily. Now, TT still do have a lot of dive and a lot of damage, but this is a really crap start to the game, and the Vayne has been well and truly made miserable. Keshi's been counterpicked 2 games in a row now and has made Xiaoxi's life so much easier. In they go. There's the flash condemn. The ult still follows, and yeah, that's how the matchup goes, guys. Flash, exhaust, ult. None of it matters. Xiaoxiu is an unstoppable force, and Keshi is a very squishy landing zone. Pop Blossom, that's not bad. Arm finds himself exhausted, but can still look to Killer Instinct, doesn't get the opportunity, goes down. Gala gets to survive as JDG were there with some surround sound healing, and now Junjin can run at Feather, who's burned his flash to try and make this play. Doesn't find the Tangle Barb. They're going to try and donate this over to Gala, aren't they? Yes, they are. 3-0 on the Ezreal. Well, it couldn't have gone much worse there. JDG win both sides of the map and will get themselves first turret. Oh dear. Well, TT won game 1. But now 2 games in a row, they have largely been second best. Even in game 1, the early game wasn't exactly good news. Oh, he's 2 levels down. Okay, part of that's the top lane rogue quest. To be fair, it'll be half a level down. Oh boy, well there's already a nasty chunk. He lost 25% of his health bar from a Q auto E. Oh, DFT stays stacked. This is horrible. Keep smacking the wave. Thunderclap every now and then. Frozen Heart's done as well to really mess with the attack speed on the Vayne. They could come over here. They might end up face checking a Kha'Zix though. They're trying to defend this. If you do face check, this could be interesting. Feather's the one there. Heru's around on the other side. Vampire now in a dangerous position. Does have flash. Burns his to get over the wall. The W lands onto Junja, but there's the Subjugate also down. Nice defense from TT. The problem is he doesn't really save Keshi's lane. Just stops the dive. He does need to reset. Has he just completed his royal quest? No, he hasn't. So no teleport yet. But I think he might just have to back regardless. Yeah, he does. That might actually cost you the first turret topside. Or turret topside. The first turret's already gone down. Bolt Arm's in danger. Hop forward to the arcane shift. Another auto. Yeah, Xiaoxiu gets that topside turret. 1,400 gold lead to the Malphite. Yeah, sometimes you just need to put the Malphite in the bag, guys. Vampire is likely dead here. The beat drop's solid. That will be a Killer Instinct to follow. There's a Galio ult, though. The Encore is dodged away from by Arm, but it makes his life very tricky. And you know what? I spoke too soon. The kill comes on forwards. Arm thought he saw an angle, and in fairness, it was there until the hero's entrance made it nearly impossible. And he's dead. Yeah, I feel like they should have put the Cassio top as soon as they saw the Malphite. I agree. I think it should have been the Cassio top and the Vayne mid. Vayne mashes Galio. And Malphite has a lot less fun into an AP E stack it. Oh boy. I would have preferred to see the Cassio flex. I think it was necessary to saw the Malphite pick. They stuck to the lanes as they wanted to. I wonder whether that's just a lack of flexibility there. Say that's the price of the meta. Tree Shot Barrage tags Keshi. Out comes the Seismic Shard. DFT stat. Vampires around as well. Keshi might still be in danger here. The beat drop follows. That makes it a stun. Where's the unstoppable force? Not burned. Heal down from Feather. But Keshi has to run away again. He just can't get to a wave. Jun's going to get another dragon. It's 7,000 gold sub 15 minutes. Yeah, you're recalling on a ward, so there's the interrupt on both. Oh, okay, well, you've got John Howe around. Vampire's going to get jumped and will die here. There's no way out of this one. Nice done. Nico gets the kill, which is a little unfortunate, actually. Of all the people it could have gone to there, I think at this point, anyone else. But hey, you get on the board, you'll take it. Still going to cost you Herald, I think, though, because you burn all your cooldowns just to get the support. Realistically, you weren't fighting for this anyway, so you know what? You take a kill and something as something rather than nothing. Xiaoshu nearly, well, will likely be something like a Spirit Visage into the Cassiopeia. And the Nico actually might also be a Force of Nature. Not bad here. There's a TP behind. Heru needs to be very swift here. Out comes the Shield of Durand. The Unstoppable Force, the Winds of War, and you just have a very squished snake on the floor. Splat. I nearly made like a splat sound and felt that might be a bit much. The Herald is summoned. It's a card game player, don't you know? That's what the card's named after, right? Rift Herald. That's the name of the card game, right? A Herald of Cards. Play Aurora! John Howe is being chased out of the jungle. Oh, Kha'Zix is not having fun. This needs to be a really good condemn. John Howe does at least get to run away because Vayne was there. But yeah, that was nearly a very squished bug again. It's gone the Voltaic, but just doesn't have fun in that matchup. Like, JDG have the easiest team fight in the world as well. Malphite press R. Seraphine press R. Galio press R. Taunt, just wide. Shield of Durand was considered. The Justice Punch away. True Shot Barrage. Lands on a few. Feather in the guise of... I want to say Vayne there, actually. Malphite shoving away in the bot side. It's just not going to be matched right now. Eventually, Vayne will have a better time into the Malphite. Eventually. But it's a long, long way from now. Here they go. That's a bit of a jump in, actually. Not sure about this. John Howe gets to jump in. Not isolated anymore. Now, Junges, he... yeah, okay. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? All the while, Gala and Vampire are mid. Getting 3 plates. The Void Seeker hits onto a Void Might. So, dividing by 0. I mean, Xiaoshu is just going to be so miserable to manage in a side lane. All the while, they're shoving through mid. With a Seraphine behind and a Trundle on one side. I don't think you actually get the opportunity to dive this particularly well. Turret's gone. Honku is taken pretty low. It has a lot less fun into the Vayne, as we see. Flash away. Is Keshi going to follow? Yes, he is. That's the problem. The lane matchup's got messed up. Vayne manages to ult, exhaust, flash, and get a kill onto Honku. Nicely done. See, Vayne still got some power to her. There's a problem on the other side, though, with both mid laners, I think, might well be dying. The True Shot Barrage flies across. The Beat Drop is flashed away from. John Howe, buddy, does interrupt. Does get punched in the face, though, for about 25% of his health bar. Have a look top side. So John Howe, Justice punches in. Does get the taunt, and this is all well and good. John Howe thinks, well, you're way too deep, but jumps in, and the leap basically means it's an immediate killer. The subjugate the chomp, and John Howe's dead. And then I assume Honku just goes, yeah, I can stick around, and then actually couldn't, which was a significant mistake. Xiaoshu's picked up a Kainic Rooken to have some good MR into the Cassiopeia. What will likely be a flex into AP from Arn, but I don't know, you know. It's looking increasingly like an AD Kaiser to me. Arn does love it, so... Muramana's done for Gala. Also building towards what will likely be a Shojin third. Imperial Mandate's done for Honkyu alongside the Abyssal Mask. His kind of duo core is in. Dragon's going to get soloed out. That's sole point for JDG. Been pretty straightforward, honestly. Clutch draft last pick for Xiaoshu. Made Keshi's life very difficult. Baron was aggroed there, but it largely aggroes onto the clone. Reset is going to get cancelled. Junhao will see Xiaoshu here. I don't know if you want this. Ah, he's thinking around because he thinks they're going to start Baron, which they might, actually. But I say that Trundle's on the other side of the map, so that's not going to happen. Recall comes on down. But it means he's basically lost his entire blue side quadrant. He stopped it again. What are we doing? Junhao, are we sure, mate? I get it. You want to be around in case Baron gets started. Here we go. He's cancelled the back again, but Junhao's just picked up, like, a whole extra 16-odd CS. Potential angle from the Kha'Zix onto someone. This needs to work out from Junhao. This really needs to turn out. They are starting Baron now. Okay, Junhao's still off vision. If he can catch out someone like Vampire, maybe there's an angle here. Where's the rest of the team? The Cassiopeia not here yet. Can teleport. Vayne also around top side, but not in the jungle as yet, trying to shove up through top. True Chop Rush doesn't catch anyone. Junhao still unspotted, still not backed. Gala needs to be a little bit careful stepping forwards here. Void Assault available. Here we go. Looking to go on in. The Galio going to be in danger. That's a good amount of damage onto Vampire. The Pop Blossom after. Heroes enter to keep Gala alive briefly. He jumps and dies. Junhao's flank eventually pays off. Vampire left low. Leap strike in. The spikes keep flying. Flash shot forward and Junja desperate to keep running one more Silver Bolt proc or something. Would do it on. Trying to get towards that Plasma passive. Doesn't quite have it. The TP in will need to be good. The Nico misses, but they get the kill. Oh boy, though. Unstoppable Force at least makes it 2 back. A Justice Punch in. And TT's moment is shut down as swiftly as it begins. A triple kill to the last pick. Malphite. Unstoppable Force beat very, very movable object. So this is initially great. The patience from Junhao pays off. Honkyu goes in, they step forward with the Shureliers, and then out comes Junhao from the invisibility. Huge damage onto Gala and Vampire. The Encore is trying to interrupt the Galio, I think. Actually, no, it won't because the Galio is theirs, but I guess to try and catch up some of the follow. It doesn't really work out. Vampire ends up getting caught out here. And this is really good. You get both bot laners, and then you get to run at Junja, and you're thinking, okay, this should be good, but they don't quite get in range of that last auto, which would have been his death there. So they split and go for this turret dive. The problem is Malphite is on the roam. Galio gets to come TPing over, and at this point, this ult catches 2. And yeah, well. Oh dear. Flash, Thunderclap, Justice Punch, and some more Winds of War to a Seismic Shard. Rocket Stone! That's the one, exactly. Deep Dive Galactic. That's what the game is, guys. Oh, TT, you see what the thought was there. I don't blame them for looking for that. That's about the best angle they found all game. Yeah, the problem is you killed off the bot lane, but because Junja and the rest of the team are so fed, they're additional threat. Which is really terrifying to see. Ah, boy, yeah, there's not a lot you get to do there. I appreciate the attempt. You can supercharge all you want, but that battery's run flat. Pick up on the AD carry. 1, 4, and 2. Ain't having a lot of fun. Building towards an Ashes, but not there yet. That'll be a start on the Baron with a man advantage. Baron going to get started. Over comes Honkyu. Justice Punch in, Feather, Rocket Belts out, but again, they're just going to get nowhere near. Where's the jungler? Into the pit! Smite steal! Wonderful Reaper Claw Smite combo. They're going to turn around for the fight, though. That's what they care more about right now, is the Baron being taken as annoying, but Heru flashing out to safety for now. 2 for the Baron. Ain't bad from TT. John Howe with some heroics over the last few minutes. Vampire will spot out Heru. Might actually be able to get the kill here, but the Twin Fangs begin to fly. Heru cancels his back, though. Jonku looking for the Justice Punch. There's the heal. Heru likely dies. The high note just wide. Trying to clear out the wave, I think, best he can. And keep everything safe as well. He is dead here. It's just a matter of when. Can he take someone with him? He's dancing well, but just not well enough. And there's nowhere really for him to dance to. Dragon's up. Yeah, okay, so Dragon gets stolen. John Howe has got himself the Edge of Night, means he's not interrupted. Void Assault, Leap, Q Smite. 1800 HP. Oh, smote a little early. Smite 1 from John Howe is on 1800. Next one's on 14. Or 400, rather. Back to life we go. This Dragon will go down. It will still be Infernal Soul with an Ezreal in the game. And actually, for that matter, a Malphite, who abused it super annoyingly with Seismic Shard. It's still very much a one game here from JDG, but, you know, credit for TT for the creative angles from a massively deep hole. It's not going to climb them out of it yet. You know, if there ever was a miracle to be occurring, plays like that is how you find your way back in. Baron is a negative Baron power play, but it's not in JDG's hand, and theoretically it stalls you towards maybe an Elder flip. Problem is, Baron will be up well before that. Does it get you towards a third item on Keshi? Maybe. Does that help? Maybe. You got a third item on Arn. That's something. Good chunk. Keshi. Top 4 trying to get onto Gala. Ah, the Encore. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. On comes out and he's exhausted. He tries to go invisible and everyone dies. Yeah, so, Keshi presses R. Tumbles in. Eats an ult from Vampire. Eats an ult from Xiaoshu. And everyone is dead. Yeah. Sometimes you just press R, guys. That's all you need to do. And now you've got no mid laner and you've got no Kaise. Oh dear, as they say. Inhibitor turrets fall. Jump onto Feather. Taunt after follows, and he's dead. Nicely done. Junji gets another. Another member down. 5 seconds on the carry, so might well not be able to end the game quite yet. Might instead look towards this next wave coming in, trying to stop Heru from getting close to it. That's a Void Seeker onto Gala. On could theoretically go forwards. No angle as the Petrifying Gaze goes wide. Another Void Seeker down. We are at the point where I think the Void Seeker's on short cooldown. Wave was crashing top. John Howe should clear that with the Void Spikes. Negative 3,400 power play. Don't have Baron of their own, so it will be the end of that one. Okay, so the game doesn't quite end, but it is all but over. Hard to hit the 10k break point. Kaise can get to a Shadow Flame or a Void Staff or something. Maybe there's another way in. I don't know. You've gotten 2.5 items on Vayne. If this turns into another something or other. Blade of the Ruin King, even with the Rage Blade, wouldn't hate it. Into so many HP stackers, I think it would have been arguably worth going it second. Blade Rage Blade might have been my build. Honky's got a death cap. There's your extra damage. And Infernal Soul. Delicious. But it is a stalling game and a prayer. Minute and a half till the Baron. John Howe, he's early on it. Does it matter? No, the Umbral Glaive, sorry, Edge of Night keeps him safe. Feather gets tagged by a True Shot Barrage. Still takes a fair amount of damage even through the Celestial Opposition. That hurts. TT unplayable draft, though. Yeah, effectively. I think you had to flex the Cassio top to deal with the Malphite the moment you saw that in. Lots of jungle bans, and the Kha'Zix was fun, but I think this Malphite's just been an Omega pick. Hugely decisive. Inhibitor number 2 falls, and they're just grouping up as 5 at this point. Or 4 with the Galio able to join to make the 5 very easy. 2-1 versus BLGT is JDG. Yeah, not too bad exactly. I think TT will be annoyed, but not the end of the world. Malf was a rock solid pick. Indeed he was. He's even got the arm guard now to pick up A, more survivability, and B, a bit of AP. We know how good he is with that particular stat. Pull a bit of a Galio there. Tanks what do damage? Tanks what have AP scalings? Oh, Ensemble Force. Goodbye. Flash away. John Howe survives. Congratulations. But he starts to run away again. And Flash. Just for the price of a low ultimate. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Zeke's convergence from Xiaoshu at some point. Baron started. John Howe did reset, did burn his Flash, stole the last one regardless. Gonna try and turn and burn on someone. This TP could suck. This TP could really suck. Flash away from Eru, just about out. But that's flash and teleport off your Cassiopeia. Oh dear. Waves are starting to get cleared. 14 seconds on Elder. Is that where we're going? TT are now... I think JDG is just a bit afraid of John Howe trying to steal stuff. Gets over the wall. Survives. Again, they really want this Kha'Zix down. Because I think John Howe's already proven that that is genuinely a problem, is keeping this Kha'Zix out of the pit. Harder for him to do that here on this Elder. They're going to go in. Hero's entrance. John Howe hops out. Does survive for now, but they kill off Heru. That might be enough. Nico ult is decent, but there's no damage. There's no follow-up. Feather, what are we doing? Try and disengage. John Howe needs to run with the Void as up, but a Flash E ensures that Gala picks that one up with an arcane shift, alt, delete. That's how you get rid of things these days. All the while, Arn's trading up with Gala, goes golden, trying to pull off what Kai'Sa want to do, but a Mystic shot is beautifully timed, and the Kai'Sa dies. Ace for nothing. Jingdong Gaming, games 2 and 3, decisively the better team. They simplify their comps. Great draft. Omega counter pick there. The Luke Skywalker pick. Red 5 standing by to ensure the Death Star of TT falls.
TT, still though, start of their split. Hello, by the way, Sam. I was almost thinking about hopping in at the end of that cast and I thought, nah, I'll let you have the Elder. I won't ruin it for you. But I think that going 2-1 versus BLG, Top Esports, and JDG, they're going to feel pretty hard done by that they couldn't walk away with at least one of those series. I think particularly the Top Esports one, I think they should have 2-0'd that actually. It's really, quite disappointing for them. JDG, I think clearly came in better than week 1, and they had to improve from week 1. But yeah, still, a decent showing by TT. They shouldn't walk away too disheartened. JDG clearly the better team though. Alright, let's list this into.
I think that's a good way.
And Sam, thank you so much for casting today. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and good stuff.
Appreciate it. It was a good time. You thinking of streaming after this?
Yeah, I think I might play Classic, Sam. I might play Classic.
How? Yeah. In that case, let's listen to Xiaoshu, but I might bow out here and leave you all with chat.
No worries. Thank you so much, Sam. Everyone say thanks to Sam, chat.
Thanks, Sam. You're great. Wow, you're so cool, Sam. Thank you. Alex is also pretty awesome. Give some love over to Al.
我觉得最后的2把你的发挥都非常出色。首先问第2把吧，你是选择了小炮打上单吗？显然是有想要去 carry 比赛的一个心的，所以当时那个 BP 是怎么去考虑的呢？
就是之前有用过吧，就是对面选的话就是很好的一个 counter 位出。
哎，就觉得如果是打纳尔的话，会是一个很好的 counter 位。那果然你在线上是完成了3次的线杀。能不能分享一下，比如说那3次线杀的时候，你觉得关键因素都是什么？比如说是距离的一个把控，还是你抓住了对方身位的一个落差？
感觉是对面对于这个就是斩杀线不太清楚。
啊，也可以换个方式，是你对小炮的斩杀线了解太清楚了，所以抓住了那3次的机会嘛。那同样来到第3把，我觉得第3把大家肯定都想问的，当你看到对方的阵容的时候，很显然这是一个高手阵容，而且你也是，虽然对方选择边，你选择了石头人，当时锁下这个英雄的时候，看到对方阵容的时候，都是一个什么样的内心 OS？
就看到他们5个脆皮，就感觉这把应该上谁谁死了，
就感觉这把的发挥空间很大啊。那所以是看到对方这个阵容的时候，你就觉得石头人是一个很优选吗？
是的，因为石头人打无烟也算一个比较 counter 的选择，
比较 counter 的一个选择。但借着这个机会，我们刚好跟这个召唤师们可以分享一下游戏当中赛游的一些知识哦。比如说，当遇到对方是这个长手的 BN 的时候，我看你也是选择做出了守望者铠甲，有的会选择去出一些纯 AP 或者前面做一些 AP， 你这个是怎么去看待？
因为石头人的基础伤害比较高的吧，所以就买一个那个偏肉的装备，然后无烟就完全输出不了了。
就还是做一些布甲的抗性装会更有容错。那最后再问一下，这把比赛其实你们前期就取得了非常大的一个优势了，但是那波大龙呢是可能没有太想到失利，你一波石头人回来，拯救了 JDG 当时的那个团战啊，也是可能击毁了 TT 最后的希望。那一波当时队内的沟通是什么样？
就是前面大龙可能处理的没有特别好吧，然后后面是对面追我们打野，然后追上头了，然后那里就是感觉可以上。
感觉可以上，所以自己也是通过操作挽回了那波的团战。那也感谢小徐进行我们的一个赛后采访，也希望北京 JDG 在接下来的比赛当中可以越打越好。那我们的赛后采访呢，到这里就告一段落，接下来把画面交给解说系。
Hey, it's cool to hear from, of course, the winning team there. Okay, that'll be the end of, well, it's the end of LPL today, but if you are, I just turned my camera off, didn't I? I need to turn it back on. Right, yeah, if you are watching after LPL, I'm going to go play some League Classic, I think. I might do some of that. I'm not sure how long I'll play for. Again, it's been a long stream to get today already, but I figured, you know, I can't, is there any, it's Thursday today, so there shouldn't be any other league on, right? So I think that Pro League's done. So I might try and get some classic RE games in and see if I'm washed or not. We shall see. I need to check the client's working, but I played a game of it yesterday. I'll see if any friends are online, see if they want to play. And yeah, we might play some classic if you're all okay with that. At least I want to try it once and see if there's an audience for it, basically. Because one of the issues I've had on stream is effectively, if I do anything which isn't LPL, it's numbers are really not great. And I understand, right? Because that's how we made our audience, is through LPL. But it's just a question of, like, is it actually something which I can do then? And if it's the case, would it be something that people enjoy, right? But yeah. No, I appreciate that, Parky. I appreciate that. And again, like, I'll try it out today and see if it works. That is a lot of damage from Malphite. Malphite, if Malphite's doing that much damage in the game, you have drafted quite poorly. It's a shame for TT, because again, I think TT they're a surprisingly good team, TT. I think teams should not be looking down on them. I think they are surprisingly good comparative to expectations as an organization, which has not really achieved that much in the grand scheme of things. But yeah. Okay, I gotta go grab a coffee from the other room. And then I should be good to get going, I think. I'll see whether... I'll see if anyone else wants to play, see if anyone else is online and wants to join in. Let's see. Alright, folks, give me 1 second, I'll grab a coffee and I'll be with you. Okay, let's do okay, if you're on YouTube, by the way, stream's gonna end here on YouTube because it will. And Shash gets player of the game. Very good Malphite pick. Very well played. He deserves that completely. Very good pick in the draft there. Oh yeah, so, okay, what I can do is if you're on YouTube, I could restart the stream, but then the problem, because what I don't want is to have, like, I don't want the VOD to be overly long, and I also don't want, because if I change the title, it will change it for the entirety of the VOD, which I don't really want, which I think is, you know, not so great. What was the yes? Yeah, I need to do studio mode. I need to turn that on, and I need to turn. Where is my object switcher? I need to be able to talk there for this camera. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a pain in the butt. Anyway, what it is. And then I'll have to. Okay, whatever. Right, I guess I wait for player of the game, and then we'll head over to League Classic, and we'll get on with that. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining us, and again, thank you for Sam. I wanted to take today a little bit easier, just because I'm aware that Saturday, Sunday, I'm gonna have to be doing the solo cast 3 best of 3s again, and it's I don't want it to I don't want the exhaustion to rack up through the week, if you get what I mean. But yeah, it's been a fun day today from what I've seen. TT, it's some near comebacks. Wait for that player of the match, and then we'll get into League Classic. And it's Xiaoxi player of the match. Cool. Let's get through into. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Then there we go. No, that's the wrong thing. Where's my camera full screen? That's the right scene. There we go. All right, let's play some League Classic. Classic. If you're on YouTube, goodbye for now. And if you're on Twitch, let's go do some League Classic. Let's do some League Classic. I appreciate you